OHV recreation for decades. One thing of note is that in July of 2018, the BLM did prepare an environmental assessment to look at races and other organized events in this Laughlin area, and that environmental assessment resulted in a finding of no significant impact. So the first concern we've heard regarding the proposed Laughlin OHV recreation area is that the boundary includes the proposed Heiko Wash area of critical environmental concern. So the Heiko Wash ACEC was nominated by BLM to protect migratory bird habitat and cultural and historical sites. The designation of this ACEC is proposed in some of the alternatives of the 2014 draft Resource Management Plan revision, but it should be noted that that Resource Management Plan revision has not been completed, so this remains only a proposed ACEC. It has never been designated. One potential remedy would be to eliminate the entire ACEC boundary from the OHV recreation area. However, when staff presented this idea to the OHV Advisory Committee, several members were concerned that doing this would eliminate an important access entry point and would cut off access to several loop trails that are used in racing events and other organized events. So staff conferred with the Bureau of Land Management regarding the proposed Heiko Wash ACEC and to see if there was another potential remedy that we could come up with. The BLM has stated that the most valuable part of this proposed ACEC is the eastern portion of the wash where it starts to become highly channelized. That is the area that provides valuable migratory bird habitat. And so they felt that the western portion of the area that is relatively flat has experienced high levels of use and has been heavily impacted over the last few decades and is less valuable for its natural resource values. So our proposed remedy here is to eliminate the eastern portion of the proposed Heiko Wash ACEC from the Laughlin boundary, but to retain the westernmost portion that would keep the access entry point and retain the loop trails for use by the OHV recreation community. So the second concern we've heard about the Laughlin area includes another proposed ACEC called the Granite Springs ACEC. So this one was proposed in BLM's latest version of the draft resource management plan shortly before that plan was put on hold. It was nominated again to protect cultural resources, prehistoric art, and wildlife habitat. Again, this is only a proposed ACEC and it has not been designated, but our staff recommendation here to address this concern is to simply eliminate this proposed ACEC from the boundary. Another concern about the Laughlin area is that racing in this area creates a significant amount of dust in the nearby residential areas of Laughlin. We believe that these types of impacts can be identified and appropriately mitigated through subsequent planning processes, including the travel and transportation planning and recreation area management planning that will both be required by the draft legislation language. BLM would also have the opportunity to identify and require additional mitigation measures for race events through the special recreation permitting process. And the final concern we've heard about the Laughlin area is that it is too close to Bridge Canyon Wilderness. Again, we maintain that there's no such thing as too close because wilderness designations are not intended to include a buffer area. And further, again, these travel and transportation planning processes, recreation area management planning processes can work towards identifying where these impacts might occur and mitigating any of those potential impacts. So the final area under consideration today is in the vicinity of Sandy Valley, and this would be a newer area for prioritizing OHV recreation. It currently consists of approximately 40,754 acres and is designated by BLM as multiple use land. So unlike the other two, it's not a special area, special management recreation area. Casual OHV recreation occurs throughout this area, but it's not been as intensively used for racing and other speed-based events in the past as the first two areas that we've talked about earlier. The first concern we've heard about the proposed Sandy Valley area is that it is too close to the Desert Tortoise large-scale translocation site. And so this is the area shown by the red dotted line on the map. The large-scale translocation site is an area that has been used for a few decades now for tortoises that have been taken off of construction sites or pet tortoises that people no longer wanted. They've been relocated to this area. So it is currently fenced along I-15 and its northern and southern boundaries, but there's never been a fence installed along the western boundary where most of this red dotted line is shown, because there's a natural geological barrier that prevents desert tortoises from moving further to the west. Again, here we believe that subsequent planning processes can identify any additional protective measures that are needed to protect tortoises within the large-scale translocation site. And these designations will again be subject to review under NEPA and the Endangered Species Act following passage of any legislation. And then the final concern that we've heard about the Sandy Valley area is that it is too close to the community of Goodsprings. Our proposed recommendation to address this concern is simply to move the boundary approximately 1 mile south to move it away from the community of Goodsprings. This revised boundary is shown with the blue line on the map. So, sorry, my pages are sticking. Just to summarize, the 3 proposed OHV recreation areas would remain BLM administered lands. So BLM would still retain full authority to manage the natural resources within these areas and implement any mitigation measures that are necessary to protect those natural resources. The designations would still be subject to review under several federal environmental laws, including the National Environmental Policy Act, the Endangered Species Act, National Historic Preservation Act, Archaeological, Historic, and Preservation Act, and other applicable laws. Many of these laws also require consultation and coordination with other resource agencies and cooperating agencies, and coordination with affected Native American tribes. And finally, many of these laws also require public review and comment period. Subsequent review and planning processes that would be required following the passage of any federal legislation to designate these areas would include an amendment to the BLM's resource management plan. Development of travel and transportation plans for each area, and development of recreation area management plans for each area. Additionally, organized events would require further analysis by the BLM before BLM could issue a special recreation permit. These planning processes all require review under NEPA and consultation with the Fish and Wildlife Service under the Endangered Species Act. So to summarize the various modifications that staff is recommending to differentiate these areas from what the original committee recommendation is, we recommend that lands designated as Keyhole Canyon ACEC be removed from the proposed Nelson Hills area. We recommend removal of lands designated as having wilderness characteristics from the Nelson Hills area. We recommend removal of the eastern portion of the proposed Heiko Wash ACEC from the Laughlin area. And we recommend that the proposed Granite Springs ACEC also be removed from the Laughlin area. And then finally, we recommend that the boundary of the Sandy Valley area be moved towards the south to make it further away from the community of Goodsprings. And with that, I will take any questions.
And we do have some questions, so I'm going to start with Commissioner Gibson.
In respect of the areas that you're proposing to remove where there is an ACEC impacted, do you have a sense of the acreage that you're removing in each one of them or altogether?
I do, but I do not have those figures with me.
Could you get this to me?
Yes, I will.
Yeah, all right.
Yep.
Thank you.
And it's a small amount.
It is small, yes.
But it makes a big difference.
Yeah, over all 3 areas, I think it's less than 10,000 acres, and all 3 areas together are about 110,000 acres.
Yeah, I think it's important to make that statement because there's a lot of discussion out there by people who've been in the area but haven't studied as intensively as you have or as the committee might have heard. So it's important to get a sense of what we're really talking about in terms of withdrawing or moving boundaries so that we don't impact ACECs. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Naft, and then Commissioner Jones, either one. Commissioner Jones.
So overall question with regards to the removal of certain portions that were proposed as ACECs as opposed to having been designated, are those areas that were proposed to be ACECs included in the ACECs that we put into the lands bill?
No, they are not.
So they're just
They,
no
they're
man's land
they're
at this
different
point?
ACECs.
Okay. Can you go back to the map for the Sandy Valley one? The second map? Either way. Thanks. So I guess I understand that the tortoises might not, that there's no fencing for the tortoises, and the tortoises won't be able to climb up the mountain. What is going to prevent OHV recreationists from encroaching into the tortoise area?
So that would be addressed through the travel and transportation planning process. That's a process whereby BLM will take an inventory of all the existing routes, identify routes that are appropriate for closure, and identify routes that are appropriate for certain activities. So some routes may only be appropriate for motorcycle use versus large class vehicles. But that process is where BLM will kind of identify where transportation is appropriate, where it's not appropriate, where roads should be open, where they should be closed. And that is, again, another public process that people will be able to have input on as well.
Okay. I'm just putting it out there. This is a new area as opposed to the other two, which are existing areas. And so when you're asking recreationists to go there anew, we need to make sure we put the safeguards in place to protect the existing conservation areas.
Okay. Commissioner Sagerblum, do you have anything? No? Your mic's on? Nope. Commissioner Naft? Kate?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if you want to take some comments from the public first.
So here's what I'm gonna say. This is not a public hearing. However, if you would like to speak specifically to the items that are before us today, I will entertain you coming down. So, Mr. Fleming, I know you had some concerns about the Good Springs ones, and I think we addressed those, but it must be specific to the maps that are before us today. So, come on down.
Thank you, Chair. And is this on? Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Patrick Donnelly, Nevada State Director with the Center for Biological Diversity. I think we have some concerns with designating potential off-highway vehicles in this way. I'm not sure it's clear what's being designated. An off-highway vehicle recreation area is not a BLM designation. It does not exist. There's no management prescriptions for what this would look like. It's not statutory. It's not in regulation. So in some ways, you all would be designating something that you're not exactly clear what it would be. Because this would be a novel designation. The only existing similar designation was just enacted into law just a couple weeks ago in S47, and those were for OHV open areas in which OHVs could ride wherever they want, and those were in California. And so that's the only existing designation that's like this, but it's very different because the county is not proposing these be open areas. So I think there's some unclarity about what these designations would be. I think the fact that they are two of the areas are special recreation management areas currently is a very different thing from what you'd be designating. SERMAs are administrative designations, which can then be changed in the future as resource conflicts exist, wildlife gets protected, etc. Congressional designations would be permanent. They could not be changed except through a new act of Congress if circumstances on the ground changed. And I think that's a very different thing from the current management regimes in these areas. I think Commissioner Jones asked a very good question. I did off-highway vehicle restoration in desert tortoise habitat. That's how I got my start in the conservation community for about 7 years in the California desert. And we saw that when boundaries are drawn in an arbitrary fashion, they lead to bad results. The bottom line is if your boundary closing the area is at the bottom of a hill, you just can't stop people from driving off the hill. And BLM can do a management plan for it, but the management plan is often unenforceable, and frankly, just BLM has limited control over people's actions out there. So the idea that off-highway vehicle riders will stop at the bottom of the hill and not continue onward into that desert tortoise translocation site, I think is really quite flawed. I provided you all with a map of the critical habitat for the desert tortoise. This Nelson Hills unit encompasses critical habitat. Critical habitat is designated by the Fish and Wildlife Service as areas essential to the survival and recovery of endangered species. It's really not an appropriate place to permanently designate as an off-highway vehicle area. That area, Nelson Hills, is also sandwiched between the Boulder City Conservation Easement and the Paiute El Dorado ACEC. It's important connectivity, and making permanent decisions about it, like permanently designating it an off-highway vehicle area, will really potentially cause conflicts down the road as the conservation of the desert tortoise evolves going forward. So I urge you to, at the very least, cut out the critical habitat, but would prefer that you reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. Mr. Fleming, did you want to speak?
Yes. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Steve Fleming, 130 Pacific, Good Springs, Nevada. I was born in Las Vegas, grew up in Good Springs and Las Vegas, and I love our desert. Please come to our trail opening May 4th. It will give you a little idea what our community is about and the area that we really love, and find the borders of this particular, our area, which is interestingly called Sandy Valley, but the closest town that it impacts is Good Springs. I'm going to read this just so that I make it as short as possible. Thank you, guys, for your service. It's a tough job, and all your decisions affect my generation, my kids, my grandkids, and everyone beyond. It's a pretty heavy load. This issue before us has that weight. Several years ago, the board found that OHV activities in the valley were becoming intolerable. They decided that these activities were not compatible with community life, and OHVs were eliminated. A good solution for the valley. But where will the OHVs go? Would they have an effect on rural life and rural communities? Nellis Dunes came into existence, but other areas in the county certainly needed designated OHV areas, but action was minimal. The problem does not only affect districts with rural components. OHV drivers in our area come from every district, so it's really a county problem. I commend Commissioner Kirkpatrick for attempting to address this need. No one wants a DOHV area in their neighborhood. OHVs want to go everywhere. So it's a tough balance. Please pretend for a moment that you notice in the paper or online that an OHV designated area is being planned, and you say, wow, that's wonderful. We need some of these designated OHV areas. As you read a little further, you find that this designated OHV area is a half mile from your house. What would you do? What would your reaction be? Well, that's what happened to our 120-year-old community. We have serious OHV area issues in our town already, as I've spoken to Commissioner Jones before. And so he's aware of it, and he's trying to help us. We have 200 plus residents, the oldest continuously operating school in Southern Nevada. 29 students are there currently. We are taxpayers. What can we do? We are asking the county to reconsider the border that is adjacent to our houses, and there has been some modification made. But if I can't imagine that we wouldn't be able to present some more information, which we were never allowed to. We're the most impacted community of any of the three areas, and we had no voice in any of the deliberation for establishing these areas.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fleming. I appreciate those comments. Mike, did you want to say anything, or are you good?
I just say hello to Dr. Fleming. Good to see you.
Nice to see you. It can be very easily modified and still give a lot of area for
Mr.
recreation.
Fleming, so thank you. Go
I
ahead.
didn't plan on saying anything, but I will. So I'm born in Nevada. I've lived in every part of the valley. So our purpose is to protect these areas so that there can't be other development, solar plants, wind farms to protect the rural nature of the area. So just appreciate your time. The staff did a great job of taking our mix mash of stuff and making it look great. And again, just thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Sagerblum.
I'd just like to make a comment. So this recommendation would go into federal statute, so it would be, we couldn't change it. I mean, to change it down the road, you would have to pass a law of Congress.
So here's what I would say is what we're trying to do, and I'll just put it out there because I've attended every damn meeting, and it's been painful. So we're seeing today that there is a lot of solar applications coming in. So the solar industry would like about 400,000 acres of southern Nevada to go into their portfolio. The second piece is to the OHV communities correctness is they have been losing over years different opportunities. So what we wanted to do was to find a way to at least give them some protections on where they can ride for the future, for future generations as a whole. But we also said with that comes travel management lanes so that we can protect the areas that are necessary. So our staff has looked at hundreds of shake files of different lands, different trails. And to be honest, what was found is that many of the trails, both for any recreation that are being used today, probably are not, should be used, right? So we were trying to find areas that had already been used, that working with the BLM, that made the most sense. So what we're trying to do is put something within our federal legislation that is broad enough but doesn't restrict us from pulling back through the travel management piece. So would it take an act of Congress? I think my personal opinion is, and maybe staff can help me, is that we could pull it back, but we can never add to it. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, so that's relatively accurate, I would say. So the boundary would be the boundary, but BLM would still retain authority to manage the area within that boundary for the protection of various resources. So for instance, if a new species were to become listed and habitat for that listed species was found in one of these OHV recreation areas, they'd still have the discretion to eliminate racing through that habitat area in order to protect a newly listed species, for example, as just one potential case scenario. Yeah.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
All right, so you mentioned that should a endangered species be discovered, but could we just designate areas as right now OHV, but allow them to be pulled back and made smaller during the future? Is there a new category of land we could have where we don't have to just lock it in one way or another? If that makes sense.
No, you lost me. So start over.
Okay.
I'll pay.
So I agree that we want to set these lands aside, and for now maybe say the OHV is appropriate, but to have a designation that doesn't say OHV forever, and then we or the BLM or somebody could pull it back and take OHV out of it down the road without having to go back to Congress.
So the intent right now on the table before you, if you will, is that the priority management direction for these areas would be to manage them for the purposes of OHV recreation, but it would not preclude the BLM from managing it for alternative purposes so long as that primary purpose was not impinged upon. So they could still, yeah, so the boundary itself wouldn't change without an act of Congress, but they could still have leeway to manage the resources within that boundary.
To just follow up, so for example, if Good Springs, if this map shows OHV areas within half a mile of Good Springs, 10 years from now, they could say that's too close and we're going to pull back OHV from that area?
Yeah, BLM could make the decision to, for instance, reroute race courses to be further away from the community.
And also through the travel management component, we'll be able to have a further in-depth conversation with that particular community.
Yes. Yeah, all those additional planning processes are public, open processes. So Good Springs community would have ample opportunity through those processes as well to have their concerns.
And as I understand it, this is a recommendation to Congress, so Congress will have another chance to have a hearing on this, right?
Right.
So this is not the final decision, I don't think.
No.
Right. Okay.
But Dr. Fleming, I apologize, could Dr. Fleming just come up and...
Nope. Dr. Fleming, you got to
Come on
come
up.
to the microphone, state your name for the record.
Steve Fleming, 130 Pacific, Good Springs. If you identify a map, and so it takes 2 years or 3 years to do this implementation, that map will be public record, I presume. Basically, will it be used by people to say, hey, this is a county-mandated OHV area? I would say that would be very likely. I mean, I can't imagine that they would not use that to say, you can't keep us out of here. This is an OHV area. Wouldn't that be something that you would expect if you draw a map and the county approves it?
But we're not, so what we're seeing is it has to go to Congress, which could take 9 months or 9 years. Quite frankly, the California bill took 20 years to get done. We're just seeing that we'd like to keep this on our radar, so if other things do come through, that there's an idea. So we're not posting it to the OHV committee. What I will tell you is what we learned is there's tons of people already out there on the Paraline roads today. I know that Senator Masto's team was out there, and she was surprised at all of the activity that's currently happening. We're just trying to send a map to Congress to say, here's what we'd like to see. There's no guarantee that they'll even agree with us, but we'd like to have that in there so that people are having that conversation as we go forward. So to your question on whether or not it's going to be posted and people are doing it, they're already doing it today. So there's no secret that they're out there today. But when we get to that point, if it actually passes Congress in some lifetime, then we'll work on the travel management, which in 2 years, and that's an aggressive, as we stated, time, that we're now already 5 years into the conversation. So, Commissioner Sagerflem, do you have anything else?
Just so my understanding is right now BLM controls this land and people are allowed to OHV.
Oh, yes, and that's why designated areas are very important, but if you designate an area, the county alone designates it, that becomes a designated area, especially during the time between this, for this implementation.
So let me have the attorney weigh in there. Let me have the attorney weigh in.
Jorgensen, DA's office. The county can't designate. This would be something that the board, if they approve the resolution, would then be requesting Congress to move forward in the, sometime in the future in some federal legislation, but the county can't designate. This is federal land and would remain federal land.
And I would just like to add one thing that just, so the designation of these areas, of course, as we stated many times, comes with a travel and transportation planning process, and through those efforts, there'll be signage and education for the public. And those would actually help to improve current conditions in the area. And so, yes, there's always going to be a few folks who disregard those rules. It happens now, and I expect it will continue to happen. But that doesn't seem like a reason to cut off OHV recreation altogether because of a few folks who will always disregard the rules no matter how many times we tell them what they are.
Thank you. Anybody else? I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Gibson.
So one of the things that I think Dr. Fleming is concerned about is what we heard in the last OHV meeting, which was you got riders riding right in against homes, conflicting with traffic. I mean, it is a significant issue. Now, that doesn't mean, none of this means that the county can't make certain that the roadways are open and safe. This isn't designed to allow the OHV community. It itself does not want to overrun Good Springs. So the movement of the line a mile, I think that was what the proposal was, is intended to try and preserve the quality of life issues out there. But I think we always have the ability to make sure that we're not adversely affecting human life and safety. So I think that at the end of the day, the group of people that were represented around the table at the OHV committee represent organized, for the most part, organized travel on OHV routes and trails and that sort of thing. The casual stuff that happens out there may well be some of the worst impactful or most impactful adversely, but at the end of the day, this is not about so much that travel. The input that we got was more, in the meetings I attended, was more directed to the organized use of the trails and systems. I think one of the things that we have to recognize is there's an enormous and important part of our community that has at their homes these vehicles. They enjoy going out into the desert and riding them. Maybe there's something more we could do for the casual rider that would educate them better. But we're not in a position, and shouldn't be in a position, where we're really wanting to shut all this down. It is rather an effort to try and balance the interests, and it's a very difficult balancing test that you have to apply. Frankly, after I was there for a couple of meetings at the very beginning, I was there for a couple of meetings at the very end, and I was very much surprised that the people around that table were able to come to agreement, to be honest with you. And so my hat goes off to staff for managing that entire exercise, to the people who served on that committee for their commitment to really trying to work things out and accommodate the needs of the entire community. The thing that we need to do, I'll say again, is we need to make sure that the community of Good Springs is protected against travel that is conflicting, particularly conflicting with the health and safety of the neighborhoods out there, and it's really important to do that. I was born in Las Vegas. I've been to Good Springs more times than I can count. And we owe those people the responsibility to protect the quality of their lives out there. I think that the OHV community accepts and understands the need to do that. And I'm certain that people who plan these routes and submit their event applications to the BLM will be taking that into account. And they've heard it from us. They've heard it in the meetings that they conducted. So I think that we're going to have to rely upon the good faith of everybody involved. The OHV community's got to believe that they'll be able to continue to ride in Southern Nevada. The rest of the community, those who are concerned about the environmental issues, and frankly, there are a lot of people who are around that table that are OHV enthusiasts who are very much committed to the protection and the preservation of the environment. All of us and the rest of the community need to work together to make this happen in a way that doesn't have one side or the other back in here with the upper hand and the high ground. And the only way to prevent that is to have us all operating in good faith.
Thank you. Commissioner Naft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, we have to thank the advisory committee for the work they put in. Thank you for being here. Thank you, staff, for the laborious work you put in as well. And Mr. Donnelly and Dr. Fleming, I appreciate your comments and thank you for all the time and energy you've put in yourselves.
I also have to especially thank our chairwoman who did attend, I believe, every one of these meetings and really hold everyone's hands and bring people together on a subject matter that is so difficult to do so. And then I also have to thank Mr. Gibson, who I think must have taken my notes because he said everything I had in my mind, so I appreciate it. And in the interest in saving time, let the record show that I second what his comments, and I do appreciate it, and I know how difficult this is, but I do want to be very clear that we have an extremely capable federal delegation of 6 members who are elected and serve our state well and effectively. And while I take this recommendation extremely seriously, it is just that. It is a recommendation to our federal delegation. So that being very clear, and the comments that were already stated here being quite clear, I am inclined to support the resolution with the revisions offered in the staff's presentation and illustrated on the map, and I'll make that in the form of a motion.
Commissioner Naft has made a motion to adopt a resolution supporting the designation with staff's recommendations. Any further comments or questions? Commissioner
I apologize. I'm new to the game, but I'll just say I'm voting for this, but it's with the understanding that this is not locking anything in at this point. It's sending a direction, but I do hope that there will be good faith in trying to protect areas like Good Springs and also the things at the bottom of mountains. Or hills. There's lots of in-betweens that we aren't really able to address at this point. We're talking about huge areas, but at the end of the day, protecting the desert and protecting our desert communities is, from my perspective, the most important.
Okay, I think we appreciate that. Okay, seeing no other comments, please cast your vote. Motion passes. Okay, we'll go to the final item.
Item 88 is to consider and approve the business impact statement pursuant to NRS Chapter 237 for the proposed amendments to Title 6, Chapter 6.12, and Title 7, Chapter 7.90, Hospitals and Other Medical Facilities, providing for licensure of hospitals, urgent medical centers, clinics, and laboratories, establishing requirements for medical facilities that offer emergency medical services, requiring certain medical facilities to be certified by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, providing for business license fees, providing for suspension, revocation, and non-renewal of business license for non-compliance and penalties, and providing for other matters properly related thereto.
Good afternoon, Ms. Chair and Commissioners. Jacqueline Holloway, Director of Business License. I just have a brief presentation and update, Ms. Chair, if you will allow me.
Sure, go ahead.
And just to reiterate, this proposed amendment will delete certain subsections in Chapter 6. It will also create a new regulated chapter to combine and upgrade the definitions and as well as provide for the licensure of hospitals, urgent medical facilities, clinics, and laboratories. In addition, it will also establish requirements for medical facilities that offer or advertise or hold themselves out as emergency medical services facilities. It will also require certain medical facilities to be certified by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, otherwise known as CMS, and most importantly, it will require that these emergency medical services or facilities accept payments for Medicare and Medicaid. The department only received one comment that was in opposition to the proposed amendment. We identified the issues that was listed in the opposition. In order to respect and respond to some of the issues, we modified the proposed amendment to include a grandfathering clause. So that grandfathering clause says at this point it will only impact businesses that obtain a business license after June 1st, 2019. So this is a going forward proposed amendment at this point. Ms. Chair, I have no other comments.
Okay, does anybody else have any comments? Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Holloway, what happens in the, let's say a business was grandfathered in, but then the management or ownership of the grandfathered business changes in part or in whole?
They would have to come into compliance with the ordinance.
Okay.
It would be considered a change of ownership.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Sagerblum.
I know there's legislation in Carson City is that, maybe this is a legal question, but would that grandfathering this in somehow impact how that legislation affects it?
I'm going to turn it over to Mary Ann.
We don't have the authority to supersede legislation. If the legislation would provide that they weren't grandfathered in, it would supersede our local ordinance.
Okay. And do we have applications pending that this ordinance will apply to?
We do not at this time.
Okay. I'm just concerned that we're grandfathered in something we maybe, if we just postpone the ordinance till after the legislation, but.
Commissioner Sagerbloom, I brought this issue, and I tried to bring it 2 years ago before we got this far down to it, but what we're seeing is that, and I've met with the current applicant, and they've agreed to go above and beyond with some type of certification. So regardless of whether the state passes, what we didn't want to do is put an alarm system out there that this was okay kind of practice to do within our valley. We wanted to set some regulations so that in the interim, regardless of what happens at the state, that we had some rules in place. So we have seen interest. I think that when I brought this up the first time, there was another company from Texas, not this one, that came to the podium and said, oh, they were interested in doing these type of venues. So we were just trying to protect ourselves in the short run, because we all know that just because the legislature's hearing the bill today doesn't mean it's going to make it on that final day. So
that is the truism of the century, right?
In fact, I'm hoping some of it does, but that's beside the point.
So you said that they have offered to go above. Are they talking about doing Medicare or something like that?
Yes.
Yes,
I
there
think
is
they're
a
actively working
certification.
on their CMS certification. Yes, sir. So this avoids pop-up hospitals going forward. That's what we're hoping to do. That's our purpose.
But the current one said they would go through for certification?
Yes, and they are grandfathered in.
So your question is the current one, and you'll see in the ordinance, and they'll actually testify on the record that they're willing to go to come up to snuff with what we're proposing. But there's a couple different certifications, so they're working towards all of that now.
All right. And this is just, that will be next when we vote on it.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Yep. Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the conditions of having these hospitals or pop-ups or whatever they call themselves go above and beyond the call of duty. The concern that I've had in the past is that we've had individuals go to certain commissioners in their districts, and this is prior to many of the new commissioners coming on now, but just talk about establishing those businesses in those areas. And I'm always constantly reminding this board that you are a board of trustees of a hospital, and that we want to make sure that if they are going to operate, that they operate with the understanding that, you know, there are responsibilities that come with it, and there will be challenging times. And as we look at Medicaid and Medicare and those particular issues there, we've struggled with that over the years, and we're in a place now at UMC that we're okay. We're in a good space right now, but let's be quickly reminded we can always go backwards and find ourselves with that huge deficit that we were faced with at one point. And so not to sit here and want to be such a huge obstacle in the way of those out there that want to go in this particular industry, that's fine. But I also, too, am very cognizant and making sure that we don't give away the baby in the bathwater and put ourselves in harm's way. So, Madam Chair, I just want to put that out there, too. I know you've had meetings with a number of them who have come to you, and I appreciate just the challenges you've put in front of them in terms of making sure that they go above and beyond, that it's not just something that they can come in and cash grab and then send money out of state, but yet we're still sitting here with the carnage of UMC. So, thank you. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Weekly. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to accept the business impact statement.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Weekly has made a motion to accept and approve the business impact statement. Seeing no further discussion, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Chair.
Madam Chair, item 89 is closed door session. We do not have any items for closed door. And item number 90 has been deleted, so we can go to public comment at this point in time.
So this is the second time set aside for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on public comment, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment. And for the commissioners, tomorrow is going to be probably a lengthy meeting, so we will take a break at 11:45 tomorrow for a half an hour, just so you're prepared. Seeing that, we'll go ahead and go into recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.
You're watching Clark County Television.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
This is the story of the life and times of an extraordinary woman named Helen J. Stewart. In 1882, at a time when there was little civilization in southern Nevada, Stewart moved to a desert ranch in the grounds of the old Mormon fort. Through her efforts, this isolated oasis bloomed into what eventually would become the massive metropolitan area we know as Las Vegas. The legacy of Helen J. Stewart is kept alive through her correspondence and photographs, through biographical works, and through Chautauqua-style performances by scholars such as Dr. Linda Miller, Phyllis Weaver, and others to portray Helen and her associates. These combined efforts are now strengthened by the creation of an original statue commemorating the pioneer woman who became known as the First Lady of Las Vegas.
This is a maquette. This is a scale model of what the large sculpture of Helen J. Stewart will look like. She was tough. She meant business. She wasn't just a prissy lady. Even though she dressed beautifully and was a beautiful woman, she also wasn't afraid to do a little hard work, too.
She was the epitome of a pioneer woman. Her life was not a bed of roses. She met everything that came her way, face on, and never let anything deter her. She served right up until the bitter end in community service.
And we think she was one of the great pioneers of Southern Nevada, a woman who lost her husband and carried on and became an entrepreneur and helped to build up this area.
I have a photo of Daisy Ben Smith, who is our great-grandmother, who worked for Mrs. Stewart. And Mrs. Stewart took this picture, and this is one of the baskets that my great-grandmother made.
Now, drawing directly upon her priceless personal letters and other primary historical documents, we present The Life and Times of Helen J. Stewart.
Hello, I'm Delphine Squires, and I'm here to talk about my very good friend, Helen Jane Weiser Stewart. Helen is a remarkable woman who came to the Las Vegas Valley in 1882. After the tragic death of her husband Archibald in 1884, she became the owner-operator of the largest ranch in Lincoln County, Nevada. It was an oasis with a spring-fed creek and meadows in the southern Nevada desert. Many Native Americans came here. It was a resting spot for immigrants and their wagon trains. It's along the old Spanish Trail, later the Mormon Road. It was here that Helen spent most of her adult life.
Welcome to the Las Vegas Rancho. My name is Helen Stewart, and this was my home for over 40 years. This was an oasis in the desert, and many people stopped by here. The water was so important to us here in the desert so that we were able to grow grapes and peaches and figs, and we used the grapes to make wine. We were able then to celebrate holidays here. We brought family together. July 4th celebrations were celebrated here as well. I'm not from Nevada. I was born April 16th, 1854 in Springfield, Illinois. My family passed through the Carson Valley on our way to Galt, California.
Helen attended public schools in Sacramento County and then community college in Woodland, California. Soon enough, a new adventure took over her life. She married Archibald Stewart. Together they headed to southern Nevada.
People wonder how I got here. I came down in a wagon just like the Mormon settlers did. In 1882, I had 3 small children and another one on the way as we traveled from Pioche to take over this Las Vegas rancho after the gases defaulted. Our land became very prosperous. We were able to get riches out of this dirt. People back east couldn't believe what we could grow here in the desert, but it's amazing what you can do with the water. We had alfalfa, grains, fruit, grapes. We were able to sell this to the miners in El Dorado Canyon. We were more prosperous than the gases had been.
The Stewart family was thriving. Now with 4 young children, William, Hira, Tiza, and Eva. A 5th, young Archie, was on the way, and then tragedy struck.
My husband Archibald was murdered at the nearby Kyle Ranch on July 13th, 1884. I received a note from Conrad Kyle, the owner, to send a team and take Mr. Stewart away. He is dead. I took the doors off the house to make a coffin. I read from the Book of Common Prayer for the burial service.
The Pioche Weekly reported the events of the murder. The Lincoln County Grand Jury voted to dismiss the charges due to a lack of evidence. Helen was devastated at the loss of her husband, but with 5 children to raise and a ranch to run, life had to go on. In an unlikely coincidence, a man came into her life bearing the same surname of Stewart.
Frank Stewart arrived from Sandy Valley and worked on the ranch for me. In the summer of 1903, we were married in Los Angeles. I had him sign a prenuptial agreement. He spent a great deal of time in the wine cellar and entertained travelers with wine and wit. Over there through the gates was my house. You know, I raised 5 children in that small house. We were a ranching family, and we got many of the horses from the Gasses, and my 3 boys worked on the ranch here. Unfortunately, it's a very sad place because this is where my youngest son, Archie, was killed when he was home on summer vacation. As a ranching family, I had many duties. Be a banker for prospectors. My father and I kept good records for the farm, and we then sold some of our products to other people. I was appointed the first postmistress in 1893, and I held that position until 1903. This was also the voting precinct. My father and I purchased more land and developed our property until I became one of the largest landowners in Lincoln County. And from that 2,000 acres that we purchased, I sold it to the railroad, and Las Vegas developed from that. I often saw visions of rails and the smoke of trains replacing our fields here in the deserts as church spires came and homes replaced these green fields. I had many friends in the Southern Paiute tribe, and they gave me many of their beautiful baskets.
Helen J. Stewart persuaded the federal government to establish a reservation on her land, ensuring a permanent place for the Paiutes to call home in the heart of Las Vegas. By now, Helen's children were growing up and following their own lives. Her oldest daughter, Tiza, set off on extended travel, sparking a long letter exchange between mother and daughter that has become a treasure trove of Stewart family history.
Well, my daughter has to worry about the cyclones in Kansas, but as for me, give me the desert any day. Hear that? That's one of those newfangled airplanes going through. It's always waking up the baby. I, along with my friend Delphine Squires and other members of the Episcopal Ladies Guild, helped found Christ Church. I was a charter member of the Mesquite Club and its 5th president. In 1916, I was the first woman elected in Clark County to the school board. I was one of the first women to serve on a jury, and it was a murder trial. I was an authority on the history of Nevada. Governor Scrugum named me to his historical committee, and he and federal agents visited me after their finds of a prehistoric race. I also helped organize the Las Vegas Historical Society. My second husband, Frank, died in 1918. At 64, I was alone again in one sense, but I had my family and friends. Some say it is well to let others go when they suffer so, but as for me, give me life as long as the Lord sees fit.
In her later years, Helen was diagnosed with cancer. In January 1924, she went to Los Angeles for treatments. These treatments seemed to arrest the cancer, and she, being a businesswoman, went about improving her properties. However, time caught up with Helen, and she died in March 1926. For her funeral, businesses shut down in her honor, and it seemed as if the entire town turned out to her funeral services to honor this remarkable woman who had come to the Las Vegas Valley before civilization, and it seems she brought civilization with her through her many community efforts as a rancher, a mother, a postmaster, a historian, an educator, and a collector. She was indeed the First Lady of Las Vegas.
Helen J. Stewart was widely mourned at her passing. She had clearly left her mark in Las Vegas.
When Helen J. Stewart made her way here to Las Vegas and settled on this Mormon Fort site, the Southern Paiutes were already here and made contact with her as she became a good friend to them. And she established a school right up the street from the Las Vegas Paiute tribe here off Main. Helen took a much interest in the Southern Paiute basketry and their various art forms and designs. She saw the uniqueness of the talents. She accumulated approximately 600 baskets during her time. A lot are still in existence, which is, has a lot to say for the durability, and this craft is still ongoing today within the Southern Paiute culture.
One of the founders of our club was Helen J. Stewart. She also was the 5th president of the Mesquite Club. These ladies are in costume for a celebration of George Washington's birthday. This lady is Helen J. Stewart, and she suggested that since the mesquite tree provided so much in the way of helping in the life of the Paiute Indians and the pioneers in the area, and that so much of it could be used for different things, that it would be the perfect name for a women's club that wanted to espouse the cultural arts, literature, reading, music, all of the things that the Mesquite Club still endeavors to do.
With the passing of years, her legacy has largely been forgotten. Fortunately, her letters, photographs, and other invaluable documents have found their way into public archives.
On my right is a picture of Helen when she was an older woman, and the fichu that she's wearing, that vest that she's wearing, we acquired from another descendant. And the Benjamin Victor, the sculptor, has used that as a model to sculpt his statue of her. Then, of course, we have the picture of Helen as a much younger woman. I think she was 17. A lot of the material that we've been able to collect to document Helen's life in early Las Vegas makes its way into websites and that sort of thing. But it wouldn't exist in any form at all if we hadn't been able to collect the originals and preserve them, care for them, and have them for people to shoot a picture of and then send around the world in their blog and their website and their emails.
Now Friends of the Fort, with funds from the Las Vegas Centennial Commission, have commemorated her through the creation of a life-size statue by sculptor Benjamin Victor. The process began with a clay maquette displayed in April 2011.
I think it shows her pioneering spirit, what she accomplished, especially being a widowed mother and having to deal with the tough times of her lifetime, and what she became and a peer of the community, and her great accomplishments over the years she was here. Her legacy is very important to the family.
She had a large collection of Paiute baskets, and it's in the statue that's at the base. It looks looks really great, I think.
So this is kind of the stage where I work out the concept. So you can see she's walking forward, she's got her foot stepping out, and one of the interesting things was her intricate dresses. She was really quite the fashion queen and had these beautiful dresses with all of the detail on them. And you can see here, though, that she was also a tough woman. She's got the work shoes on, even though she's got this beautiful dress, because she did run the ranch here that's now downtown Las Vegas. I did some study of what regular work shoes would look like in those days, and that's what I decided to include on the dress. And with all of the research and finding out really the spirit of Helen and all the things that Helen did, because she did a lot and was a very eclectic person, to notice that there's a lot of icons that represent who Helen was. And one of those icons are the Paiute baskets, and the southern Paiute tribes created these beautiful baskets. You'll notice that there's the mesquite bush here. Then you'll see the books, and the different books can represent different parts of her studies. Well, right now what I'm feeling about the piece, you know, when I look at the maquette and when I got to present it here today, because remember, this is the first time I've gotten to present this design to the committee, and it's quite a bit different than what the drawing was. And I'm just really glad that everybody really latched onto it and thought that it showed who Helen was. And so that's gratifying, because now I feel like a lot more confident as I'm working on the full-scale piece to really go with it and put my heart into it. And so now's I guess, where the real work begins.
Then sculptor Ben Victor disappeared to his studios in South Dakota to tackle the process of creating a life-size statue. 6 months later, the work was transferred to the foundry to be cast in the age-old and multi-stepped lost wax tradition.
Welcome to Artworks Foundry in Berkeley, California. We're working on Helen today. We've made the molds, and now we're ready to pour the waxes. Oh, looks good. Now see, here's the problem with this wax, with this type of piece, is the amount of, like, the beads that are on here. See how some of them didn't come through? And so that's where you have to have a really, really good wax chaser on this, because these tiny little beads have to be put back in. Otherwise, you're really noticing metal. And there's a lot of beads on this. So this is like kind of a wax chasing nightmare. But it looks really good. It looks like a good wax pour. The surface looks good on the face. Nothing major. The earring didn't come through, so we'll have to pour those again separate in the mold and then attach them. It's always just minor things like that. You can see after a pour, you can see the seam right here. See where this is what the wax chaser fixes, this seam. That's where the mold fit together. Very minimal, so that's a good thing. So the only real nightmare on this piece is going to be the beadwork, just like on Sarah Winnemucca. Here's some other parts. And so you can see how her basket poured. And this is a prayer book that Helen used, the Episcopal prayer book, to do the eulogy to her husband after he was killed, and buried him from the pages in here. And so I even copied some of the text in there and just wrote it into the clay. And then, of course, some of it I just lined in because it was so tiny. I mean, this is the actual size of the book. It's just this tiny little prayer book. Well, the next stage, after these waxes are all cleaned up and chased, is they'll be sent to the ceramic shell room. Let's go in there and take a look. The waxes that we just saw, when they're done being chased and all of the details are perfected, the piece will be taken in here and dipped in the ceramic shell, coated many times until it's good coat's built up, dried and hardened, and then sent through the kiln and ready for the metal pour. And then after it cools, they'll crack off the ceramic shell. You know, and the cooling, of course, takes quite a while. It's thousands of degrees. To see it cut up for mold is always kind of disheartening. And so then seeing it in this stage, it's like we're reviving her again. Hopefully in the bronze, she'll come back to life. So.
Now we have the bronze sections ready to be assembled into the entire statue. And those welds are going to be chased back or made to disappear, so the whole statue will be finished. Well, we always manage to put it back together to the satisfaction of most of our artists. All of our artists.
I gotta make these, I gotta recreate this texture with, I don't know.
Seeing the piece put together, finally, after all of this work, it's a feeling of relief. You know, watching my creation after it's been cut up and everything, watching it be resurrected here in bronze, it's an exciting and fulfilling time. These are just a few of the many colors that you can get. You can see some of them have like a marbly effect to them, and then others are more of a just flat color. Helen's going to have what they call a French brown, which is liver of sulfur and ferric nitrate. This is a little bit duller, but something similar to that. The piece should be wonderful in December. I'm just excited now about the dedication. After the patina was finished, we loaded her up and headed straight out here to Las Vegas. We're getting ready to get Helen on the crane and get her over to the site where she'll be set permanently, so it's very exciting. Can't wait to get her to the spot and get her set, because this is just a neat moment of culmination of all this work. It's beautiful, and it just turned out perfect too.
Dignitaries, guests, family members of Helen Jane Stewart, I bid you welcome. The Friends of the Fort Nevada State Parks are pleased to host this celebration of the life of Helen Jane Stewart, the First Lady of Las Vegas.
Today I'm playing two roles. I am Dr. Linda Miller, and Phyllis Weaver and I went before the Centennial Commission to get the funding for the statue. But I've also tried to bring her story alive as I have been interpreting her life. And so this program today reflects a little bit of everything that she was influenced by. And so that's how we've picked the speakers today.
All of you, especially the descendants and family of Helen J. Stewart, congratulations on behalf of Governor Brian Sandoval.
It's a beautiful day. There's no wind here. There's a reason. There are winds and were winds in her sails. And from everything I've read, she was a warm and giving lady. And I understand she had a sense of humor. So for Oscar and me, that's especially nice to know that a gentle but forceful woman with a sense of humor who did so much for our community.
Well, this remarkable woman responded to many roles, a wife, a mother, a pioneer, a rancher, an elected official, and a civic leader as well.
And if not for people like Helen J. Stewart, we probably wouldn't be sitting here today. What a remarkable woman.
She paved the way for so many other women who have become leaders here in our state.
Helen Stewart was appointed as the first postmaster of Las Vegas. The best man for the job was a woman.
Helen J. Stewart was one of a kind. Thrust into extraordinary circumstances, not of her own choosing, she became a visionary, a leader, and most of all, a true humanitarian. Las Vegas Paiutes are proud people. Long before any other, Helen J. Stewart understood that and respected that. She was our friend. Thank you.
She felt one of her greatest accomplishments was to have her son serve on the Clark County Commission. He was elected in 1921 and was elected as the chair in 1925.
Helen J. Stewart had a vision, and she
perpetuated her vision through her children, through her life, not only through them, but through all the people she came in contact. She had a vision.
On behalf of all Rotarians in the district, do hereby salute and give thanks to Helen Jane Weiser Stewart and vow not to forget her courage and commitment and sacrifice in the name of peace, economic development, and equity.
At the end of Helen J. Stewart, I would like to thank all of the people that have been involved in making this great event happen.
Thank you. I know everybody's freezing and we've had wonderful, eloquent speakers, so without further ado, I'm just going to unveil the statue and let you all enjoy it.
There have been a lot of settlers here, but Helen J. Stewart was very significant in that. And I think the title First Lady of Las Vegas is very fitting, and to have her grace our little square here is absolutely appropriate. And I'm delighted to think that we have such a great statue and such a prominent individual in the history of Nevada in this square.
Helen J. Stewart now stands life-size in bronze upon the very grounds where she once made her home, serving as an inspiration to all who come before her.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
After October 1st, people started saying, Vegas strong.
But the truth is, I don't always feel strong.
Some days I feel scared.
Alone.
Exhausted.
Overwhelmed.
Hopeless.
Anxious. But I didn't think I needed help.
Because I thought things would get better.
We didn't have physical wounds.
But what happened that night affected all of us.
And it's never too late to get the help you need.
Reach out to the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center to see how they can help you.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
You're watching Clark County Television.
Sit and Be Fit. It's a tone and stretch exercise program designed to strengthen muscles and improve joint flexibility. Not all exercises are suitable for everyone. Consult your doctor before beginning this exercise program. Our instructions and advice are in no way intended as a substitute for medical counseling. Sit and Be Fit is a creation of Marianne Wilson, lecturer, teacher, columnist, and a recognized leader in the field of senior fitness. Along with her ongoing research and background as a registered nurse, Marianne consults with a team of physical therapists and exercise specialists to bring you a fun, effective way to feel better and maintain functional fitness.
Hi, I'm Marianne Wilson. Thank you for joining us. The exercise program you are about to do is effective for any age, but it was specially designed for anyone needing slow, gentle movement. All you need is a chair that touches your back while your feet are flat on the floor. If your back is not touching, put a pillow behind for that necessary back support. If you have your exercise band and towel, put it on the back of your chair. You may substitute a bath or hand towel instead. Now, get ready to sit and be fit. You begin warming up your joints very gently, so sit as tall as you can. Rib cage up, shoulders back. Swing your arm forward and back. Let it just hang. Now roll the shoulder. Now let's try your other side. Swing it forward and back. Keep your body upright. And circle that shoulder. That feels good. Now, get the neck in good alignment and drop your ear to the shoulder. Bring your head slightly forward so you can feel the stretch in a different way. Bring it back to the shoulder, and now lengthen that neck. Make sure it's right there over your shoulders and take a deep breath in. Now lift your shoulder up and relax. Lift and relax. Now this time, lift and reach through your fingertips. Let's try it all on the other side. Start with good body alignment, dropping the ear to the shoulder. Feel the stretch here? Now, slightly forward. Bring the ear up. Lengthen your neck. Take a deep breath in and breathe out. Now, let's lift this shoulder up and relax it. Lift, relax. One more time, and lift and reach. Now, cross your arms. Let's tilt. Can you feel that in your back? That should feel good. Now, lift the elbow up and down. Lift up. Keep going. How's your shoulder feeling today? One more time. Now, place that hand right here on your shoulder, very gently behind that elbow. Turn. Come back. Let the arm drop. Walk to your tricep muscle and turn again. Come back. Let the arm come down. Walk to your shoulder and release the scapula as you turn. Now come back. Just stroke your arm and circle it out. We're going to do that all on the other side. Hold right under here, lifting that elbow up and down slowly, determining how you're feeling today in that shoulder joint. Rest that elbow in the hand. Now, if that felt good, place this hand right here. Pull gently behind your elbow. Come back. Let it down. Walk to your tricep muscle. Now, pull again. Can you feel that? Come back. Let the elbow down. Walk to your shoulder. Now, release that scapula as you turn. Oh, that felt good. Now, stroke your arm, and let's circle it out. Now we're going to sit up as tall as you can, taking a deep breath in, letting the rib cage expand, and slowly breathe out. Now it's a toe, heel. Extend your leg and bend. Toe, heel. Extend and bend. Keep going. Now circle that ankle. And reverse the circle. We're going to do that all on the other leg. Here we go. It's toe, heel, extend and bend. Each of those movements is doing something special in that leg. Now, circle. Let's reverse the circle. Good job. Now sit up as tall as you can. Take a deep breath in and slowly breathe out. Now we're going to speed up the pace, get a little more circulation going through your whole body, and do the tarantella. Let's snap and clap. Keep it going. We'll start with a heel touch. Here we go. Hands are on your hips. Now start moving your shoulders. There we go. Now, one leg and arm, out and in. tall. And change. Out and in. Out and in. Great job. You're doing super. Clap. Do it again. Now, heel touch. Get the footwork first. Now you're going to cross your arms. Swing them side to side, whatever feels comfortable. Get ready to clap. Sit tall. Again. Again. Here's the change. Walk to the side of your chair. Now, cross your leg. Walk. And cross your leg. Walk. Sit tall. Cross. One more time. There you go. Clap. Woo. Again. One more time. Let's snap and clap again. Sit up tall. Take a big breath. We're going to start with the heel touch again. Here we go. Get the footwork first. Now you're going to cross the arms and let the elbows go up and down till you can feel that in your back. Should feel good. Okay, here comes a change. Out, cross that leg. Out and cross. Keep it going. And change. It's out and cross. Out and cross. Sit tall. Tummy's in. Now, you're going to walk to the side with your knees and flip your hands. Let's go to the other side. Sit tall. To this side. Good job. Now to this side. Heel touch. Now you're going to cross the arms once you get the footwork. Take the elbows up and down. Can you feel that? One hand and arm. Out and cross. Out and cross. And change. Hand is out. Sit up tall. Back to that heel touch. Now, cross your arms. Get ready to do something a little bit different. Bring that elbow forward. Feel that in your back? Feels good. Get ready for a calf stretch. Pull those toes back. Extend your other leg. Pull it back. There's that stretch. Let's do it again. Pull back, point and flex. One more time. Pull back, point and flex. Now, circle the arms up. Circle up. Get ready to finish. Cross your leg. Open your arms, and you're finished. That was great. Now, if you find yourself becoming breathless during that routine, don't do the next routine and join us for the following one. But if you were feeling good, cross your arms and sit tall. Here we go. Follow that hand with your eyes. This is external rotation for the shoulder. Now both arms together. And slap. And again. Now, lift the elbow and let it down. Lift. Now, can you lift your hip with that elbow? Good job. Let's try the other side. Lift the elbow. Lift. Now, lift your hip up and down. Now, you're going to take that arm over the chair. Sit tall. Look over that shoulder. Now, present your arm and rotate. Let's try the other side. Hook the arm over the chair. Sit tall. Look over that shoulder. Now, present your arm and rotate. Now, let's walk around. Hands here. Sit tall. Tummy in. Walk in your chair. Get ready to lift. Up and down. Now, point and flex. And change. Lift. Keep your tummy in and your back straight. Point and flex. Okay, let's walk back. Here we go. Take your time. Keep your tummy in and keep breathing. Okay, sit tall and lift. And point and flex. Keep going. Change. Lift. 2, 3, 4. Point and flex. Get ready to walk back. Sit tall. Keep that chest high. Now get ready for that shin walk. Here we go. Up and down. Up and down. Lift your foot 4 times. Lift and down. Lift again. Let's change legs. Lift up and down. Lift and down. Lift your foot 4 times. Again. Lift and down. Lift and down. Okay, let's rock. Forward and back. Tap that front foot. Change. Forward and back. Tap. Now, sit tall. Cross the leg, take a breath, circle that arm, and you're finished. Super job. It's time to pay special attention to the finger joints. Remember, if you have arthritis, pace the number of repetitions that you do and stay in your comfort range. You'll need your towel folded lengthwise for this next routine. Place it across your lap and let's get ready to stroke your hand. Now the palm, now each finger. Stroke the hand and each finger. Now, you're going to rub the thumbs with each finger 4 times. Now, tap 4 times with straight fingers. Circle 4. Now the next finger, rub 4 times, up and down. Now touch. Circle. Let's do the next finger. This is for sensory awareness. Touch and circle for flexibility. Little finger, rub. It's getting a little harder, isn't it? Touch and circle. Now here comes a change. Place the thumbs together, fingers. Now give a little press. Again, press and release. Now plant those thumbs right here. You're going to turn the hands up and down. Keep going. Can you feel that in your forearm? Now you're going to make a fist. Turn it down and up. This is supination and pronation. Now here's a change. Lift one wrist and drop the other. You're almost ready to take that towel and pull it side to side. I want you to pull. Now we're going to do it to the side. Up and down. Pull up, pull down. Now take it up. Pull across. Pull each way and breathe. Now to this side. Pull, pull down, pull up. Now take the towel here. Sit tall. Take it up, overhead. Feel that in your back? Now if that felt good, let's come back. And you are finished. That was great. It's time to cool down and stretch. I've taken off my shoes because it's going to be much nicer to do it that way. You'll also need your towel. Put it across your lap. Now, sit tall. Touch your hips. Now lift that rib cage up, away from your waist. Bring your shoulders back. Chin is in good alignment, and pull that string up from your chest and down. Now inhale as you lift the shoulder, and exhale. Inhale as you lift, hold it, and exhale, relax. Inhale, and exhale. One more time. Inhale and exhale. Now, roll the shoulder slowly forward, feeling that stretch. Lift it up, pull it back, relax it, push away, and turn the head to the side. Let's do it all on the other side. Roll your shoulder forward, lift it up, pull it back, relax, push that hand away, look to the other side. Can you feel that stretch in your neck? Now roll the shoulders back and squeeze. One more time. Roll the shoulders back and squeeze those shoulder blades. Now point forward and take that hand around. Follow with your eyes, with your neck in good alignment. Now bring that arm back. Rest it here. Pull right behind your elbow. Get a nice stretch. Release it. Walk to your tricep muscle and stretch. Walk to your shoulder. Now release the scapula. And bring that arm down. Now lift that elbow. Bring it all the way up. Does that feel good? Let's take it all the way. Lengthen your body and stretch side to side. Good job. Let that arm down. Circle out that shoulder. We're going to do it all on the other side. Point. Follow that finger all the way to the back as far as you can go. Now bring it back slowly. Place that hand here. Pull gently behind your elbow. Now walk to your tricep muscle. Gentle pull. Feel the stretch. Now walk to the shoulder and release your scapula. And come forward. Now place that hand on the shoulder. Lift it up. Does that feel good? If it does, let's go all the way. Pull to this side, nice stretch. Stretch to this side. Now bring that arm down, roll both shoulders and relax them. Now you're going to push forward all the way up and to the side. Bring it down and push and to the side. Now, you're going to push your hands into the chair and lengthen your spine and release. Let's do it again. Push and lengthen. Now, cross your leg, pull the leg to this side, get a nice stretch all through the hip and lower back, and look over the shoulder. And let's change. Cross the leg, pull the knee to this side, look over the shoulder, lengthen your spine, and release it. Now squeeze the buttocks, and release. Squeeze again, and release. Now cross the legs, sit up tall, lift this hip, and this hip, and this. Tighten up your tummy muscles. Okay, now uncross the leg. Let's outline the foot. And reverse that. Let's change. Outline the whole foot on the floor. And then reverse the circle. Now you're going to press the toes down into the floor. And now, lift them up and spread them apart. Press down and lift them up. Spread apart. Let's do it again. One more time. Good job. Now sit tall. You're going to circle the ankle. Reverse the circle. Let's change legs. Make a big circle with your toes. Reverse the circle. Take your time, there's no hurry. Now, bring your feet together, sit up tall, take a deep breath in and out. Now, let's lift the leg up and down. Can you feel that stretch in your lower back? And your hamstring group of muscles. Cross the leg. Pull that knee. Look over the shoulder, lengthen your spine, and come back. Uncross your leg. Let's lift. It's up and down. Up and down. Let the arms do the work. Relax your leg, relax your hips. Now this time, lift and cross. Pull that knee toward your opposite shoulder and look over that shoulder. And look centered. Uncross the leg. You're going to come forward in your chair. Rest your heel on the floor. Pull your toes up. Lengthen your body. Bend from your hip forward. Easy. Hold that chair. Can you feel that stretch? Take a breath. Now breathe out and stretch again. You can feel it all the way up the back of your leg. And let's change. Rest the heel. Pull up on the toes. Lean forward. Hold that chair. Keep your chin up. And again, deep breath. Lean forward. You can feel it all the way up the back of your leg. Now come to the back of your chair. Press your back into the chair. Pull the abdominals tight and release. Now place your leg, your foot right here. You're going to help your leg up with a towel, then extend slowly to a nice calf stretch and release. Let's do it again. Extend and again. That should feel good. Now don't go too high. Easy. Lift up and extend slowly. And again. Nice stretch. One more. Great job. Let the towel down. Take a deep breath in. And slowly breathe out. Place your towel on the back of your chair and let's relax. As we move toward this time to relax together, set aside all your concerns and allow yourself to be drawn to this special place of beauty and peace. Feel the temperature of the air. Experience the morning light beginning to warm your heart. Take a deep breath in and slowly breathe out. Experience the morning mist as it hovers over the trees like angel wings. As you begin to turn gently inward, imagine your heart opening just like a flower. And once it's fully opened, allow it to be bathed by the shimmering waterfall. Let it wash away any feelings you want to release. Take a deeper, cleansing breath and slowly breathe out and let go. Now open your heart more fully to all the love around you. Open your heart to the people that make you happy. Look into the faces of the people you see every day, people to talk with, to listen to, reaching out with a loving hand. Open your heart to all the love in your life already. And as we return to this room, these timeless moments may fade from your awareness, but know that like a sunset, they can always radiate within your heart and return again. Only you can determine how full or empty your heart will be. Roll your shoulders back Keep that light in your heart and keep reaching out with me for a better day.
For your free copy of the Sit and Be Fit newsletter and information on video and audio tapes, including specialty videos for chronic conditions such as arthritis, please write Sit and Be Fit, P.O. Box 8033, Spokane, Washington, 99203, or call 509-448-9438, or visit our website at sitandbefit.com.
I'm Clark County Fire Chief Greg Castle. 7 people die every day in a home fire. To help save lives, the Red Cross and local groups are installing free smoke alarms and developing family escape plans in high-risk neighborhoods. Please volunteer at the Sound the Alarm event to help us install hundreds of smoke alarms this spring. Find out more at soundthealarm.org/Nevada, and for a free smoke alarm installation and evacuation plan, please call 702-697-1707.
When a family is in a time of crisis, you can help by fostering a child. If you are ready to make this commitment, call 455-0181 for more information. Become a foster parent.
McCarran International Airport has a new system that makes paying for parking faster and more convenient. It's called Express Exit. The process is simple. Get a ticket, then choose your parking space and enjoy your trip. Just remember to take your Express Exit ticket with you and keep it in a safe place. When you return from your trip, Express Exit makes getting out of the parking lot fast and easy. If you got an Express Exit ticket when you entered, you have 2 options. For the most convenient way, use a pay station to pay before you get in your car. All you need is your Express Exit ticket. The machines will guide you through the process step by step. Choose a language and complete your transaction with cash or credit card. If you need assistance with the Express Exit pay station, simply pick up the courtesy phone. If you forgot to use a pay station, you can still pay at the parking lot exit. With your Express Exit ticket and your credit card, you can use a self-service Express Exit lane. If you're paying with cash, you'll need to see a friendly parking booth attendant. But remember, the quickest way is to use a pay station. Just don't leave your ticket in your car. Express Exit is now available at all airport parking areas except valet. Express Exit. Park, pay, and drive away. For more information, log on to McCarran.com or call 702-261-5122.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Hi, I'm Judy Shepard-Missett, founder and CEO of Jazzercise, and welcome to Jazz Cardio Strength Stretch. Today, we'll be working out with other certified Jazzercise instructors. Shanna Missett-Nelson, Jazzercise Executive Vice President. Young McCarthy, Rich Mundy, and Sherry Van Lyten. So if you're ready, we are too, so let's go. When lunging, Make sure that you lunge with your knees directly over your ankles and your shoelaces and toes. The same thing applies when you do a plie. Whether your toes are forward, the knees move forward, or turned out, the knees right over those ankles and shoelaces. Okay, let's do a little lunging here. Remember, I said to put your knees over your shoelaces, right over your toes. Warming up that major muscles now. Push, plie, and push, and push, and push. Keep it going. Again, legs and arms warming up those major muscles. Yep, here we go. Now the head leans and leans, center, leans, center. Lean down, look to the right, to the left, look, center, and look. Yeah, look, and look. Let's do it again. And over, center, over, center, over. Now to the shoulders. Go, shoulders, and shoulders, and shoulders, and back to the lunge for 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and plie, and push. So, how is everybody today? Looking good? Feeling good? Let's do it again with 8, 7, and yeah. Go, 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 and push, and push. You look good out there. Keep moving. We're going to do this one more set. 1, 2, 1, 2. Keep that center. Tight abs. And push. Major muscles warming up. Yeah. Again. Now let's do the ribs. Side to side. Side to side. Gorgeous. Okay, let's open and close. Out, in. Out. Just use those ribs, not your arms, okay? And side to side again. Side, 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 side. Yeah, yeah. Come on. I know it's a little harder right through the center of the body, that rib cage, but you can do it. Again, side, side. By the way, my name's Judy, and I say, how are you doing today? And open, close, in, out, in, out, in. Let's go back to the lunge. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, it's a quick warm-up. But that's the way I like to start things off, don't you? Just get it going. Yeah. Let's do it again. And over, 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 over. This is our last set. And push, and push, and push. And how about those hips? Let's move them. Right, left, right, left. Up, butt up, butt up. Now the pelvis goes front and back. Hinge from the waistline and the hip line. Okay, should we do it again? Let's go. And 1, 2, 3, and 4, and tilt it going up, coming back, going up, coming back, up, back, up. Now feet together. Flatten that back. We keep your knees soft. Stretch the upper body and the hamstrings. Now reverse it. Tilt for the quads and right through the back. And take a breath and lift it up. Fantastic.
Okay, get those knees shaking for me, and we're going with a skip. If you want that light option, you've got Judy over here for you. So anytime you need it, she's there for you. My name is Young, by the way. We're going to get you moving. 4 chassés to the right. Now face the left wall. Go to the right again. So we do 4 chassés each way, but you got to turn your body. So it's front, then 4. Okay, now you got to listen up. You're going to turn and face the right wall. Go. 4. Now to the front. Good. To the right. And to the front. Do it again. Turn it. And front. How about one more? Get ready to move. 4 skips coming up now. I want you to think core. Reach it. Now take it back. Pull the knees up. Reach it out. Out. Pull it in. Out. Pull it in. So you got to lean your body back a bit. And think about your core pulling you right back up. Back. Pull. Back. Pull. Coming up. And again, don't forget that light version. You've got Judy over here. It's down. Reach. And reach. Shoot again. Take it back. Good. Right back. Lift it up. Nice and tall. Come on. You got to utilize those legs. Pull up. Pull up. And out. Pull it in. Out. Pull it in. And reach it. Good. Heart rate should be pumping by now. How about one more? Here it is. Face front, chasse. 4. Now face the left. To the front. And face left. So make sure you literally got to turn your body right to that wall. And front. And turn now. Turn to the right. Here we go. To the front. Good. Using those arms too. Come on. Swing it out. Pump it out. You only get out of it what you put into it, so it's up to you. And turn it to the front. All right, skip it forward. Go. And reach it. Good. Taking it back. She says you're my number one. So if you're doing this for yourself, you're making yourself number one, and that's a good thing. Reach it. Do it again. Come on. Pull up. Reach it out. Out. Pull the abs. Pull the abs. When you're dancing around, you are always working those core muscles. It's out. One more. Woo, let's move it. Chasse, go. Face that. Out. To the front. Face it. Do it again. It's a little brain work too, but that's good for you. And over. Ready? Face the right. Let's go. And to the front. Face it. To the front. Pump it. Come on. Arms pulling back. One more. We're going to go. Skip it on up. Let's go. And reach it. Back. Pull. So you should start to feel those abs working too. And again. Right up. And reach it. Back. Pull. And pull. Take a big deep breath. That'll help too. Right up. And reach it. Back. Pull. And pull. Oh, come on, we can do it. We're almost there. You got it. Last one back. And reach it. Left arm down. Hold it. Perfect.
Okay, let's bend the knees and do a plie. Use those major muscles. That's what this routine is all about. Low impact, but lots of heavy breathing on it because you're using those big leg muscles. Okay, 2 hip lifts, 2 leg extensions. Hip, hip, extension. Now bend that supporting leg. Right there, right there. Now plie, 2 to the right. And 2 to the left. Pump it. You got to get that down up movement going. Down up, down up. There you go. Okay, to the angle. Move the coffee table so you can kind of dance around the room. Right angle back. Hey. Up. And again, side to side. Let's go. 2. And 2. Now the feet are sort of turned out. It's your natural turnout. Whatever works for you, okay? You got me going. Hip and extension. Look what you're doing to me. Lift. If you're breathing heavy, well then so are we, right? Keep it going. Now notice Shanna right here. She's doing the low impact, but really the lighter version, because the whole thing is really low impact. Are you ready? Let's go. Plie. Up and out. Get those heels together, guys. Use those gorgeous legs of yours. And move in. Yeah. Right angle up. Go. And back. Woo! Okay, let's take that right angle back. You got me going, baby. Side to side. Again, if you want a less strenuous version, follow Shanna. She's got it wired. Again. You got me going. Hip lift. Let's do it. Hup. Extension. Lift. Extension. Bend that supporting leg. How you doing, Rich and Shanna? Good. Keep going. Oh yeah. Lift. Lift. abduct, abduct, hip, hip, abduct. Oh yeah. 2 hips and hold it. Fantastic.
A great move to get your core engaged and your heart pumping is the side touch with a plie. You want to keep your knees bent, tighten your core, and keep your back straight. Touch it out to the side and let your legs do all the work. You'll feel it in no time. All right, bend those knees and listen for the beat. Tap it out right and left. Always keep your support knee bent. My name's Rich, and Shanna will show you the low-intensity, light version of this routine. And again, now do a double touch right with a jump in the middle. Now 4, stay low, singles. Got to tip over from your hips, guys. Now double, 1 jump, 1 jump, now 4. Really engage your core, keep that back flat. Now 2, and jump, and jump. Now 4, is that knee still bent? Do it again, 2, hop, and 4. Now let's try a nude move, jazz square. Cross it over with a little skip. Keeping those hips nice and square to the front. Now jump together and left. Good, nice energetic skips. Pull up on those knees. 1 jump and right. You're looking good. This is intense, so keep it up. 1 jump and left. 1 more. All right, back to those double touches. Stay low. 1 jump. Now nice and low, single. How are your legs feeling? Double, jump, and jump. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Go again. Now on the jump, be sure to bend your knees for good shock absorption on that body. Let those muscles absorb the impact. And single. Here we go, jazz square. Cross it over, nice and square to the front. Are you ready? Jump, left. And again with a jump to the right. Remember, if you get a little tired, if you need to slow down, follow Shanna. 1 jump, whoop, left. I bet your heart's pumping now. Here we go, back to the touches. 2, and jump. Stay low. Really working those quadriceps. And 2, and jump. Low, low. Do it again. So are you freeing your mind? Can you feel that energy moving through your body? Feeling better each time you work out? And again, this is the long section. Hop. And low. You're going to know you've worked those legs when we're done with this one. And low. Here it is, jazz square. Nice. And to the left side. Looking good. Keep going, gang. Right foot. Woo. And jump. Left, left. Heart's pumping, calories are burning. How are you feeling? And again. Well, if you feel as good as you look, you're doing great. 1 more. To the left. All right, let's wrap it up. And touch it, 4, and left, and hold it there. All right, can you hear that music coming up? Find that beat, give me a big skip. I'm Rich, and I'm going to be pumping your heart rate through this routine. And be sure to watch Cherry for the light version. Toe ball heel, lift up on those knees. Looking good, guys. Now, big plie, hopping plie, out and in. Tighten those core muscles. Be sure to stand up twice. Now back to those little skips. You're working now. Now 4 skips forward, then a big hopping plie out and in. 4 back and a hop, out and in. 4 up. So be sure to really tighten your core muscles and sit down twice, guys. It's down, up, up. Good. And out and back. You should be working pretty hard and sweating a lot. Feels really good to be moving, doesn't it? One more. Now 2 hop heels to the right. A little step touch and left. Step touch. Think about all your energy right from your core. Keep those elbows bent. Yeah. And again. Left side up. Lift up on that knee and flex your foot. Great. One more. That's it. Skip it on down. Big hop out. Plie. Left, down, up. And out. It's okay to put your hands on your knees for a little support. And back. Tight abdominals. Pull them in. Flat back. Are you breathing hard? Press. Press. One more, gang. That's it. 2 hop heels to the right. Step touch. And left. Step touch. Nice. Don't forget to take lots of deep breaths. Get lots of oxygen into those muscles. Step touch. And left. 2 more. Last one. Skip it forward. Hopping plie. Out. In. And hop. Again. One more. How are you feeling? You look great. Keep it up. And back. Don't forget to lift those knees. Lots of energy in the skips. Take it to the right. And left. Are you breathing hard? I think we are too. Right, Cherry? Again, guys. Hop touch. And left. And again. That's it, come on down. Big hopping plie. So do you want to be free from boring exercise? Just stick with us. Out and in. Press and press. And back. Let's do one more up. And back. And hold it there.
With a really muscle-intensive movement in a no-turnout position right here, we're going to do a grand plie with a hip release. So you actually come down and the hips release back, and you want to think about the heels gripping right into the floor. So if you were to pulse, you shouldn't feel any weight in your toes, just right in those heels pulling right in. Okay, this section here, we're going to work those muscles. You've got Shan over here with the tube, which you can use, but you also got the chair version with the weights. So if you can pull up a chair from your kitchen, use that too. So I want you to take it down low, pull those weights in nice and close to you, right to the shoulders, and just give me a little pulse right here. And my name is Young, by the way. We're going to get those muscles working really hard for you. It's down and push. Pulling down right through the heels. Good, now I want you to try a single this time. So you take it down for one, push it up. Overhead press, it's like you're kind of pushing the wall up. Good, and again, pull and push. Pull, push. You get one more on each side. Now I want you to bring it in, and I want you to abduct this leg right here to the right. So you're actually going to kind of hold that contraction as you're doing that abduction to the side. If you need it, you can kind of do a little tap down. Or chair version's great for some extra support. And now, utilize that core. Tighten up. You want to lift tall. Make sure we're not leaning to the side. It's out. push. Press that leg right from the outside. Okay, from the beginning, plie down, push right arm up. I believe, do it again. Pull it, push, come on. Weight in the heels, and I want you to think like you're pushing that wall right up. Push. Now this time, we're gonna pulse down for 3, and then you're gonna push the last one up. So the idea is to really stay low, hold it, and push. Pull, 2, 3. Good, one more. Now we have that left leg. Good, bring it in nice and easy, and you're gonna pulse it out right there. Push. So it's a bit more challenging if you try to hold that leg up as you do that abduction. Tapping down is a great option too. And out, but you gotta use your core muscles to stabilize. It's out. And I tell you, actually, all the variations really work well. It's out. Push, push. Pressing against it. You better believe we're gonna change. Here it is, take it down, single. And up, pull, push. Gripping through the heels, now push through those heels as you come up too. Pull, push, pull, press. Now if you don't have weights at home, you can always use some water bottles, or you got cans in the cupboard, use those too. Whatever it is, it'll work. And pull, push, pull, push. All right, now let's go both arms this time, all the way up. Pull it, push it. There it is, good. Use your breathing, don't hold your breath. And pull, push, pull it, press it. Good, keep going. I believe we're still working up a sweat. You think? Oh yes. Down, push. Muscles are working hard. So we're gonna change the muscle up a little bit. Bring it on down easy. Then we're gonna go biceps right here. So you're gonna keep that plie going. Hammer it right up. Think about initiating the muscle to move that arm. So those biceps. Pull up, push down. Okay, so we've been moving those legs the whole time. So your legs should be really tired. And that's okay, that's good. It's up, pull, push, pull. Now turn it to the front and we're pulse. 3, 2, 1, extend. Pulse, 2, 3. So it's a little bit harder. You're staying low, holding that contraction. Push up, extend. I believe we are close to the end. We can do it. We've made it this far. Pull, 2, and again, come on, push those hips back, weight in the heels, and you gotta use those abs. Pull, 2, 3, down, pull, 2, 3. We got it, how about one more? 2, 3, and hold it. Good job.
Okay, last routine. We're going to do a little more muscle work, a little abdominal work, and a little stretch, and you're home free. Or maybe you're already home. Who knows? Okay, ready? Bring that right one up, and just extend it. Up, in. Push with the deltoid. Lift. Hold the weight like a torch. Keep it going. Lift, and lift, and lift. And let's do the other side. Going up and in. Push and in, push and in, push and in. Keep it going. Push like a torch, like the Statue of Liberty. Now the right side with the leg. In, extend, bend, extend. Straight forward. Think about the core muscles stabilizing you. The delts are working, the legs are working. Other side, it's out, and in. Out and in. Out, straight forward. Whoop. Yeah. Hup and hup. And now in the middle, bicep, contract the abs. That means you've got to round your spine just a little bit and pull in the belly button right to your spine. One more. Let's go with that leg extension again. Out, in, out, in, out, in. Out now, straight forward. Push, bend. Core muscles working. Balance, balance, balance. The other side going out, in, out, in, out, in, out, straight, forward, and it's up. Hold that weight like a torch. One more. Feet together, and it's bicep abs. Hup, and contract. Contract. Pull in those abs very tightly. It's a very minimal move, but it's effective. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Tight, tight. One more. Hold it. Put the weights down. Stretch it up. Oh, big stretch. Now bring it over to the side. Stretch along the left side. And bring it back up. Stretch from the toes to the fingertips. And take it over to the left. Stretch along the right side. And bring it right out here. Reach for all you're worth. Take it up again. Big stretch. Oh, yeah. Toes to fingertips. To the right. Now, don't forget to breathe while you're doing this. And bring it back to the center. Reach, stretch, stretch, stretch. And to the left. Now, I hope you utilize Shanna or Rich if you want something a little different. Now, reach it out. Okay, let's do a little stretch for the hip. Right knee in, balance. And put that right foot back and tilt. Stretch that quadricep. And bring it back center. How about the left side? Bring it in. Balance, stretch that hip. And take it back and tilt it. Oh, yeah. Hold that lovely stretch. And bring it back center and reach it up. And you did it. Good job. Have a great day.
When I was 15, I became homeless because my mom was battling an addiction.
My dad was very abusive.
My dad was kind of intolerable.
I was taken away at age 2.
Homeless at the age of 14.
My mom was a meth addict. She couldn't take care of me.
Drugs and different men in her life were more important than my well-being.
Drugs, prostitution.
A lot of days I went hungry.
Some nights I would just be so emotionally torn up that I would just
You're
walk.
so alone. There's no one
You
there.
don't know if you're going to have food to eat.
Felt unsafe.
It's hopeless. Everything you do is hopeless.
You don't know what's going to happen next.
How am I going to eat today?
It was never a choice. It was just how it happened.
Hello, I'm Michael Naft. Outreach and constituent services are among my top priorities as your representative for District A on the Clark County Commission. Several state legislators are joining me in hosting a series of informal meetings with residents to hear your concerns, provide information, and discuss possible solutions. For more information, please visit clarkcountynv.gov or call me at 702-455-3500.
It's unique, it's special, and it's beautiful. Let's all keep it that way, for everyone, forever. Stay on the trails, respect, protect, and enjoy our desert.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
At the risk of all the guys running for the nearest lumber yard, today's show is about salads. Don't go anywhere. I think you're gonna like it. It's gonna be delicious. I'm out of paper towel. Look at that. You can make it. Who doesn't want that? Oh. From these dirty, messy corn husk things, we're making a roasted corn salad. Love it. So delicious. It really is. It's so delicious. I mean, look at, in this state, they really are dirty looking. The way to start this easier is to use the roasted corn from the night before. But if you don't have that, just peel away, baby. And now all they get is put on a plate. And we're going to give them a little brush with some olive oil on the grill. Our corn goes on, and it just gets a little paint with the olive oil. It'll just help with the coloring a little bit, keep it a little bit moist. That's it. Keep your eye on it. Let it brown all the way around. When it's good and brown, we take it off. Did I tell you? Nice and brown all the way around? That's what you want. These guys are going inside. We'll let them cool. We finish our salad. While that's cooling, we're going to cut a little red pepper because it's pretty. It'd be beautiful in with that corn and give a little crunch. So the red pepper's cut. I'll grab a little cilantro. Cut this up nice. I suppose if you're really opposed to cilantro, you could use parsley. You want the green, you really want the flavor of the cilantro, but who am I to tell you what to do? Well, only Sam the cooking guy. I think it would hurt you to try something my way, fully, start to finish. All right, let's put these guys in. Red pepper in. Cilantro in. I want to cut the corn here, so I need to just give it a little wipe. And now we're just cutting the corn. And now we're just cutting the kernels off. All the way down like that. Talk about beautiful. The bright yellow, the dark brown, the crispy pieces, the soft pieces. This is all killer. You know, my grandma Jenny had dentures and she had issues eating corn on the cob. So she would take her knife and she would cut all the way down the center of the rows. So when she took a bite of it, just the softer inside came out and not the kernel outside. Didn't mess up her teeth things. And now we want to give it a little red onion. I think so. Little red onion never hurt anybody. Isn't that so? Just a nice little amount. Okay, ready for the rest? Let's finish this guy off. Little cayenne. Not a ton. You know, you got to be careful here. Man, you can't be going crazy with the cayenne. A little. That's a little. It's like an eighth. Eighth of a teaspoon or something. And then a big crazy lime. We're gonna go juice of half of this guy. The big half. A little bit of olive oil. A little kosher salt. We mix. Hang on. Hear that? Yeah. Talk about flavors coming through nice. Now you see what you haven't done is you haven't gone and put so much stuff on there that you don't taste any of it. You're supposed to taste this the way God intended. Like that. Beautiful natural flavors. It's a corn salad. Try and taste the corn. If you go and pollute it with a whole bunch of stuff on top, you're never going to taste the stuff. Oh yeah. Who's the man now? We're going to take a taste though. Right from the top. Come on. Just a tiny little, the cayenne underneath. Perfect amount if I say so myself. Oh my gosh, is that good. That's the way to start. What's coming up next? Let's put it this way. It starts with G and it ends with reek. Get it? I'm all ready to talk about salad number 2, but I've just been informed that I've got a few hairs out of place. These ones right here. See them? Sticking out? That's better. Salad number 2 is a favorite of mine. Salad number 2 is from Greece. It's kind of like the dating game. Salad number 2 comes from Greece, enjoys tomatoes, cucumbers, and red wine vinegar. Clearly there's times when I absolutely entertain myself. I don't need anybody else here. Just me. And now the stuff for our little Greek salad. Cucumber. We're going mini tomatoes in these guys. Mini. I forgot the feta. I forgot the feta. When do I take everything out? Red wine vinegar, olive oil, oregano. I think that's it. I think that's it. Let's begin. Just whack the ends off. See, I don't need the ends. Those are not important to my work here today. Now, what are you going to do? You can cut these sides off, but you know what my mom used to do? My mom used to take a fork and a cucumber and she would do this. Well, that didn't work. And then she would cut it, don't like that one, and it would make sort of fairly decorative ends. I know it looks a bit messy. But I like that. Let's do what Mother Cooking Guy would do with these. It is cool looking, isn't it? And now we'll take our little tomatoes, and you know, I like to mix it up. I like a little yellow when they're in season. They look nice, huh? That's a lot. And we're just gonna go okay, I do not have to make that noise every time I cut. You know, we talked about my mom. We'll talk about my dad. That was my dad's noise for all kinds of things. That meant, like, come here. It could also mean, that's not the kind of behavior I expect. You better get up to the stairs to your room and be prepared to get a spank. Yeah, I forgot something. Red onion. How could I forget red onion? You're thinking, Sam, you love red onion. Yeah, I do. It's just not easy. I've got a lot to keep in my head. I've got this, I've got the other things we're making, I got the camera to worry about, my positioning, the lights, my microphone working. It's not easy. I'm not complaining. I'm just telling you, it's not as easy as it looks. I'm not saying I'm really talented. I'm just saying it's not as easy as it looks. Stems, though. So do it without the stems. Little dressing. For that, it consists of olive oil, red wine vinegar, that's nice, some oregano, I like a little pepper over the top. I won't add it now. We're there. We're there. This is done. Don't add it all. You can always add more. Taking dressing off is very difficult. A little in. Check out that. Summertime and the living is easy. Little pepper. Little onion, little tomato. Little feta. Wow. You grill a little focaccia bread or get some sourdough or something kind of hearty. Give it a little olive oil wipe, throw it on the barbecue. Doesn't really need anything else. Bring that out. Bunch of that with this. Some ouzo. Okay, maybe not everybody likes ouzo, but wow. Don't go out for Greek salad when you can make it this pretty. It's unbelievable. Stay right where you are. I'm making a steak salad. Really easy. I mean, easier than this when we come back. You know, I say something's my favorite a lot, but I really do. I have a lot of favorites, and that's okay. A lot of different categories. Simple steak salad. Yeah, that's right there. It's right up there with, you know, potato chip and tomato sandwiches and corn dogs and all that stuff. Simple little steak, right? Simple little steak, simple little salt and pepper mixture. We're gonna season this. Can't go wrong with a well-seasoned piece of meat. You can't. In the time it takes this to cook, which is not very long, we'll build our salad. They say if you can hold your hand over the grills, but that far away for more than 3 seconds, your grill's not hot enough. Let's try it. 1001, 1002. It's ready. Cook, cook, cook. It's not very big, maybe 4.5, 5 minutes aside. Make our salad. We grab a bowl. Oh, look, the butterfly bowl. We grab some salad. And you know what? I love this stuff. It's easy to keep. It's easy to keep. It's easy to use. It's all washed. It's ready to go. There's no peeling, ripping, none of that stuff. We'll grab a nice tomato. Cut this guy just into some nice wedges. You know, sometimes I take seeds out for certain things that I'm making. No, not today. Today I want these big, beautiful seeds. I want these things juicy. I want it looking nice. We're almost there. You know, there's all kinds of stuff you can put into this. I like it kind of simple. And now I'm using a little Italian dressing. Don't have to make your own. Don't feel obligated about that. I mean, think about it. Thought I was out of tongs for a second. Never out of tongs. Think about it. You're already grilling a steak to put on this. You're mixing the whole thing together. Why do you have to, you know, start with your own dressing from scratch? Use your favorite. We get a plate. Salad on here. Okay. You good with that so far? I'm good with that so far. I think our steak's ready. Let's get it. And there you have it. Done. Okay, so you need to let your steak sit for, you know, 5 minutes or so to let all the juices work their way back into it. If you cut it right now, the juices are going to come out and, you know, won't be quite as flavorful and moist inside as it should be. But I can't wait. Let's pretend 5 minutes have gone by. And we're back. It's been 5 minutes. All right, let's cut this nice and thin on an angle so it's beautiful. That's how I like it. Now, you scooch all this up, you stick it right on top. Like that. One of the reasons I like to do it while it's still warm is because we're going to add my favorite topping to steak ever, And also is great with salad. Crumbled blue cheese. Oh. You get a little bite of that blue cheese with the steak and the salad underneath. You're living large, baby. Oh, fresh ground pepper. Never hurt anybody. And now a bite. Blue cheese. A little steak. A little salad. There's a Carl's Jr. commercial on TV where the guy goes, "Don't bother me, I'm eating. Don't bother me, I'm eating." And it's really good. I meant it. Cool little commercial. Come back, I'll make something really good, I promise. But right now, I'm busy. What would a summer salad show be without a fruit salad? Now come on, fruit salad, I know, but we're gonna do two things with it. I'm gonna give you option A, option B. I think you're gonna dig it. You know, I was thinking just do these guys, the berries. And then I thought, no, a little bit of this is good. It's color, it's different texture. Grab your old antique butterfly bowl. Put everything in. I ate a raspberry, and I shut my eyes on it back at my grandma and grandpa's house. Little kid growing up, because they had raspberry bushes. Oh man. You know, my grandmother used to fake my grandfather out for the food that she'd make him. He wasn't supposed to have butter, so she'd buy margarine and put it in butter containers. He never knew. Never knew. Poor guy. He died happy though. So we want a little bit of everything. So we'll start with some black plum. And I intentionally chose black plum because of the color, because it's nice. And when I'm making these for a fruit salad, I don't cut big pieces. I think they should almost be able to be one biters, you know? Okay? Plum. Apricot. Look at that. It's a donut peach. It's totally cool looking. Donut, because it's all squashed. It's not big and round. Look how sweet that is. See the color? These guys, the berries need a little rinse. But you gotta rinse them like right at the last minute. If you rinse them too far in advance, you'll be sorry. They'll get all mushy on you, and you don't want mushy berries. And you know that I like to dry my berries a little bit. I don't want the water going in the fruit salad. It's not necessary. Our dry berries go in with our dry stone fruit. I want a little lemon on these. Flavor. Just a little bit. Give it a nice, gentle little toss. So you can see, that's pretty cute. That's pretty nice looking already, right? Now let me show you what we're gonna do with this. We need 2 glasses. One, we just fill up with a little fruit. Same thing with the other one. Different glasses, same fruit, and here we go. One of them, you bust out an inexpensive bottle of champagne. That goes in this glass. Let that sit for a second. And now this guy, we grab sour cream. And on top of that, you know these little sugar in the raw things that you see in restaurants? Well, the next time you're in one, grab an extra pack or 2. Because we're gonna take this and give it this. And I'm telling you, the sweet fruit, the sweet sugar, mixed with the tart sour of the cream. First one, little fruit, couple berries, little champagne. That's beautiful. Oh my. Look at that guy. Oh, sure, you could do that with whipping cream, but that'd be obvious, wouldn't it? That is not obvious. And what's going on in my mouth? The sweet, the sour, the sugar. I'm Sam the cooking guy. I love eating this stuff. I'll see you next time. For the recipes we made in today's show, check the website, ctn.org. Muy bien. Muy bien. Muy bien. Muy bueno. I don't know what I'm saying. Butterfly bowl. I ate a raspberry. I shut my eyes and I'm back at my grandma and grandpa's house. Little kid growing up because they had raspberry bushes.
Don't press your luck. Steer clear of floodwater.
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955.
Came to Las Vegas in 1943. In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County before Las Vegas.
There's kind of this feeling, well, there is no history. Every decade builds its own history.
Las Vegas is the largest city in America established in the 20th century. There is no other place like it anywhere in the world.
The people who came here and started their businesses or moved their families here, whatever, were visionaries. Now you just say, well, sure, who wouldn't have done that? Yeah, well, no, it was a very brave thing to do.
I mean, people here had to make something of this place, and that was not easy in the early days.
They deserve the same amount of credit as the pioneers who came out in covered wagons, because that's what it was.
When you connect to the water, you connect to the basic story of why anybody comes to this valley.
You can't imagine Las Vegas in those days.
It was the end of the world. That's exactly the way I felt, because there was really nothing here and then.
Nobody knew anybody else. They were all newcomers.
My great-grandfather was the first doctor in this town in 1904.
And I remember looking down Fremont Street. There was only 2 electric light bulbs, and I was scared to death.
There were no paved highways or anything that we could get here on.
There was nothing within 300 miles of Las Vegas.
The only way to get from Nevada to Arizona at that point was on Dad's ferries.
Los Angeles was the closest thing. Barstow just about didn't exist.
It was just a dirty, dusty, old railroad town.
And they took a train to Las Vegas.
She thought she'd come to the end of the earth. She'd never seen such dust and dirt.
Green was not the color that came to your mind, I think, when my mother saw it for the first time. I don't think she ever totally got over it.
And she turned to her sister and said, thank God he didn't decide to live here.
But they stayed and had their families.
Mean you raised your children in Las Vegas? They said, yep, right under the crap table. I don't know what they think that Las Vegas is different, because our lives aren't that different.
It was a real town with a strange and wonderful bent to it.
It wasn't exactly just like your hometown, but it was a real town with real people.
They had the foresight to see this was going to be a great place to make a living.
They were creative in their thinking. The sky was the limit, and they had all these wild, crazy ideas.
It was built by, developed by, promoted by people who did not understand the negative aspects. They didn't believe that there's something that you can't do.
There were a lot of people who had some vision and foresight, who took a lot of risks, who came here and made it happen.
At the end of the day, it boils down to the fact that Las Vegas was very fertile ground for a lot of imaginative people.
I'm Clark County Fire Chief Greg Castle. 7 people die every day in a home fire. To help save lives, the Red Cross and local groups are installing free smoke alarms and developing family escape plans in high-risk neighborhoods. Please volunteer at the Sound the Alarm event to help us install hundreds of smoke alarms this spring. Find out more at soundthealarm.org/Nevada, and for a free smoke alarm installation and evacuation plan, please call 702-697-1707.
They might call it puppy love, but it's not always so cute. Did you know that an unspayed dog, her mate, and all their puppies' can produce 67,000 dogs in 6 years? Prevent a litter. Fix your critter.
From a distance, it's easy to feel close to wildlife. They're beautiful when they're safe in their natural habitat, and we're safe in ours. But when our environments overlap, there can be dangerous consequences. The threat of physical harm, damage to property, and disease become very real. That's where we can help. Our wildlife biologists work with state biologists to find safe, humane solutions to the conflict, finding the best balance between humans and wildlife. I guess you could say that's the nature of our business.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
It's the one place in Las Vegas where continuous growth brings new adventures. Sometimes improvement means putting things back the way they were. We take the sneeze out of allergy season, and there are many more stories at the Springs Preserve, where all that matters is what's elemental. Philosophy, mission, and even its very physical design, we've patterned the Springs Preserve after nature itself. That can be challenging because one defining characteristic of nature is that it's ever-changing. Well, now as we enter our 12th year, it's rewarding to look around and consider all that's changed since the beginning. But we're not stopping here. We're in the midst of making several improvements and adding exciting new attractions.
When the Springs started 12 years ago, I don't think the founders envisioned it to be a static place. This is really going to be a living institution. While preserving the history of the state and the city of Las Vegas, we also want to be on the cutting edge of showcasing the latest innovations in sustainable living, environmental design.
The Springs Preserve was never intended to be a one-and-done type of visitor experience. If your only visit was back around the time of our opening, you'd hardly recognize us today. In the ensuing years, we've added several major new attractions.
One of them is the Desert Soul. It's a 750-foot ultra efficient model home that was built by UNLV students in 2013 as part of the U.S. Department of Energy Solar Decathlon. In 2015, we had two exhibits come online here, Waterworks and Boomtown 1905. Waterworks shows the journey water takes from starting on the slopes of the Colorado Rocky Mountains and makes its way to Las Vegas and eventually to your tap. It's that journey broken down. Another exhibit is Boomtown 1905. We recreated a streetscape of various buildings that were given by the railroad to senior workers to lure them from the comforts of Los Angeles or Salt Lake City and bring their family all the way out to the desert to work on the railroad. We also have a butterfly habitat which allows visitors to walk through an enclosed area with hundreds of butterflies. They learn about the plants that sustain the butterfly as well as how they pollinate, and it's really just a wonderful experience for kids and adults.
We also brought the infamous Mojave Max and some of his closest friends to a brand new home, a 15-acre desert tortoise paradise located along the Exploration Loop Trail. We completed construction of a beautiful picnic area in the historic Cottonwood Grove out on our trails where visitors can relax in the shade of those massive historic trees. We even partnered with the UNLV Design Department to create a new state-of-the-art playground where kids can climb, slide, play musical instruments, and water paint. But the fun won't stop there.
One of the more exciting construction projects we have going is the butterfly-themed splash pad and playground. It's right behind the butterfly habitat area, and it's built for children 3 to 6 years old, and it will include the splash pad, some play equipment, and some chairs with shade.
It will be a chance to merge education and play with lessons on these positive pollinators and the important role butterflies play in our natural environment. In fact, this playground project is supported by the Nevada State Legislature, who recognize the value the Springs Preserve has in providing unique educational experiences for our youngest guests. And in typical Springs Preserve fashion, we plan to take this opportunity and fit it into our everyday mission with a careful eye on sustainability. While the fun may be above ground for the kiddos, we're always conscious of our impact on the environment. So as with much of the water used in the valley, water from the splash pad will be captured, treated, and returned to Lake Mead. The Springs Preserve also continues to evolve with several improvement projects, starting with the replacement of the Origin Museum rotunda floor. And out in our natural area, we're underway with a renovation of our Cienega ponds.
The Meadows Detention Basin, which is a stormwater detention basin, is actually also a habitat for hundreds of birds and plants, and also a wonderful trail goes through this area. Unfortunately, right now, visitors on the trail can't see the channel, water channel, and the ponds because of just the overgrowth that's occurred over the last few years. So we're making some changes to that by lining some of the channels and the ponds with concrete so we can get in there, clear out the overgrown vegetation, make it just a more enjoyable experience for hikers and folks who use the trail.
We'll soon add to our 3.5 miles of trails with a new link from the Cottonwood Grove Ramada to a new attraction created by transforming a historic pump station that was vital for water delivery to Las Vegas 80 years ago.
We have some created ponds under some beautiful woodland trees. We're going to add to that with the trail that meanders across to the historic 1940s era Clark Street pump station. Right now it's boarded up. But we're planning to clean it out and make it an exhibit so the visitors can go inside, take a look at some of this historic pumping machinery, which is very interesting, actually.
Sometimes growth can be painful, but will lead to great strength. Such will be the case as we begin work later this year on a major improvement project in one of our most popular areas.
So we're here in the Botanical Garden. This is going to be the site of a future construction project. We are going to expand the electrical capacity of the garden. They're going to be digging up the garden. A lot of it involves hand digging. It's a slow-going process.
A process that will close the gardens and butterfly habitat for a year to allow for the most efficient use of construction time.
But by the end, it's going to really be an improvement to the visitor experience, especially outdoor events. So once the upgrades are made, I think it'll be well worth the inconvenience.
Just like nature, we'll never stop growing and evolving in an effort to maintain an ever-increasing interest in this native, all-natural cultural sanctuary. National Geographic's filmmakers and scientists travel across the globe to document their wild discoveries. But you don't have to go far to experience their adventures for yourself. Now at the Springs Preserve, National Geographic presents Earth Explorers. We put you right in the explorer's shoes, from polar regions to the exotic jungle and even the ocean floor. You'll take a journey to the wildest places in the world, where you can climb in a genuine off-road vehicle, visit new environments with augmented reality, study animal behavior, and discover new species and more, just like the real National Geographic teams. This rare behind-the-scenes exhibit is at the Springs Preserve only for a limited time. Find it through May 5th at the Origin Museum. Admission is free for members or included in your general admission. Come start your adventure today. As the birthplace of Las Vegas, the Springs Preserve was once a thriving natural habitat teeming with water, plants, and animals. Then, as mankind moved into the valley, they built roads and added infrastructure, which changed the ecosystem. But scientists at the Springs Preserve have been working for over a decade to restore some of this habitat to its native landscape.
It's been a thrill, really, to watch the changes. It's obvious, especially from before photos, that we've really made a difference here. It's easy to see, in photos at the beginning when you've got a bare patch of soil, and then even within 1 or 2 years later, you've got a rich, diverse landscape, and then 10, 15 years later, we've got, cottonwood trees that are approaching 40 feet tall, and it's a thrill to see it all come together.
Back in the year 2000, before the Springs Preserve was officially opened, nearly 100 acres of the area was identified as prime land for habitat restoration. The procedure is straightforward: clean up sites disturbed by man, identify and restore soils to their original composition, and install native plants to recreate the former landscape. One shining example of habitat restoration success is the Springs Preserve Cienega, a type of wetland system unique to the American Southwest.
So our Cienega has been a really popular spot on site since we opened. And what we did was we took a water detention basin and we transformed it into a little desert wetland with a nice trail that goes through. It's really great, whether you're bird watching or just seeing other wildlife that kind of come and go in that area.
Lots of detail-oriented work goes into habitat restoration, especially when project leaders are committed to maintaining the integrity of the natural landscape. Even when there's a lot of data to keep up with, specific goals help keep habitat restorers on track.
In some cases, we're restoring for a particular wildlife species or trying to achieve a certain look for the public. We've created some educational landscapes where we wanted to show the public different plant communities that are found in Las Vegas Valley. So that would be our goal, to have a creosote bush community or a cottonwood community, and that would be our objective, and then we would create that.
All that diligent work is paying off in ways that aren't just visible to the eye, but vital to the creatures of our ecosystem. You see, one of the signs of a successful habitat restoration is that wildlife begins to move into the landscape and use it. And at the Springs Preserve, our guests get to witness this success story firsthand.
As they're out on these trails and getting to have these moments where they get to see different animals, it's a good way to kind of have that neat interaction with nature in a controlled setting.
Successful habitat restoration is a win for everyone. For the plants who will return, the animals who now have a place to live, and the Springs Preserve guests who get to enjoy the breathtaking results. So whether your interest is wildlife photography, adding to your birdwatching life list, or just enjoying a walk out on the trails, habitat restoration is an amazing way to visit the past. It's springtime and awesome events are blooming all throughout April and May at the Springs Preserve. First, on Saturday, April 27th, the Springs Preserve transforms into a wonderland, all for our annual Dia del Niño event. Celebrate the magic of childhood through kid-friendly activities including arts and crafts, live entertainment, and face painting. Tickets to this popular event are limited, so order yours today and make memories that will last long after they've grown up. Next is a Springs Preserve experience for guests 21 and older. Time to unwind at the Brews and Blues Festival. Grab your crew and sample a brew or two. We'll have drafts on tap from all around the world with live blues music to keep the night cool. Local vendors will be there too with some good eats, so come hungry. It's all happening Saturday, May 11th from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Get your tickets early and get ready to chill. Speaking of things that chill, attention ice cream lovers of all ages. Get ready to let your sweet tooth run wild at the Springs Preserve's annual Ice Cream Festival. Indulge in your favorite creamy treats while enjoying live entertainment and carnival games. All this and more is happening May 18th at the Springs Preserve from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Tickets to this event disappear faster than a gallon of Rocky Road at your little brother's birthday party, so get yours today at springspreserve.org. If you had to describe the philosophy of the Springs Preserve in one word, that word would likely be sustainability. From water conservation and LEED Platinum architecture to solar power generation and restored natural habitats, our entire campus is a living example of sustainable living. But more importantly, our staff, many of whom have been with us from the very beginning, live that philosophy, not only while they're here at work, but in every aspect of their lives.
The Springs Preserve is an amazing place to work. I get such a sense of gratitude every time I drive onto the property every morning as the sun is rising, just to be in this beautiful, beautiful environment that is so central to the history of Las Vegas and what this city is all about.
The longer Dawn worked at the Springs Preserve, distinctions between her workplace and the rest of her community became more apparent. Wasteful practices and inefficiencies in the operation and design of homes, retail spaces, and other facilities left her feeling more grateful for her workplace and motivated her to carry the message of sustainability home with her each day.
The work that I do here at the Springs Preserve and the time that I get to spend here really makes me feel connected to the environment. This is such a beautiful place, and it is such an amazing gift that we actually have this place to offer to the community to come and experience what it's like to live in the Mojave Desert and to give them the tools that they need to, on a day-to-day basis, live sustainably and in a way that is conscious of our natural resources.
She suggests that the best place to start is to disconnect with our ubiquitous electronics and immerse ourselves back into nature.
Our brains are so connected to the electronics in our environment that they get exhausted. And for me, being out in nature is a way to sort of reset and recalibrate my brain and to feel connected to my environment and to feel connected to myself. The Springs Preserve is such an amazingly serene, natural place that is so close to the center of town, and it is such a surprise for people that you can come out here and you can really feel connected to the desert environment.
Then, needed changes in one's lifestyle and environment become more apparent and easier to make when viewed through this renewed, more natural perspective.
We really try to provide people with the tools that they're going to need to start to change their mindset about sustainability. That it's really not something scary that's difficult to do. That all it is something that we need to begin to get used to doing and create new habits, and then it will become the new normal. We are all incredibly fortunate to live in this beautiful desert home. And if we want to continue to live here the way that we do right now, really enjoying this beautiful environment, then we all have to work together to maintain what we have.
Earth Day is celebrated around the world on April 22nd, and a spring season noted as an annual period of renewal and new growth. Coincidentally, the Springs Preserve Botanical Garden blossoms quite literally, showing off to the world just how gorgeous a sustainable native desert landscape can look.
The Botanical Gardens is just a beautiful place to see how plants can flourish in the desert. If you put the right kind of plants in, desert, adaptive, or native plants, you can really create an incredibly lush, beautiful environment that's really going to connect you to nature and the changing of the seasons.
In our harried urban lifestyles of today, time is something we feel we never have enough of. But once a reconnection is made with nature, priorities change and a recalibration takes place, compelling us to make a celebration of Earth Day a part of our everyday.
And that's really what sustainability is all about. So on a day-to-day basis, once you start to get into tune with nature, it just feels natural. You know, I mean, recycling feels natural. It might not at first, but once you get going, it becomes a habit and you can see the end goal. And I think that that's another thing that the Springs Preserve is really helpful with, is showing people what the result can be of really paying attention to the natural environment and making an effort to help it back to a more balanced state.
Our hugely popular butterfly habitat will be open for the spring season from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. through May 27th. So be sure to flutter by soon to get up close to these magical creatures. The schedule is subject to change based on weather conditions and special event availability. Admission to the butterfly habitat is $2 for value members, $3 for non-members. Bronze and above members receive free admission. All guests ages 2 and up must be ticketed. Follow all our flight plans by visiting our website at springspreserve.org or follow us on social media to be the first to know. It made sense in the beginning. Landscape the Las Vegas Valley with towering trees that offer much needed shade and always appreciated greenery. But it ends up we were fighting biology and setting ourselves up for the pollen apocalypse.
Yeah, the ones that are planted in Las Vegas that cause a lot of problems are mulberry trees, olive trees, pine trees, and ash trees. In fact, ash trees are our most commonly planted tree here in Las Vegas, and we've put a lot of these in our area that cause a lot of our allergy problems, unfortunately.
Why are these particular trees pollen problem children? It boils down to reproduction. These trees want to reproduce, and to do this, the male plants must move their pollen to female plants. And since they can't get up and walk around, these trees have come up with other methods of pollen delivery.
They put a lot of pollen into the air because they're wind pollinated. So what they do is they'll put a lot of pollen into the air in hopes that one of those pollen grains will land on an appropriate female receptacle on another plant. So billions of pollen gets put into the air.
Did that surprise you? Many of us don't typically think of trees when considering allergy and pollen sources. In fact, it's often those plants with large flowers that are blamed, but they're not our allergy culprits.
Plants that have large, showy flowers are pollinated by birds and bees and insects and those sorts of things. So those plants produce very small amounts of pollen, and they're sticky little clumps of pollen that are supposed to get stuck on an insect and travel around that way. So they do not put pollen into the air. So if you see a plant that has a nice, big, showy flower on it, you are not going to be suffering from pollen allergies because of that plant.
Determining if a plant or tree is male or female is a great start to help deter allergy problems, and checking with your local nursery is the best way to ensure you're getting female plants instead of male ones. But there are also a few visual cues that can help you spot male and female plants.
If you have a plant that flowers and then it produces a fruit, that is your female. Then you also have those plants that have flowers with no fruit, and those are your male. So chances are, if you have plants that have flowers that attract bees or other pollinators, those are the ones that are not going to really cause you problems because the pollen is gathered on those specific insects or other animals.
When wind-blown pollen hits your nose instead of another plant, your body reacts to the foreign invader and you get allergies. Fortunately, allergy season in the desert is relatively short, between March and the end of May, with the occasional resurgence in the fall. These months are when growing plants are at their strongest and put a lot of pollen into the air, and they tend to be our windiest seasons too, making these allergy seasons pack a wallop. So what can you do when it's the time of the year for an allergen assault? First, make sure it's really pollen you're allergic to.
It could be dust, it could be dander, or it could be like dust mites. You can go to the local pollen tracker and it will tell you what's really high pollen in our area for that specific time. And then that way you can see what's really bothering you.
When pollen is on the wing, the dry desert air means the only thing that's going to get rid of it is a good rainstorm. So if pollen is your assailant, remember that there's no shame in taking cover.
Unfortunately, you have to generally keep your doors and windows closed, prevent air from getting in, and have a good filtration system in your home.
But for those allergy sufferers who don't want to retreat indoors, there is another option. Sure, no one can re-landscape the entire valley, but homeowners can make a major impact in their own yards. Plant flowering or fruiting trees over non-flowering ones. Make sure any native plants you own are not wind-pollinated. Finally, you can mow the flowering heads off pollen-producing grasses, and if you're serious about switching out sniffle-inducing turf for a less volatile landscape, you may be able to get some help.
And the other thing you could do is get your grass removed and replaced with a nice landscape that is full of showy flowers that will never produce pollen problems for you.
We do have a rebate program with SNWA to help get rid of some of the turf so you can plant things that wouldn't cause allergies.
Shoring up your yard against potent pollen doesn't mean giving up on beauty either. While not everything on display at the Springs Preserve Gardens are necessarily low allergen, there are enough ideas there, along with landscaping classes, that will prove inspirational should you choose to take your defense against pollen to the next level.
If you know going into this that certain plants are going to be great for not producing pollen, all the cactus, all the succulents, all of the great blooming shrubs and penstemons and springtime bloomers we have here, then you can see what's growing in Springs Preserve and you can implement that in your own yard.
Why do people like you love volunteering at the Springs Preserve? It's easy to see. As invaluable members of our team, our volunteers get to work with animals, educate visitors, work alongside real scientists, help beautify the grounds, get out of the office, work as a team, learn more about their desert home, promote sustainability, pick up a new gardening trick or two, connect with our city's history, cultivate community, and much, much more. And now you can be a part of our team. It's easy to join. Anyone aged 14 or older can fill out our online application form. Opportunities are available for individuals and groups for both short and long-term durations. Find the application and more info at springspreserve.org. We have a vest waiting for you. Known lately as a superfood due to their high levels of nutrients and antioxidants, blueberries are a great addition to a healthy diet. And late spring means our grocery store shelves will soon fill with these seasonal delights. Today, Chef Sisley creates a perennial favorite dish with these super little berries.
Howdy folks, my name's Chef Sisley and I am making some blueberry cobbler here at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve today. So I've got a lot of different bowls and a lot of different stuff out. It's easiest to just lay it all out and then it's going to come together into a few bigger bowls and then ultimately into one beautiful baked dessert. I've got melted butter and I've also got about a half a cup of sugar. Now for any of you who like to make cookies, this is going to look very familiar. This is what you call creaming the butter and the sugar until the butter gets a little bit lighter in color, a little bit lighter, and a little bit fluffier. All right, so I'm going to set this one aside and come back to it very shortly because what I also want to get going before I pull everything together is some lightly beaten eggs with, very simply, some vanilla. Ultimately, it's all going to go together, so I'm just going to give those eggs a really light beating, mostly just to get it homogeneous, which means it all looks the same, and that looks just about right. Now I've got a 1 3/4 cups of flour. I've got about a 1/4 teaspoon of baking soda, baking powder, half a teaspoon of salt. I'm going to get a new whisk just because I don't want this to all jump together. Now from here, I'm going to reactivate my butter sugar mix. And then in go my eggs. These all get mixed together. This lovely little mixture of moisture is buttermilk, so it's got a little bit of sourness to it. And I could add that in now, and then I could add in my flour, or I could stage addition both of them. That's what I'm going to do. So stage addition means that I'm going to put in just a little bit and then mix it together. Get that nice and mixed. Oh, and then I'm going to switch gears. Stage addition, some buttermilk. Mix that together. You can see now it's starting to really come together. I've got a mess of fresh blueberries. This can be done with any sort of berries, particularly this time of year. Mix about just a 1/4 cup of sugar, and then here's a little trick. A tiny amount, maybe about a tablespoon of tapioca starch. As they break down, their moisture content is going to mix up with the starch, and it's going to congeal. And then it's going to make it like a nice pie filling. And then I have some fresh lemon juice here, because I want a little bit of moisture in all those blueberries. It's going to help the skins break down. And that looks perfect to me. So, next step, I'm going to get it ready to bake. Fill all those guys up. And then the rest of them, get them nice, spread. Even a thin layer, you can build up with more blueberries if you'd like. These guys are pretty thick, so they're going to spread out. I want to just make sure I get enough to cover the bottom of the pan. And then, back to my mixture here. The way that I like to spread this out is actually to use an ice cream scoop. Get a nice little mound there. I can make my little cobbler biscuits as big or as small as I'd like. Perfect. Last but not least, I had a little bit of fresh nutmeg and a little bit of cinnamon, and I made cinnamon and nutmeg sugar. I'm just going to sprinkle a little bit of that over the top. And as these cook, that sugar is going to melt and it's going to make a nice caramelized top. This goes in the oven 350 for about 15 to 20 minutes, just until the top of these little biscuits are nicely golden brown. All right, fresh blueberry cobbler, individual little ramekins. Somebody can enjoy those by themselves, or beautiful cobbler biscuits. Can't go wrong with this one. I hope you come down to the Springs Preserve and dine with us at the Divine Cafe to have something just as delicious as this sometime soon. Thanks for joining me.
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, where exciting new attractions, newly restored natural habitats, allergy-free landscapes, and an everlasting celebration of Earth Day mingle to bring new life to Las Vegas.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Behind me, Northwest Las Vegas stretches out with streets and houses for miles. Just a few years ago, hardly any of this development was here. And in a few more years, even the vacant land we can still see will be scooped up with new development. The development keeps on coming. Welcome to the Flood Channel. I'm Erin Neff. Keeping up with all that development is important so we can keep flood protection in place. And how we do that is with major studies every 5 years. Here's a look at our latest master plan.
State law requires the district to create master plans every 5 years. These plans examine existing and future development, along with the watershed, soils, and the facilities already in the ground.
We have a very robust master plan, and it's a dynamic system. It's always growing, and with new development and with each project we complete, the plan changes. So we always need to evaluate our assumptions that we've made in the past, because a lot of what we do is a plan into the future of we're looking at what is going to happen, how the properties are going to develop, where the roads are going to be, where the best place to locate our facilities are. So every now and then we need to take a look at what those assumptions are they still valid, and so then we look at in a 5-year cycle, like that's a good time to really take a hard look at our plan and make sure that we're headed in the right direction with our plan.
The major study involves so much data and analysis, the district hired consultants with Atkins to perform the work.
A master plan update is extremely labor intensive, as you can imagine. The effort it takes to perform a master plan update is usually best done by a consultant.
Atkins first conducted a master plan for the district in 1996 and was awarded this contract after a bidding process.
Considering that we have done this for so many years, we feel like we are one of the partners with the district. We understand what it entails, and we kind of bring that right mix of experience, but at the same time we are not limited to just using what we have done in the past. We have always strived to bring in new technology and adapt and do different things that we need to do to get to that next level.
Although this type of study is done every 5 years, the last master plan occurred back in 2013, and this was after a period of recession that resulted in few new developments. This current master plan really went back 10 years, back to 2008, to make sure everything was considered.
Now since then, since 2013, the economy has improved. Development is booming again in Las Vegas Valley, which is great. Projects are happening, and so we've also had lots of differences in land use. The planners are back out, looking out into the future again, and so we have a bunch of new technical information that we needed to gather. And really, we needed to gather it all the way from 2008. So it was a 10-year process for a lot of the big, robust changes we made for the 2018 MPU. So we have a cost tool that we've developed that quickly and easily allows you to get a planning cost for what some of these facilities will cost a developer or a city, whoever's designing the project. And it's very important. I mean, there are planning level costs, but they're pretty good. We did a very extensive review of construction costs for facilities, and so we have a pretty good idea of what a flood control facility will cost in today's dollars, and we can use that out into the future to help plan our resources in order to fund those projects, and others, developers or other entities that are building flood control projects, can use that as well. Our master plan since the 1990s has been a great tool for all of the engineers. Any kind of a land development project or a roadway project, any engineer would use our master plan. And I think the first thing that most engineers do when they get a site or a project is get our master plan out, see what impacts they can expect from flooding onto their project.
In order to compile all this information, the district in Atkins worked with Clark County and the cities of Henderson, Las Vegas, and North Las Vegas. Each local entity highlighted its biggest hot spots that needed new flood control facilities.
And usually these were monthly, and we would bring up issues, we would present some of the solutions that we had, and we would talk amongst the group and get consensus among everyone. And then just with follow-up action items was important to try to get things moving in the right direction with all of the different stakeholders that were involved.
The entire process took nearly 2 years. Sometimes small disputes arose around bordering areas.
Of course, there were hiccups as usual. The district was great in helping us facilitate and meet together with the entities to have a common solution. There were times where the district had an opinion from one stakeholder that was different than what the other person wanted to do, and they just had to make a decision and do the best that they could. And as Atkins, we tried to support that with the technical data and our experience with the watershed and with the facilities and with the technology that would support the decisions that the district was making.
Data helped drive all of these decisions. Much of it was uploaded into a cloud technology created just for this process.
Regional Flood Control District has always been on the forefront of technology. They have been investing in technology for a long time, especially in their GIS, Geographic Information System. They've made a lot of strides in that. You know, I mean, the flood maps and everything that you have on your websites are really cool. So and part of it, Atkins was part of developing as part of previous master plans. So the goal was always to use that GIS as a foundation for everything that we do as part of this MPU, and then essentially streamline the process.
The master plan was recently adopted by all of the local entities. It's now being used by planners and engineers to make sure flood control facilities can be designed, planned, and constructed in the best way possible.
It's a great way for anyone who's using our plan to not only understand what's happening to their local project, but also to understand how it affects our entire network. And that is really something that in the past all had to be done manually, and it's very difficult to chase down an issue that might occur, you know, miles downstream of your project. And now with these tools, you can size based on our rainfall. You can determine what size facility you will need, and if that has any other impacts anywhere else in our system, and then be able to mitigate those impacts on paper before we actually go out and construct in the field, which is a really big deal. It's a big time saver for taxpayers and a big time saver and money saver for all the entities in the district itself.
The plan itself is a one-stop shop to get information about soils, land use, existing and planned development, and water flow rates.
I'm very excited. There's the plans we've created are easier to use. They're bigger scope, and you can drill down into them. And a lot of the engineers like to get into the weeds of the details, and you can do that with this plan. I think people are going to be very excited to use this and see how much it helps them in their day-to-day work. And we're here to help if people have any questions. But certainly, I think people are going to be impressed.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com.
The master plan tries to keep up with progress, but one thing it can't anticipate is things that happen in Washington, D.C. Here's a look at how the federal government shutdown and other things happening in Washington impact flood control.
We interact a lot with the federal government. The USGS, the National Weather Service, BLM are just some typical federal agencies that we deal with on a daily basis really to get our projects done. And so when the federal government was shut down, we did feel an impact for that.
There's almost an alphabet soup of federal agencies with whom the district works. There's NWS for weather forecasting, BLM for land management, EPA for permits, USGS for geologic surveying of gauges.
Even though they were still issuing forecasts and watches and warnings, some of the tools that they used were deteriorated because of the shutdown. In terms of the USGS, U.S. Geological Survey, They maintain a number of gauges across the country, and several of those are here in the Clark County area. We have 10 gauges actually that they maintain. That maintenance was not done during the shutdown. Those employees were furloughed actually, and they couldn't report to work. And so what that means to us is, we rely on that data during storm events to make sure that we know how much rain is falling in different areas, what water levels are. And they also go out and ground truth what they're seeing on the gauge, what the gauges are telling them, make sure that things don't need to be calibrated and that type of thing. And that wasn't being done as well. So I guess all in all, there was some impacts to the flood control district. I wouldn't say there was anything mission critical that we had a problem with, but certainly we had an impact to our operations here at the flood control district.
On a daily basis, the district works with federal partners for environmental permitting and some land use decisions. Any days off for those partners slows down the district's work.
The federal partners that we work with, they're very busy. They're doing a lot of permits and a lot of different things every day. And so this shutdown that we had did create a backlog for them. So now not only are they trying to get their day-to-day work done, but they gotta work through a backlog over the 35 days that the government was closed. Things kept piling up on their desk. And so now, a lot of things we do with the federal government are already pretty slow, and now they're going to be even slower because of the shutdown.
The federal government also oversees flood insurance policies.
In terms of FEMA, we have the National Flood Insurance Program. We were fortunate with this shutdown that's actually covered under a different continuing resolution that wasn't affected by the shutdown. So they were still able to issue insurance policies and pay in insurance claims, even though the portions of the government were shut down. However, they're on a continuing resolution now that will expire in the not too distant future, and it's pretty uncertain for a program like that. If they don't have a good budget and secure funding for that program, it really needs to be extended. As much as 5 years would be a good probably time frame to extend that, or at least provide a budget for the National Flood Insurance Program, just to provide them certainty. When a property is in a flood zone, they're required, if it's a federally backed mortgage again, to pay flood insurance, which is pretty expensive. And if we can revise those flood zone limits based on the projects being completed and the threat is reduced in those areas, they can actually reduce or eliminate their insurance and save them, quite a bit of money over the year as a result of that. So postponing or delaying these changes to these maps can be a significant economic impact to some people that live in flood zone areas. It's kind of difficult on the local level when we see the disagreements and things going on in Washington. Things can't get through, can't get done. Policies we're kind of uncertain on what policies are affecting us, and that makes our job a lot more difficult. From a local level, it's a lot easier to streamline things and get things done, but when you're dealing with a federal project, it just adds up to years in some cases. The costs go up because we're dealing with these agencies that, if they just had us to deal with, it'd probably be a lot quicker, but they're dealing with a lot of different agencies and not just ours. And so I understand that there's plenty of backlog, but providing them the tools that they need to get their job done, the personnel they need to get their job done is important, and it can really affect us locally on getting our mission completed.
Even though the shutdown is over, the ongoing turmoil in Washington, D.C. over the border wall could cause even bigger problems for flood agencies nationwide.
So there's a concern on the part of general managers and public works directors and other agencies across the country that if the Congress and the Trump administration can't come to terms on the border security, and the Trump administration decides to declare an emergency to get the wall funding, that funding will be diverted from the Department of Defense to build that wall, which is part of the Army Corps of Engineers uses, or is part of the Department of Defense, and that's their funding. It could be their funding that is taken to build the wall. And so that means money, if money is coming out of one pot and going into this pot, that first pot is being affected. And so there's a lot of concern across the country that there's ongoing flood projects that are being built that might get stalled or might get postponed because their funding is going to get diverted to build the wall. And that brings on a whole host of other problems, particularly in flood control, because if you're building a flood control facility and you have to stop in the middle, for example, sometimes it's worse than before the flood project even started. If you have an incomplete project, they get stopped and then has to start up again at a future date. And so that's a big concern. We're not, no one's sure where the money's going to come from, but that we've heard that's one avenue that may happen, and so that's a worry across the nation really at this point.
This large detention basin serves as a first line of defense for all of the houses below. Water that comes into this basin from the mountains drains underground in large box culverts. And recently, our engineers went to see just where those box culverts are built.
Jensen Precast is one of the local manufacturers who makes the box culverts we use in construction of flood control storm drains. Engineers toured the North Las Vegas plant to see the boxes being made.
Las Vegas is one of our larger kind of flagship plants in the system. Jensen Precast has about 8 production facilities. You guys may know we have one up in Reno. It's kind of where we started. We've been here in Vegas since about 1972 at this property, and we've been privately owned and operated since 1968. So this plant does quite a bit of volume. We're known here locally for our manhole products, concrete pipe, manholes, utility structures. We do a lot of work for NV Energy, CenturyLink. So you'll see a lot of utility vaults and boxes. So we've got a pretty diverse product line. So you'll kind of see some things that may or may not be applicable for flood control, but we have about 20 different product lines, and we produce a lot of them here at this plant.
Box culverts are made of concrete poured over rebar that's been formed into a cage. Standard concrete mixes are monitored, the mill is certified, and the steel is audited. But engineers got to see that process for themselves.
All of the products that go in the ground, we're able to see them. We're familiar with the people that are manufacturing them. We know the plant managers. And so we're not hauling in materials and products that have been constructed in another state. They're literally down the road. So that's a good thing on a lot of fronts. One, we're aware of what's being built. We know who's making it, but also the costs are cheaper when you don't have to haul that far away. And so that familiarity is a good thing for us, I think.
On a construction site, the box culverts are trucked in from the plant. The tour was a good way to ensure the quality of what is being made.
Boxes and pipes are really the building blocks of our facilities. I mean, they're used on almost every project. And so for us to be able to see that is just a really good thing for us. I mean, we're out at the construction site, so we see those boxes and pipes when they come on the truck. We see them go in the ground, we see them being covered with dirt, but what we don't see a lot of times out there is the actual production. And so I guess that's kind of like a good cookie or something. If you want to really see it, it's the ingredients that are going into that. So you can think of that as going to the plant. We can actually see what's going into the boxes. We see the people making them. And yeah, so it's kind of quality control, it's inspection, and then obviously just that relationship with those people is really important too.
The rebar cages are the reinforced steel that supports the giant concrete boxes.
So we do the reinforcing steel in-house for about 95% of our product line. And that's over here, we'll show you that. And then we have the actual concrete production component. So we have our own batching equipment, our own batch plant. We batch all kinds of mix designs. Some of them are agency specific. We have a lot of standard mixes. So once the reinforcing operation's done, the reinforcing cages are delivered to the forms. We batch concrete, and then that's its own process.
Engineers watched concrete poured and asked questions throughout the process. One thing they learned was how steel tariffs are impacting Jensen's costs for rebar.
In total, about 25%. And it's not unique to us, it's our entire industry. It's, you know, without going into the politics behind it, it's definitely creating ripple effects. It's like the oil prices. The steel behaves very similar to that.
A lot of times on the back end, all we might see for something like a cost would be a certain cost per linear foot. So they might say, to make a box this size, it costs us $1,000 per linear foot. Well, there are so many things that go into that cost, And so there's steel, there's labor, there's the molds, there's the time it takes. All of that comes into that cost. And so when we're out there at the plant, that's really where you start to see all the different components, all the different things involved to make this one 8-foot segment of boxes. And then you think of our jobs that sometimes have miles and miles of storm drain, and all those costs roll in. And so when something we hear that steel, there might be tariffs, those prices might be going up, we know those are important things for us to be aware of. Because it's certainly going to impact our planning and our funding and the cost of our facilities.
Rowley liked to watch any process at Jensen that optimized time.
One of the things I thought was interesting was they had this stencil gun, which I'd never seen before, but it was basically like a little gun, and they could type in a label of what they wanted it to say. And so it might say like the size of the box and the date it was manufactured and which projects it's going to. And then the guy that was working on the box can just take that gun and just run it across the concrete box, and it just stenciled it right on there in seconds, which, you know, I've seen before. It used to be a stencil with spray paint or something else. So to see just those small things you never even think twice about when you're out in the field, but all those little intricacies that come together to make the final product.
Jensen also manufactures prefabricated buildings. Engineers got to see the new restrooms for Arizona state parks, and a building shaped like a water bottle that's used locally as a water refill business. Jensen also makes the buildings housing our weather monitoring stations.
At Jensen at the plant, they make a wide variety of concrete products. And so for us in flood control, we're mostly interested in the storm drains. So that was primarily circular pipe and then rectangular concrete boxes. And those, you know, they fit together end to end to form a long run of storm drain, and so we're able to see that. They also make manholes, which is basically like a vertical cylinder that connects the road to the underground storm drain, and it allows someone to climb down in and access the storm drain. They also make drop inlets, which is like on the roads, when the water's on the road, we have these curb openings and grates, and that's where the water enters our system. So they're doing that. And another one that they're recently doing is they're prefabricating some, they look like concrete sheds or buildings that we call monitoring stations. And those house like our monitoring equipment and rain gauges and radio antennas and all sorts of things that help us to monitor a flood and the rainfall real time during a rainfall event. So.
Rowley shared with his kids the things he enjoyed the most on the tour, the stencil gun and rebar fastener. But the tour wasn't just about those cool applications.
I think we pride ourselves in being involved in all aspects of these flood control jobs. So whether that's the design phase where we're out going to meetings, meeting with the city or the engineering teams, then we get into construction and we're out working with inspectors and the contractor, or something like this where we actually go to a manufacturer and see what's going on there. But I think seeing all of it, the more we can be out, the more we're familiar with what's going on out there, that translates well to the office and then the plans we're making here and the designs that we're coming up with. And so all these different pieces of the puzzle coming together. So for sure, for us to get out, we build those relationships, we learn something every time, and it's always been a good thing.
A lot goes into flood control that you just can't see, whether it's master planning, the federal government shutdown, or local manufacturing. But one place you can always get information about the Flood Control District is on social media. We're on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and you can get up-to-the-minute information on our website at befloodsafe.com.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton, Administrator of the Howard W. Cannon Aviation Museum, located here in McCarran International Airport. On today's episode of Barnstorming Nevada, we will look at the history of Southern Nevada's own Bonanza Airlines. Created at the end of World War II, it eventually became the first all-jet-powered airline in the United States. In 1945, Edmund Converse, Charles Keene, and June Simon founded Bonanza Air Services in Las Vegas. Begun as a small charter operation, Bonanza soon added a training school. The company was based initially at Sky Haven Airport, today's North Las Vegas Air Terminal. The next year, the company acquired its first DC-3, an ex-military C-47 converted back to civilian use. During its first 2 years, Bonanza moved its base of operations 4 times. When Clark County opened the new McCarran Field in 1948, Bonanza was one of its first 4 airlines. In fact, Bonanza flew the first scheduled flight out of the new field 1 day before the official opening, on December 19, 1948. As the airline grew, more DC-3s were added. By the late 1950s, Bonanza had a fleet of 10. During the late 1940s and early 1950s, Bonanza's service area also grew. Beginning in 1947 with passenger service within Nevada only, Bonanza graduated to interstate service on December 19, 1949, with flights to Phoenix. Other routes were acquired. The airline became known throughout the Southwest. In 1958, the company began buying Fairchild F-27A turbojet-powered aircraft. With the retirement of its last DC-3 on November 1, 1960, Bonanza became the first all-jet-powered airline in the United States. This achievement was noted by no less than the Smithsonian Institution, which placed a model of a Bonanza F-27A in its permanent collection. Starting within Nevada, by the early 1960s, Bonanza served an area bounded by Los Angeles and San Diego, Phoenix, Salt Lake City, and Reno, with Las Vegas the hub and base of operations. Bonanza began adding Douglas DC-9s to its fleet in 1966 and moved its base of operations from McCarran Airport to Phoenix's Sky Harbor Airport in order to build larger facilities to accommodate the new aircraft. In 1967, talks between Pacific Airlines, West Coast Airlines, and Bonanza Airlines led to the first 3-way merger in commercial airline history, creating a new regional airline named Air West. The new airline got off to a rocky start. Chief among the problems was an untried computer system. Within a year, the airline was purchased by Howard Hughes, who renamed it Hughes Air West. In 1980, Hughes Air West was purchased by Republic Airlines, which was later acquired by Northwest Airlines. Though Bonanza as a company is gone, it lives on in the historical record as the first all-jet-powered airline in the United States.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Water conservation is a priority in Southern Nevada. Reduce your water footprint in 3 simple steps. Spring forward with seasonal watering restrictions, but don't water more than you need to. And find and fix the most common household leaks to avoid water waste. See all the ways to save here on Waterways. Mandatory watering restrictions can help us all water wisely, avoid overwatering, and reduce water waste. In spring, you may be inclined to water more as the temperatures warm, but you don't need to. Your landscape can survive on less. The key is to monitor your landscape regularly and fine-tune seasonal needs.
On average, Valley residents use about 60% of their water outside. That means outdoors is also where residents have the greatest potential to conserve water. One of the most effective ways to save water is to follow mandatory watering restrictions. In March and April, both sprinkler and drip watering are limited to 3 assigned days a week according to your watering group. Properties in groups A, C, and E can water on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Properties in groups B, D, and F can water on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Watering on Sunday is not permitted for any group. If you don't know your assigned watering days or group, simply look on your water bill, call your water provider, or visit snwa.com for help.
Turf watered by sprinklers and plants and trees watered by drip emitters have different needs. So let's first talk about sprinklers.
Check your irrigation clock first to ensure sprinklers are running only on your assigned spring days. Next, set your irrigation controller's start times to run sprinkler cycles in early morning. Water applied in the morning packs more of a punch since it won't evaporate under peak daytime temperatures or get swept away by afternoon winds. Another key to efficient lawn watering is spacing sprinkler cycles over a few hours to ensure your grass doesn't get more than it can possibly drink.
Jared, tell us why it's better to water your lawn with short sprinkler cycles.
It's great to run your sprinklers in short cycles, roughly for about 4-minute increments, and we actually call it the cycle and silk method. The reason why is that it lets the water run deep into the root zones, and it also avoids runoff. If the water runs from the grass into the street, you might be charged a water waste fee, and that would show up on your bill.
Many warm season grasses, such as Bermuda, can stay healthy with even less water. Think about testing this on your lawn. If you remove 1 minute from each of your 4-minute sprinkler cycles, you can reduce sprinkler watering by 25%. Water dry spots with a handheld hose and test sprinklers for a minute or two after every spring mowing. Look for misaligned sprinkler heads and replace broken parts promptly to avoid water waste.
Let's switch gears and talk about drip irrigation. Drip watering is needed less frequently, however, you'll set it to run longer, typically 30 minutes or more each time.
That's because drip irrigation delivers water more slowly and deeply to a plant's root zone in gallons per hour rather than gallons per minute. Delivered properly, drip irrigation promotes deep roots that provide better anchoring and stability, protection from hot surface temperatures, and a greater amount of nutrients. Drip irrigation is permitted 3 days a week in spring, but established plants often do well with less.
Just because you're scheduled to water 3 times a week doesn't necessarily mean that you need to water your plants that many times. What you generally want to do is to monitor your plants and make sure that you transition them well. So for example, in the early spring you can water them once, and then eventually twice, and then eventually 3 times a week. That way you make sure that your plants are going to be growing correctly, and that when it warms up they have the correct amount of water.
Like sprinklers, you should routinely check your drip system to keep your landscape's lifeline in good working condition. Walk through your landscape monthly and look for broken lines or clogged emitter heads. Flush your drip line through the end cap in both spring and fall. If you've got some spring landscaping projects planned, the key is to think smart from the start. New desert-adapted plants will need extra watering as they get established, which is allowed for the first 30 days under watering restrictions. After that, it's time to cut back. For more spring watering tips, visit snwa.com.
If you're caught watering outside your assigned watering days, you could receive a water waste fine. SNWA member agencies conduct water waste investigations throughout the valley and cite water wasters. A property owner is given an opportunity to correct the problem, but if it continues, the property will be fined for wasting water. If you see water waste, report it immediately to your water provider. A smart irrigation controller can help to reduce water waste by helping you manage your outdoor water use. If you have an older irrigation controller, consider an upgrade. The SNWA offers a rebate for qualifying smart controllers, which use weather data to assess and apply water only as your landscape needs it. New smart controllers allow you to control your watering needs from the palm of your hand through mobile apps.
So you can do all of that activity right here from your phone. With a simple app, I can stand anywhere on my property, or really anywhere in the world, and tell my irrigation system to change its program, and all those changes would be reflected right here. So I can just choose a particular area, I can edit the program, I can choose the days of the week, what times to start. I can even put in pictures of the areas of my landscape so that I remember which zone connects with which portion of the landscaping. So this is all happening now for about $100. And with our Smart Controller rebate program, you'd get 50 of that back.
Visit snwa.com to learn more about Water Smart controllers and to print the coupon. Mandatory watering restrictions can help us all water wisely, avoid overwatering, and reduce water waste. In spring, you may be inclined to water more as the temperatures warm, but you don't need to. Your landscape can survive on less. The key is to monitor your landscape regularly and fine-tune seasonal needs.
Las Vegas is the driest city in the nation. We average a dismal 4 inches of rain a year and rely on the Colorado River for 90% of our water supply. The river system, however, is facing the worst drought in the basin's recorded history. As a result, Lake Mead's water level has dropped more than 130 feet since 2000. With a possible federally declared water shortage in 2020, water conservation is critical for the community. A majority of Southern Nevada's water is used outdoors, primarily on landscapes, and cannot be recycled and returned to Lake Mead. Reducing outdoor water use is an important conservation goal that will help protect Southern Nevada from shortage.
There are 3 steps you can take to cut your outdoor water use and make a positive impact on conservation efforts. Follow mandatory watering restrictions, report water waste, and remove useless grass. Doug, let's start with mandatory watering restrictions. Why is it so important to water only on your assigned watering days?
Well, first of all, it's important that people know that we created those restrictions around the needs of even a high water use landscape. So you can certainly keep your landscape healthy and still comply with the restrictions. What's cool about the restrictions is it seems like a fairly small and simple thing for people to do, change their clock 4 times a year. But if everybody gets on board, everyone in the valley complies with those restrictions, we're talking about saving billions of gallons of water every year.
Don't know which day you're supposed to water? We can help. Visit snwa.com and type your address where it says Find Your Watering Days and Group right on the homepage. You could incur a water waste fee if you're not following the mandatory watering restrictions.
Define water waste and what issues could result in a water waste fine.
Well, the most conspicuous type of water waste is allowing water to flow or spray off your property. So when you see water just flowing down the street, that's obviously not doing anyone any good. It's not helping a plant, simply throwing away a valuable resource. But the other ways that you can violate the water waste policy are by watering on a day that wasn't assigned to you. So remember, never on Sundays, and look up your watering schedule and know it. And also during the midsummer, we even have time of day restrictions. We don't want to run sprinkler systems in the heat of the day when that water is simply just evaporating before it can even reach the ground.
Water waste fees for SNWA member agencies start at $40 to $80 for most residential customers and double each month if the water waste continues. Properties with larger meters pay significantly more for wasting water. These charges appear on your water bill. If you're wasting water, fix it before you incur a water waste fee and report water waste to your water provider when you see it. The biggest water guzzler is grass. If the only time you step on your grass is to mow it, take it out and receive a cash rebate when you replace it with WaterSmart landscaping. An average 1,000 square foot residential landscape conversion can save more than 50,000 gallons of water per year.
But when we do remote sensing, use aerial images to look around the valley, we suspect that there's still as much ornamental or non-functional turf in the valley as has been converted to WaterSmart landscaping. So we're about halfway through what we consider to be an important project. We've been doing this now 18 years. And so we're working with some of the customers that are most resistant to these types of changes, and it's important that they reevaluate what they're doing, reevaluate what their needs, how their needs might have changed. In some cases, people's lifestyle has changed and they might be ready now to undertake these projects. And we're also offering the largest incentive we've ever offered. So we're trying to reach that remaining non-functional turf in the valley, things where people only get on it when they're pushing a lawnmower. We can't afford water for that.
Businesses and residents can apply for the SNWA's WaterSmart Landscapes rebate online or by calling the Conservation Helpline. Once you've completed the application, the SNWA will review your lawn and conversion areas and answer any questions you may have. You must participate in a pre-conversion site visit before removing any grass.
If you don't have grass but you live in a community where there is useless grass, like this, ask your homeowners association to remove it and replace it with desert landscaping.
Many of us live in an HOA and we know it can be a little bit complicated. So you have all these common areas. You got to work through a board. The board is trying to meet the needs of the residents and so forth. So it's not as simple as convincing a single family household to change their landscaping. What we're doing is a lot of outreach. We're doing mailings. We're trying to get ourselves in front of those boards so we can explain to them what the options are, how we might be able to help, what the financial assistance that we can provide to their project is. And likewise in the business community is also hard to reach because in some cases a facility may not be controlled by the people inside that building. And so we have to go find parent companies and so forth. Same thing, we're trying to reach out to them, get an audience with them, and have a discussion with them.
The Water Authority has teamed up with the Las Vegas Lights Football Club to encourage the community, including residents, businesses, and HOAs, to remove grass that serves no purpose.
This isn't a field, this is useless. Now we can really play.
The SNWA will pay you to remove useless grass. Our Water Smart Landscapes rebate program offers $3 for every square foot of grass you replace with desert landscaping, up to 10,000 square feet. Beyond that, customers can earn $1.50 per square foot. Since the rebate program launched in 1999, the community has removed more than 188 million square feet of turf and conserved more than 119 billion gallons of water. Leaks, whether big or small, waste water. If your water bill has increased recently for no apparent reason, you may have a leak in your home or landscape. Put on your detective cap and track down the most common water wasters with these tips.
Many U.S. homes can waste on average more than 10,000 gallons of water to leaks each year. That's enough to fill a small swimming pool. Nationwide, household leaks can waste more than 1 trillion gallons of water annually, and that's enough to fill 40 million swimming pools and 24 billion baths. Closer to home, fixing your own leaks can make a big difference on your water bill while conserving our most precious resource. Common sources of indoor home leaks include worn toilet flappers and dripping faucets or shower heads. Most can be relatively easy and, yes, inexpensive to fix. To help get you started, the SNWA offers a free indoor water audit and retrofit kit. With the kit, you can test the water efficiency of your home and upgrade some of your fixtures.
So the indoor audit and retrofit kit serves two purposes. It has several items that you can change in your house that actually are more efficient to help you save water. And then it also provides a couple of tools to find leaks inside the house. So together, it kind of gives you opportunities to save around the house. So some examples of things that are included are a shower head that is a low flow shower head. So it's a higher efficiency shower head, performs like your normal shower heads, but uses less water. Then we also have things like a flow bag, which actually you can go around the house and test the flow of the different devices, like your aerators, your shower aerators. We give a couple sample aerators. There's dye tablets to see if you have leaks in your toilet. So there's a lot of items in this little kit that gives you the opportunity to save water around your house. We provide these kits, one free to every property in the valley. You just have to call 258-SAVE or visit snwa.com and request the audit kit and we'll mail it to you.
Believe it or not, the toilets in your home consume more water than your faucets and showers, especially older models. If you have a leaky toilet, or maybe you're hearing the dreaded phantom flush, that's even more water down the drain. To test your toilet for a leak, first, just listen. If it's running nonstop, you have a leak. If you're still not sure whether you have a leak, use the leak detection dye tablets from the SNWA's Indoor Water Audit and Retrofit Kit. The water's color will change to blue if you have a leak. Most likely, the culprit is a worn toilet flapper. Most flappers degrade after a few years and no longer seal tightly at that point, so leaks occur. Luckily, flappers are inexpensive and easy to replace. Better yet, leaky toilet flappers could soon become a thing of the past. That's because flapperless toilets are replacing conventional flush systems. These toilets are ultra efficient and can minimize leaks, ultimately helping to conserve water. Now what about a leaky faucet? A faucet that loses just one drip per second can waste more than 3,000 gallons per year. That's enough water to take more than 180 showers. Fix leaky faucets by checking faucet washers and gaskets for wear and replacing them if necessary.
Don't overlook your shower head. A shower head that leaks 10 drips per minute wastes more than 500 gallons per year. You could wash 60 loads of dishes in your dishwasher with that amount of water. You can help create a tighter connection between the shower head and the pipe stem with pipe thread seal tape, also known as Teflon tape. If that doesn't stop the leak and the repair looks more complicated, you may want to call a licensed plumber. If you find that repairs aren't enough to stop the leaks you've found, it might be time to replace your fixtures. Look for the WaterSense label when you shop for new products to increase your home's efficiency. WaterSense labeled items are widely available at retailers, have been tested to perform at 20% higher water efficiency than average products, and provide measurable savings. And yes, they'll still get you, your clothes, and your dishes clean. So what if I suspect I have a leak, but I haven't been able to find it yet?
The first thing you want to do is make sure that everything that uses water in the house is turned off. So you want to have your irrigation off. You want to have dishwashers, washing machines, everything that uses water, not using water, so shut it off. Then you want to come out and you want to come to the meter. And so if you look at the meter down here, there's two dials. The big dial is thousands of gallons, and so you're not going to see that turning unless you just have a massive leak, but usually that's not what you see. It's the little dial, which is a triangle or a little star. If everything is turned off inside and you see that little dial still turning a little bit, that means you have a leak somewhere. And then you have to go through a process of elimination to decide, is it inside or outside? Could be both, but hopefully it's not. It's one or the other. And so we'll walk around and we'll turn the irrigation system on the outside off, and then you can kind of go inside and see if there's anything inside that may be the cause of that.
Outdoors, your irrigation system is susceptible to leaks that can waste far larger volumes of water than, say, a leaky indoor faucet. That's why regular checks are vital. Systems are subject to frequent use and high temperatures in summer, along with an occasional freeze in winter. Both extremes, along with wear and tear, can lead to cracks and breaks in both pipes and drip lines, as well as broken sprinklers and emitters. To determine whether you have a leak in your landscape, turn your irrigation clock to the manual setting and run each line or station on your system for 1 to 2 minutes. Walk through your landscape. A visual inspection should turn up obvious breaks. Check your valve box as well to ensure the valves aren't leaking. If you can't find the source of the leak but find soggy grass, damp planted areas, or puddles of water, you may have a larger problem, an underground leak.
So through the process of elimination, by turning the backflow off and the irrigation, we think we've eliminated the outside. We've gone around inside and we haven't found anything. So really the next step is possibly a mainline leak or something that's underground. And for that, you really want to hire a professional. They can come out, they can kind of determine, they usually can find it, they have tools to do that. And so, somebody you want to hire to bring a professional to take care of it.
Repairing water damage caused by leaks can cost thousands of dollars for homeowners. Thanks to new, smart leak detection devices, you can prevent or mitigate water damage at your home using a smartphone app.
So leak detection devices is kind of the new technology that we're really excited about. It will help address water loss or water damage caused by leaks, which can kind of be a big issue for homeowners. And so these new devices basically will strap on to your water lines in your house, and then they will communicate to the customer through their phone. There are two types of devices basically. One will strap on to your water line. Sometimes they go onto your meter or just onto a pipe. So you can monitor your water use. If you have a leak, you get notified. But in order to turn your water off, if you have to, you would have to come to the meter and do a turn off yourself. The other type of device, actually, you cut pipe and you install it. It also gives you information about consumption and how much you're using, but then if you have a catastrophic leak or for some need you need to turn it off, through your phone you can actually turn it off. They cost a little bit more money, they're a little more involved to install, but it actually gives you a little more protection. So there's kind of two basic types of devices that are out there, and we'll rebate both of those through our programs.
The SNWA offers a rebate of 50% of the purchase price, or $200, whichever is less. To receive the rebate, you must agree to allow SNWA to periodically conduct research through phone calls, surveys, or monitoring of water use to determine the long-term benefits of various WaterSmart technologies. For program details, visit snwa.com. When you turn on the tap, you expect the water to flow, but there's a lot of work behind the scenes to make that happen. Water embarks on an incredible journey before it reaches your faucet with help from municipal water agencies.
Nearly 90% of southern Nevada's drinking water begins as snow or rain in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado. After the snow melts and drains into the river, the water travels hundreds of miles before reaching Lake Mead. The Southern Nevada Water Authority draws and pumps this water to its state-of-the-art water treatment facilities. Following treatment that ensures water meets all state and federal Safe Drinking Water Act standards, water flows through an intricate network of pipes, pumps, and reservoirs before reaching its final destination, your home. As a regional agency, the Water Authority secures long-term water resources and oversees conservation planning. The Water Authority also provides water treatment and wholesale delivery for Southern Nevada, delivering treated drinking water from Lake Mead to area water providers, who then deliver water to you, the customer. SNWA helps to ensure safe and reliable water delivery by operating two of the nation's most advanced water treatment facilities, River Mountains and Alfred Merritt Smith. Water quality starts at Lake Mead, the largest man-made reservoir in the nation. Spanning nearly 250 square miles, Lake Mead is also impressively deep. The Water Authority's third intake plumbs these depths to draw the freshest, purest water. The third intake is designed to maintain access to our community's primary water supply, even as lake levels continue to decline.
The third intake extends into the lowest portions of Lake Mead, ensuring that we have access to our water even though the lake levels continue to decline. Now, the deeper water is easier to treat, easier to disinfect, and provides higher quality water to our customers. The pumping station, currently under construction, will work in tandem with the third intake to provide quality water to over 2 million Valley residents.
When the pumping station is completed in 2020, SNWA will have the ability to draw water from the lake, even if lake levels drop too low for Hoover Dam to release water to downstream users in California, Arizona, and Mexico. Once water travels through intake number 3 to SNWA's treatment facilities, state-of-the-art ozonation is the primary treatment process. Ozone provides an effective disinfectant that destroys bacteria and waterborne pathogens. The next step in treatment is multi-stage filtration, which includes a step known as flocculation. Particles in the water form clumps called floc. The floc is so small it can't be seen by the naked eye. Flocculated water passes through multiple filters that trap and remove these particles. Chlorine is then added to the water as it leaves the treatment facilities. Both chlorine and corrosion control efforts further protect the water as it journeys through the pipeline distribution system, sometimes 30 miles or more uphill on its way to you.
Well, most of our water is delivered by gravity to our customers. This means that we use the natural principle of allowing the water to simply flow downhill. We locate our reservoirs farther uphill from the customers they serve, and thus when that water just simply flows naturally out of the pipes, we get water to the tap. Also, providing the water uphill gives our customers the adequate tap pressure that they need.
Highly skilled operators guide water through a series of pumping facilities to move water to reservoirs and water tanks throughout the community. Reservoirs provide sufficient storage to meet our home and business water needs, as well as fire protection to support our community's first responders. The Las Vegas Valley Water District, the cities of North Las Vegas and Henderson, maintain more than 100 reservoir basins and tanks that collectively hold more than 1 billion gallons of water. The Las Vegas Valley Water District is building its first reservoir in 10 years.
Well, this reservoir is designed to meet the growing needs of Summerlin. We're about 33 miles as the crow flies from Lake Mead, where we get most of our water, and this will hold about 10 million gallons of water. It takes a lot of energy to pump that water up the hill from 33 miles away. We do that primarily in the evening hours. We don't have the constant droning of pumps, and it helps to reduce costs by using the energy during the evening when those costs are reduced.
To maintain water quality in the distribution system, operators and distribution personnel keep a watchful eye on flows, water levels, system pressures, and pumping activities. They work 24 hours a day, 365 days a year to monitor your water quality. Considering the important role that water plays in our daily lives, local water providers in Southern Nevada are committed to maintaining reliable water infrastructure that safely meets our community's water needs. By the time water reaches your tap, it's been treated and tested to the highest state and federal standards.
There are more ways to save, so join us next time here on Waterways. If you'd like to share your conservation efforts at home, contact us at Waterways, 1001 South Valley View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89153. Or send us an email through our website at snwa.com. We may feature your story. For more how-to videos and tips to conserve and care for our water, connect with us on social media. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time, right here on Waterways.
Win or lose, our children need a natural green grass space in which to run, romp, and be a kid, especially out here in the desert. What is your team color? Ours is purple. We are the Clark County Water Reclamation District. You may have seen workers installing our purple water pipe system at Silver Bowl Park. Yes, purple, the signature color for reclaimed water. The playing fields and landscape at Silver Bowl Park are now irrigated using reclaimed water. This water surpasses the high standards set by the state, saves our potable water for drinking, and reflects our abiding commitment to wise management of our precious water resources. Reclaimed water is the right water for the right use. The Clark County Water Reclamation District, in partnership with the Clark County Department of Parks and Recreation, is pleased to use reclaimed water to provide this green grass space where everybody wins.
Great job!
I'm Clark County Fire Chief Greg Castle. 7 people die every day in a home fire. To help save lives, the Red Cross and local groups are installing free smoke alarms and developing family escape plans in high-risk neighborhoods. Please volunteer at the Sound the Alarm event to help us install hundreds of smoke alarms this spring. Find out more at soundthealarm.org/Nevada, and for a free smoke alarm installation and evacuation plan, please call 702-697-1707.
Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red, and you should be prepared to stop or prepare to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to clarkcountynv.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
Community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Welcome everyone to a very special edition of Best of the Badge. Marlon Magsaysay,
Patrick Burke, Jesse Kamal-Bernstein,
Carl Knowles,
George Smith, Brian Benitsky,
Eduardo Pazos Casares,
Krista Koch.
Welcome to Best of the Badge.
Jeremiah Beeson,
Joshua Bitska,
Levi Hancock,
Samuel Whitworth,
Megan Kraut,
Burton Ritchie, Steve Treppus,
Joad Ruth,
Robert Teal,
Casey Clarkson,
Jen Smith,
Andrew Kernio,
Nicolette Hawkins,
Stephen Leitner,
Eric Brown,
Garen McAnally,
Brady Cook,
Tanner Gurley,
Michael Tran,
Jason Swanger,
Brett Brosnahan,
Keith Bryant, Theron Young,
Jeremy Johnson,
1 October 2017 was the worst day in the history of Las Vegas. 58 people lost their lives in that senseless attack. But that fateful night showed the world how strong our city truly is. Countless people became heroes, to include many of my fellow officers who bravely ran toward the danger.
Wait. Move. We got gas. Get out of here. Please. Go this way. Out. Everybody out. Get out. Everybody go out. Out. Shot. Come on. Take her out. Medical can't come in here. Carry him out.
People started coming up to me telling me that, that there's people shot. At one point, a guy came up to me and told me that a woman had been shot in the head. And for some reason, hearing that specifically stopped me in my tracks. And I said, take me to her. And I grabbed his hand because I didn't want to lose him in the big crowd. I really wanted to find the threat or threats. So to be down there and not be able to actually engage with the shooter was something that I had a hard time with.
Where is this guy?
I kind of replayed it in my mind. Was there anything more that I could have done? Was it the best tactics? What else should I have done?
There was a crowd and people were kind of scattering and screaming. I walk up and I see the first female victim, and she's got a wound to her head. Her boyfriend's crying out for us to help her. And I'm sorry. I've never been in combat, but the screaming, the shooting is something I won't forget. This is, what I wanted to do. I wanted to help people, and when the time came, it was instinct to just stay and help.
Everybody get down.
It was a really bittersweet moment. Not only am I proud of my fellow officers, but I'm proud of the citizens that were there.
Go, I can come to help. Thank you. Go.
To be surrounded by all these people that risked their lives with nothing to gain in return, not looking for any kind of recognition, nothing. They just wanted to do what was right. To see so many people doing that was just amazing to me.
Everybody out.
I wanted to do as much as I could and save as many people as I could.
Vegas strong. I'm proud.
As concertgoers were being hit by gunfire, police officers kept arriving and started taking fire themselves, including a veteran member of the force who took a bullet to his neck.
A day doesn't go by, and it's crazy to think that it's almost been a year already.
We were dealing with somebody that had been too intoxicated, got him a cab, and as we're getting ready to walk back into the event, that's when we hear that noise, the repeat of gunfire, like it just kept going. After like a few moments, somebody said somebody was injured inside. That's when we knew.
When the shots first started coming out, I remember sitting, crouching down at the wall when we were taking cover, and I remember telling myself, it's gonna hurt, you're probably gonna get shot.
I felt a burning sensation, but when there's a threat somewhere else, you're kind of focused. And it wasn't until my partner Tara saw that I was bleeding all over when I was trying to keep everybody down.
And I look, and right in his neck I could see, the blood and everything. I instantly go to put my hand on his neck, and in that moment I knew that he was gonna be okay. I wasn't gonna let him, fail that night.
Kneel down.
There was an officer that had some gauze and whatnot, so we said, yes, we need that.
You're okay. Everybody's yelling, go get him the medical, get him the medical. And when you feel so helpless because you're being pinned down, I was like, I'm not leaving.
All the different people in the concert, they were so worried about him, and he just kept saying, don't worry, I'm fine. We got to get you out of here.
And at that point, we were just pinned down, so the one thing that we had was a bunch of scared civilians around us.
We formed up a team with some other sergeants and officers that were right there, and we got elements of 5, and we were covering them. And right after that, he sat down. And I looked at him, I said, okay, it's your time to go. We got to get you help. After the hospital, he didn't even want to get any type of pain medicine, morphine, anything, because he wanted to get back out there and continue to help and fight. And I am so thankful that I was working that event with him. He just really showed that night his true colors of how strong he is, the true warrior that he is. And I just see such a bright future for him.
I have to tell you, I've been born and raised in Las Vegas, and it wasn't until October 1st is when I finally realized how close and how small our town really is. Like, a god-awful mess that night. That was probably like the light that I saw that night.
You know, all the blood drives, all the donations just pouring in, everybody coming forward to support police. It was huge. It was something that this community needed after such a horrific, tragic event. He made it home, and he fought through it, and he was a true warrior. And, just seeing some of the people there, you know, like, it's just knowing that we made it through, and we do what we do every day because we won. And we will continue to win and protect our community.
I have to say I love what I do. I said it, you know, I never want to get shot at again, but I love being a police officer. I love protecting this community. I love being able to help people that need help. And when people are in need, I want to be there for them all the time.
Also injured that night was a young Metro officer who had been wearing the badge for just 2 days. His field training officer was instrumental in saving his life.
Brady, he was a second-day officer. You know, he was 2 days out of the academy, and we find ourselves in the middle of an active shooter under a barrage of gunfire.
First thing you hear is coming down the street, you just hear the sounds of the gunfire.
Somebody in the CP, can you tell me where it's coming from?
The plan was to set up a strike team to go in and find the guy. But as soon as we got out of the car, he focused all his fire on us. It was just all around you, just felt like it was coming from everywhere. Top, down, left, right, it just felt like it was coming from everywhere.
He looks over at me and he says, you know, where's it coming from? And he kind of pops his head up a little bit. And at that moment, he took a round.
I got shot! All right, got shot! Where? All right, move, we got casualties!
One of the rounds came and hit me in the back of my shoulder, went through my arm, out my bicep area, went into my chest and shot down my body.
We need to get to medical. I knew he needed medical attention. I didn't know how bad it was. There was really no option. You know, at that time, that kid, that was my only priority. But we started moving north on the boulevard, and I started pushing him in front of me as much as I could.
As we're running down the street, the guy took his fire on the two of us running down the street still, so as we're running, he's still shooting at us.
By redirecting that fire off that crowd, we guaranteed we saved lives.
I didn't know I was hitting the chest, and he saw I was, so he knew he had to get me to medical immediately.
I gotta get you to ambulance. At that point, it changed everything. It was a matter of minutes. My absolute focus was on Brady at that point. I mean, there was nothing else for me to do. You know, I looked across the street and I could see a couple patrol vehicles, and I started pushing Brady across the street. I took somebody's car.
I'm taking this car!
We hit the freeway, and we were at UMC within minutes. But it felt like I was driving to Utah, and I couldn't allow him to lose consciousness, so I started asking him about his life, you know, his family, his girlfriends, his pets, anything I could do to get him talking.
How many girlfriends you got, bro? Only one? Is she sexy? Yeah, she is. Right on, what is Jordan like?
And I was fortunate with Brady. You know, he's a tough kid. He's one of these people that have a long career, and he's going to do something amazing in his career, and hopefully this is the worst thing that ever happens to him. And get that out of the way at day 2, that's fantastic. I mean, he showed a lot of heart that night, a lot of heart, and you can't teach that to somebody. His parents did a great job with him. I think the hardest part about the whole thing is just the fact that it happened. And you've got to be willing to give everything to make sure that even if you don't go home, somebody else does.
Everyone coming together and jumping in and doing a part, and the way the community came together afterwards, and all the outreach and the support everyone gave the following days and weeks and months afterwards. I mean, I grew up in Vegas, and it's cool to see how such a big place can come together and be one.
Ultimately, it was the presence of police inside the hotel that brought the attack to an end. Here's a look at how police officers identified the threat and made their approach.
1692 means we got shots fired 4:15 at the Route 291. Sounded like an automatic firearm. We have an active shooter. We have an active shooter inside the fairgrounds. I can't see anything. Stay in here. Stay in here. Stay here. Hey, security.
You guys stay in here.
I am in the casino, babe. No, they're 32. 32? Yeah, 32, 32. 32? Hey, over there. Do we have access to get into that room? What do you want to do? You want to make entry? We're going to have to.
We're going to have to, yeah. I think everybody else is pinned outside.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a pellet or a 22 or... Do we have access to this room? The double doors on the very end.
Clear, let's move back. We'll clear left and then we'll go up.
And all I could hear was automatic gunfire over the radio.
Okay, you guys with him, go to the stairwell.
We had thousands of people that were getting shot at, and I knew that we couldn't get them aid until I made this room safe. So unfortunately, that's a risk that we had to take. We didn't really discuss it, we just did it.
Okay, I'm gonna hold on this door, okay? Right.
But I think, you know, when you're in that moment, you focus on what needs to be done. And we all knew what needed to be done.
We hung breaches on the door. I covered him. He hung the breach. We backed up into the small area on the stairwells that we were staged, and we then blew the door.
We didn't know who was in that room, who was behind that door. We just knew that there were so many incidents going on down on the strip that we had to take care of this problem here.
And I could see a big rifle just past the door on the ground. So I called that out to Levi. He was low, I was high. I had a rifle, he had his, and we're looking through the door and we're kind of calling out some of the stuff that we could see initially, and then we made the decision to make entry.
Okay, cover on that. In with you.
And I knew at that point in time it was pivotal for us, and it was a game changer for us to do what we did.
Among the heroes on 1 October was an off-duty Metro police officer who paid the ultimate price. During a recent ceremony, Charleston Hartfield was posthumously awarded the Purple Heart and Medal of Valor for protecting other concertgoers.
Most people know Charleston Hartfield by his courageous actions taken on that fateful Sunday evening of October 1st, 2017. Officer Hartfield not only saved many innocent lives that night by his leadership and calm demeanor, but he ensured his wife's safety so she could go on to raise their two wonderful children, Isaiah and Savannah. Yes, Charlie was a hero, but he was much more than that. He was my co-worker, friend, and also my brother. I still remember his first day out of field training when he came to our day shift squad at Southeast Area Command. As he walked into the briefing room, I noticed he had two backpacks. One was on his back, and he was carrying the other one with his right hand. When we made eye contact, I asked him if he was coming to work or going to college. He just gave me that unforgettable Charlie grin, and from that point on, we became friends with an unbreakable bond. Charlie was the most squared-away junior officer I've ever worked with in my 15-year career with Metro. If I was dispatched to a violent call and I knew Charlie was my backup unit, that would be one less thing I would have to stress over because I knew I was in good hands. I had great times working with him over the years, from patrol to community policing. I am blessed to have known and worked with Charlie for as long as I did. He was a man of faith and conviction, and I will never forget him as long as I live. There is a verse in the Bible in John 15:13, which I think represents the integrity and character of my friend. It says, "Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends." Rest in peace, Charleston Vernon Hartfield. You will be missed. On behalf of the department, we proudly present the Purple Heart to the family of Officer Charleston Hartfield. Thank you for allowing him to serve this community. He made such an indelible impression everywhere he worked. Thank you.
Coping with the magnitude of 1 October is something all of us will have to deal with forever. Police Captain Harry Fagel uses poetry as a form of expression. Here, he is performing his composition entitled The Route.
We need contrast to be human. Right versus wrong, the meek and the strong, the well-off and the poor, and the list goes on and on. Good versus evil, though, has always been a tough one. Definitions range up and down the scale, and without fail, someone else's bad is inevitably someone else's good. Except in those rare moments of sainthood, when someone reaches past the limits of human understanding and commanding and standing, they inspire us all. Or horribly, in those rare moments of true evil, when someone reaches past the limits of human depravity, the darkest of cavities, the densest of gravities, they destroy us all. Music spinning in the beautiful night air, without a care, lovers dance and sway. Today is a special day, time tucked away for this moment of peace and love and grace. People standing close and closer as the stage pours noise out and down, basking and asking for truth. The throng gathers closer and closer, the moonlit night pressing on their skin like happy thoughts and goals reached. When firecracker noise becomes jackhammer noise, becomes gunfire, raining needles of deadly lead from the sky like a sudden cloudburst in hell. He who shall remain unnamed stands on the precipice, lording it up over the tiny ant-like figures. 500 yards away, he sways and reloads and fires bolt, launching backward, firing pin, locking back, springing forward, striking the primer, and the piece of sadness at over 1,000 miles per hour, at 1,000 feet per second, squirts from the sky and strikes one, and then another, then another, then another innocent concert goer. Blood, chaos, and confusion blossoming like a poison flower. The petals spilling to the ground in freshets of pain. Reloads and fires, picks up another gun and fires, reloads and fires, picks up another gun and fires, reloads, and soon 1,000 times this process repeated. As 58 souls climb out of broken and battered corpses and ascend the staircase to heaven. Over 500 more bleed and sob from broken bones and shattered lives, and his answer to the solemn cries is to shoot himself in the face. How in the evil here does the aforementioned sainthood rise to smash back the blasphemy this man wrought here? How the balance is made, the tally paid, the yin and yang rebound from such terror. It is in the dreaming hearts of the remainders, the survivors and first responders, where the good floods in, bearing evil under a pile of saving lives from such murder. Police officers immediately shielding and putting themselves in the way of the attack. Off-duty soldiers and cops and firemen reacting swiftly and carrying people away from danger. Regular citizens who, risking their very lives, took a pause to help, driving the masses of wounded to the hospitals. Where caring doctors and nurses slaved away to save the dying and give them chances at another day, another day, another day. Other cops, fearless and with the courage of lions, run up the stairs and explode the door, forcing the thing inside who watched on spy cameras to give up and die by suicide. It is in our innate selves we conquer the evil in the world, in our ability to overcome, to begin again, to start anew with a sense that in the end, evil is always laying there, bleeding out. Our heroes are here, not in some comic book. Every day they face down the nightmares the rest of us carefully tuck into our mind basements and try to forget. Take a moment and picture the women and men in tan and blue and white and green and badge beholden or medicine trained. We are so lucky, so very lucky to have them. Saints who erase the evil and let us all know light conquers dark. And we can again someday, today, rejoice. Thank you.
We're going to end our special program with a look at just some of the 1 October heroes. Sheriff Joe Lombardo proudly awarded Medals of Honor and Valor during this year's Best of the Badge ceremony. Thank you for watching. Your support means the world to us.
I want to become a police officer because I wanted to serve my community, and I want to make my place I live a safer place.
I grew up in a bad neighborhood, and I wanted to make it more livable for younger generation.
The short version, because I don't like bullies or other people that victimize innocent citizens in the community or in general. I've always been that protective type person with my siblings, and so that kind of geared me towards law enforcement career.
You know what, my favorite thing was the white tiger that got out up in the northwest part of town, and I got to be part of the crew that got to get it back in its cage. So it's pretty nice to get a tiger off the streets.
Listen, when I was growing up, a small kid in a small town, I wanted to be a cop. I can't really say why. It was just something that really interested me, and that's what I wanted to do. So that's what I went to college for. And back in New York, economy was bad, nobody was hiring. I was looking, and I found the Metropolitan Police Department. And fortunately for me, after testing, they gave me a job offer.
Metro is not about the cars, the buildings, the headquarters. It's about the people, and it's about us treating the community properly and doing the job that we do to help them have a better life. And we do it every day here, and we do a great job at it. I'm so proud of Metro. I couldn't have picked a better career.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
On the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, a long-time after-school program has a new place for young boxers to train, thanks to Commission Chair Marilyn Kirkpatrick and some community partners. Commissioner Jim Gibson hosted another job fair in District G. We'll tell you more. And it was Java with Jones at a neighborhood coffee shop in District F. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, right here on Clark County Television.
You're watching Clark County Television.
Good morning. We are going to go ahead and call to order the Board of County Commissioners for Wednesday, April 17th.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first item on the agenda is public comments.
At this time, anybody wishing to speak on public comment on any items that are on the agenda today, you can come forward. However, if you do speak on an item now, you will not be offered that same opportunity when the item comes before us. So you have your choice. Anybody wishing to come speak on any items on the agenda today? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and, oh, come on. Okay.
Hi, my name's Michael Solomonson. I'm not familiar with procedures, but can we get item 16 removed from the automatic review and discuss it?
Commissioner Naft. We'll go ahead and pull it off so that we can have some further comment. Okay. Anybody else wishing to speak on public comment?
Same issue with numbers 9 and 10.
Okay. On number, we're going to do that process in just a minute. But if you wanted to speak on 9 and 10, I'll go ahead and take them off the agenda.
Okay.
Okay. So, but we're not going to hear them yet. So I have to go through this procedure, and then I'll call you up.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Anybody else wishing to speak on public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment. Turn it over to Ms. Amundsen.
The second item is the approval of the agenda. After considering any additions or deletions of items, staff has received the following request. Item number 14, WC 19400028, UC 18273, hold to the May 8, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 15, ZC 19105, hold to the May 8, 2019 BCC meeting per staff. Item 26, UC 18-1000, hold to the May 22, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 27, TM 18-500230, hold to the May 22, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 31, WC 1840070, ZC 66307, hold to the May 22, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 32, VS 181013, hold to the May 22, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 33, WS 181012, hold to the May 22, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. And item 34, TM 18500-236, hold to the May 22, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 40, WS 19109, hold to the May 8, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. And item 54, CP 1990037, hold to the May 8, 2019 BCC meeting per Commissioner Kirkpatrick. The above public hearing items are going to be open as a public hearing and meeting recessed until the dates as previously stated, with these deletions, which are items number 14, 15, 26, 27, 31, 32, 33, 34, 40, and 54. And if there are no objections from the audience, the agenda stands ready for your approval.
Thank you. Anybody have any other items from the commission? So at this time, I'd entertain a motion to approve items 14, 15, to hold items 14, 15, 26, 27, 31, 32, 33, 34, 40, and 54. I have a motion by Commissioner Gibson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Wait 1 second. Motion passes. And just for the audience's reference, we do have a new security system in place that started yesterday as an overall today's times. We want to make sure that we're in a safe environment. So it's a little bit louder than what we're accustomed to. So just know this has nothing to do with any agenda items. It's just a new process that we're going to have at Clark County.
The third item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. The minutes of the March 6, 2019 zoning meeting are ready for approval.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Gibson to approve the agenda minutes. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Next are the routine action items, which consist of items 4 through 20, except those items previously deleted, and items 9, 10, 16, and 17, which will be pulled and heard separately. These items may be considered together in one motion and are subject to the conditions listed with each agenda item. In addition, we had a following amendment, but that item is going to be heard separately. When the public hearing has been open for the routine action agenda, any person who does not agree with the conditions recommended by staff should request at this time the item be removed from this portion of the agenda be heard separately. Additional items recommended for denial or with different conditions of approval by the respective town boards are not automatically removed from the routine action agenda. If you wish to speak on any item on the routine action agenda, you must come forward and request the board remove that item from the routine action agenda and have the item heard separately. With these amendments and with no objection from the audience, the routine action portion of the agenda stands ready for your approval. And again, we're going to hear 9, 10, 16, and 17 separately.
Okay, from the commissioners, are there any other items that you want to have heard separately? Anybody from the audience want to have any additional items on the routine consent agenda heard separately?
If there is nothing more, Madam Chair, I move approval of the consent agenda.
Okay, Commissioner Gibson has moved that we approve the consent agenda with the items stated by Ms. Amson as being held separately. Any further discussion? Please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Next, we'll hear items 9 and 10 together. Item 9, 1819 400 031 ZC 131302, zone change, second extension of time to reclassify 20 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential PC Plan Community Overlay District Zone to PF Public Facility PC Plan Community Overlay District Zone for proposed middle school in the Mountains Edge Master Plan Community, generally located on the south side of Mountains Edge Parkway and the west side of Marnie Street within Enterprise. Item 10, WS 19-179, waiver of development standards to allow modified street standards, design review for a proposed middle school on 20 acres in a PF Public Facility PC Plan Community Overlay District Zone in the Mountains Edge Master Plan Community.
Good morning. Before we get started, if I could ask security to close the door at this point, because I'm competing with the outside noise. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman, Commissioners. Linda Perry, 1180 Military Tribute Place, Henderson, Nevada, representing the Clark County School District. We have a new middle school that we're proposing out at Mountains Edge in their master plan community. We did hold a neighborhood meeting. I know there were some concerns at the meeting with the traffic and the bus turnout. So what we did is we came up with, we at the neighborhood meeting, we decided or determined that we would come back and we would look at changing the location of the bus turnout. And we came up with a number of reasons as to why it does not work on Mountains Edge Parkway. So what I wanted to do is have my architect, Wade Simpson, kind of go through those and go through the site plan and then articulate the reasons as to why.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Wade Simpson, Simpson Culture Studio, 151 Warm Springs, Las Vegas, Nevada 89119. Once again, as Ms. Perry spoke, we held a neighborhood meeting. Since then, we had agreed to look at some traffic concerns. We went back to our traffic engineer. They're in the middle of doing the traffic study that as part of the conditions of approval, and we did change some of the throat depths on the bus parking, but we ended up requesting to keep the bus parking to the south. Separation between the buses and the cars we felt would be best in this case. If we moved the bus, it would congest it more with the automobiles coming in to do drop-off. Also, we have 90 parking spaces required. We're We're providing 145. We've provided a whole on-site drop-off zone. So we believe we've done everything we can to mitigate what traffic concerns we have. Of course, we don't want to have any traffic problems either. So,
Okay.
so with that, we agree with staff recommendations and request your approval.
Okay, and that completes your presentation?
Yes, it does.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on items 9 or 10, please come forward now and state your name for the record. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Michael Strickus, and I'm the president of the Mirasol Homeowners Association, and I'm representing them this morning. And we're in opposition to the zone change and waiver of development standards regarding agenda items 9 and 10, but mostly 10, pertaining to the proposed middle school on Mountains Edge Parkway in Marnie. We are a 221 single-family home gated community representing 450 to 500 voters to the immediate south of the proposed project, as our northern border runs the entire length of Haley Avenue from Buffalo to Marnie Street. First of all, we are not anti-school, just anti the proposed CCSD plan. We've got many residents who will have middle school children who will appreciate having a school right across the street from them. We have a gate on Buffalo and a gate on Haley Avenue, which is the primary means of egress for our residents to Mountains Edge Parkway and points east. The plan is designed provides for a bus loop for 16 buses to the immediate left of our Haley Avenue gate and 145 car parking lot and pickup and drop-off area to the immediate right of our Haley gate. Haley is only 30 feet wide, and with buses lined up, cars parked, and traffic entering and leaving the parking area all at the same time, we will be affected in a substantially adverse manner and can be essentially landlocked at peak times. I would also note that it is already difficult to exit the Buffalo gate at rush hour without the middle school opening or the forthcoming high school at Buffalo and Cactus, as there are no traffic signals from Star to Mountains Edge Parkway, and northbound vehicles are often doing 50 miles per hour by the time they reach us. Once yellow flashers are installed and the traffic slows to 15 to 25 miles an hour for the school zone, traffic could easily be backed up beyond our gate, making that exit impractical as well. CCSD's contention that the pickup and drop-off locations are in areas of the site which will allow quaying and circulation of vehicles so as not to impede traffic is delusional. Haley and Marnie are public streets and can't safely handle the volume of traffic. When considering a capacity of 1,750 students with a requisite staff of administrators, teacher aides, librarians, nurses, maintenance, janitorial staff, secretaries, lunch staff, volunteers, and parents, the 145 parking spaces could easily be insufficient, further exacerbating the parking issues on these already narrow streets. To therefore reduce the driveway departure distance from the uniform standard of 190 feet to 75 feet, a reduction of 61%, is unconscionable. Student safety should be of paramount concern. On Monday, March 25th, two 12-year-olds were struck by a car leaving Fayette Middle School, with one being killed, and you now have a plan with a proposed campus too big for the 20 acres, creating a potentially hazardous situation for all. The applicant's justification that the proposed site has always been designated as a middle school since inception of the Mountains Edge community is not entirely accurate. Prior Mountains Edge documents show the site as an elementary or middle school. Got a couple more sentences?
Yep, go ahead.
The resulting buildings, athletic fields, courts, outdoors, gymnasium, parking is putting too many students at this campus for the size of the site. We have already voiced our concerns to the school district, requesting them to flip the bus loop on Haley Avenue with the tennis courts on Mountains Edge Parkway, and conveyed the same concerns to the town advisory board. The town board recognized that this is going to be a parking and traffic nightmare and asked the school district to consider the change. Since they just said it was not feasible to move the bus loop, an additional option would be to move the entire parking area from Marnie to along Mountains Edge Parkway, which keeps the buses and the cars separated to alleviate the impending bottleneck on Marnie and Haley. In conclusion, we request the pending request for waiver of development standards from CCSD be denied until such time as significant changes in plans addressing these issues are resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on items 9 or 10? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And Commissioner Jones, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could inquire of Public Works, if Public Works has any concerns with the proposed plan.
No, first I'd like to state that
as the plans for the school show, they only show the right-of-way numbers shown on the plans only show what the school is dedicating. So when they're referencing 30 feet and then also Mountain's Edge is shown as 35 feet, that's only the half of the street that the school is dedicating. So actually we're talking about Haley and Marnie are both 60-foot right-of-ways and Mountain's Edge is an 80-foot right-of-way. With that, we have most of our schools do exist on, these are full-size residential roads, 60 foot in width, and we have schools all over the valley that are on those. That's why we put in the flasher systems, the proper crosswalks, everything else. But with this, the only waiver that they were asking for was the departure distance from the intersection. It is only an elbow type intersection. It's not an intersection. It's not a three-way, a four-way. It's just where the road bends. And they changed the driveway to be exit only, which does not provide a conflicting movement. So with all that, we had no issue with the one waiver they were requesting.
All right. I appreciate the concerns that have been expressed by the residents. I was personally at the neighborhood meeting because it is my neighborhood. I live across the street and have for the last 13 years. I will obviously be keeping an eye on the project as it goes forward and on any traffic that may be there, as my own son will likely be a student at the school. And so I would move for approval of agenda items 9 and 10, subject to staff conditions.
Okay, Commissioner Jones has moved for the approval of items number 9 and 10 with staff's recommendations. Any further comment or questions? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is item 16, ZC 19-183, zone change to reclassify 5.1 acres from H2 General Highway Frontage Zone to CP Office and Professional Zone. Use permit for an emergency care facility. Design reviews for the following: emergency care facility, alternative building design in the MUD 1 and the MUD 4 overlay districts, generally located on the east side of Las Vegas Boulevard South, 660 feet north of Erie Avenue within Enterprise. The Enterprise Town Board approves subject to a design review as a public hearing for signage and lighting, generator testing hours on weeks between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., and Giles Street to be developed to rural standards plans. We would request that you add a Public Works condition, applicant to coordinate a contribution with Public Works Development Review for improvements on Giles Street.
Good morning.
Good morning. Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. This application is for a conforming zone change from H2 to CP with a special use permit, as you heard, for an emergency care facility and design reviews for the facility and a request for an alternative building design. The project is located on the east side of Las Vegas Boulevard South and 660 feet north of Erie Avenue. The facility consists of 10,840 square feet and a maximum height of 26 feet. Access to the site is only from Las Vegas Boulevard South. No access is shown on Giles, on the east property line of the parcel. The project complies to code requirements, and staff has no concerns with the alternative design requested because of the location of the building on the western portion of the site. We are in compliance with all screening and buffering requirements, all other code requirements, and providing no access to Giles Street. This request conforms to the planned land use designation of commercial tourist. Staff recommends approval. We accept all staff conditions, including the additional conditions from the Enterprise Town Board, and therefore request your approval of the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak, now's the time to come forward.
Hi, my name's Michael Salamonson. I reside at 10780 Giles Street, immediately to the east of this project. My concern was drainage from the site. It drains to us now, and if there's medical waste, where is it going to be stored and contained? The buffer zone wasn't explained, and I'd like to see the east elevation. We're building a multi-million-dollar house. I'd like to see what's going to be in my front yard.
Does that complete your questions? And then I'll have Commissioner Naft address them with probably the help of staff. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do that. Anybody else wishing to speak on public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment and turn it over to Commissioner Naft.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today. This item was taken off consent. I'm curious, does the applicant have any response about the drainage issues that were raised? If I could, but while you're walking to the podium, Public Works, you didn't have such issues, correct?
We've got to do a drainage study anyway, so.
Go ahead.
Correct. Since we don't have the technical drainage study yet, they will have to address that. But the rules state that they cannot increase by volume or velocity the water coming off the site where it typically goes today. So they will either reduce the number or they will divert it to other public facilities by way of improvements they'll do with their development.
And as you heard, we have to do a drainage study, so I think.
So maybe, Eric, you could address the medical waste component because they're not allowed to drain it into our regular sewer system.
Right. They're not allowed to drain anything other than the rainwater that falls from the sky into, whether it's a formal system or whether it's just putting it back in the historic flow. The only thing allowed in there is the rain that falls from the sky. You can't even discharge. Even when it comes to landscaping, runoff, things like that, there are guidelines of what they can do, and they can't just let it go.
Thank you. Given that explanation, I appreciate it, and I appreciate the presentation from both of you. I'm going to move for approval, but I'm also going to ask if the gentleman could meet with Tiffany over there from my office. We can exchange information. Maybe we can work together to help kind of explain this process and any other concerns you might have on this or other projects. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner, if I could add one thing, they asked for everything that the town board conditions, and the latest condition we did for the contribution conflicts with what town board had them do. So I just wanted to clarify that on the record.
Thank you. So the approval will be with the applicant to coordinate a contribution with Public Works Development Review for improvements on Gile, not for those that came out of town board.
Correct.
Thank you for clarifying. Appreciate it. And move for approval.
Okay, Commissioner Naft has moved for approval on item 16, subject to the conditions as stated. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Next is item 17, ZC 19223, zone change to classify 0.5 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to CRT Commercial Residential Transition Zone. Use permit to allow a school. Waivers of development standards for the following: parking lot landscaping, increased building height, reduced drive aisle width, reduced height setback ratio. Design review for a school building in conjunction with the proposed school on 1.1 acres in the Desert Inn Transitional Corridor Overlay District, generally located on the north side of Desert Inn Road and 271 feet east of Torrey Pines Drive within Spring Valley.
Good morning.
Good morning, Liz Delk, Tony Celeste, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. This property is approximately 1.1 acres. We're located on Desert Inn Road and Torrey Pines. Desert Inn is a 100-foot right-of-way, as you know. Our bottom portion of the property is currently zoned CRT, and our top parcel is currently zoned RE. We are requesting a zone change for the top parcel to CRT to allow for a small private school on the property. There is a current building on the property that was previously approved for an office building conversion, so there is a commercial use on the property currently. The future development on the property would be a two-story building on the northern parcel as well. The maximum height of that building would only be 26 feet. All access for the property would be in and out from Desert Inn, so there would be no additional traffic going up into the residential to the north. We have agreed to do 20 feet of landscaping on the northern side of our property and 15 along the west. We are requesting a waiver for the east side because of the existing drive aisle there. Staff is recommending approval of that. However, we are able to place landscaping on that northern east corner. If the board would like to see that, we're more than happy to do so. We appreciate staff's recommendation of approval and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on item 17, please come forward and state your name for the record. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Gary Bauman.
You got to almost seat that microphone because I could barely hear you.
Gary Bauman.
Okay.
I live directly across from that on Bristlecone. I consider Desert Inn Road a very dangerous road for putting up to, eventually there'll be about 200 students here according to what was at the township meeting. They're going to start out with a preschool and eventually add continually till they get to 5th grade. This is I'm not sure it's the size of a cul-de-sac, and you got about that many students going in there. And Desert Inn Road, 45 miles an hour is really more of a suggestion to a lot of people. They're flying down there a lot. There's been 2 wrecks at that intersection already, at Bristlecone and Desert Inn. I've been there 10 years. And now you're going to change, you'll affect the nature of that neighborhood. People like me have moved there at my age, and we're not interested in having kids running around our neighborhoods. And they're going to get loose. And they'll do things. And everybody has a pool there. They can end up in somebody's backyard, and there's a tragedy. It was voted down at the township meeting. And I just feel like it's really been put in pretty quickly, and I don't think the neighborhood has had an adequate chance to review this.
Okay, complete your comments?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you. Anybody else wishing to speak on item 17?
Morning, Commissioner. Brett Beck, 3356 West Wing Road. I just want to state the fact that I'm in support for this item. As you know, Desert Inn is transitioning to more of commercial use. Any houses facing the street side is converting from residential to commercial after the artillery was completed from east to west. And this is a great use for the community and for the neighborhood. So I am here to support zoning request.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Anybody else wishing to speak on item 17? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item 17 and turn it over to Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Delk, if you could clarify the number of students that are anticipated and the grades that are anticipated for the school.
Yes. Thank you, Liz Delk, again for the record. Due to accreditation purposes, we're hoping to get up to the 8th grade, which would be about a maximum of 200 students. That would take several years, is what we are anticipating, because it would start at the pre-K level and then add a grade. We're more than happy to come back and for an administrative review if that is something you'd like to see for the additional students, but we're anticipating to be about 200.
Then I would move for approval per staff recommendations with a 1-year administrative review.
Commissioner Jones has moved for approval on item 17 with staff's recommendations in an administrative review. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, items 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25 can be all heard together. Item 21, ET 19400017 UC 55316, holdover use permit second extension of time for the following: retail center, convenience store, reduce the setback from a convenience store to a residential use, reduce the setback from a service station to a residential use, reduce the separation from an automobile maintenance facility to a residential use, and reduce the separation from an automobile repair facility to a residential use. Waivers of development standards for the following: alternative street landscaping, non-standard commercial driveway access, and separations. Waivers of conditions of a zone change, ZC 26905, requiring a minimum 10-foot wide landscaping along rights-of-way, and a zoning change and zone change ZC 158498 requiring the following: no loading areas adjacent to or visible from Ford Avenue, no loading docks within 100 feet of the residential use, on-site lighting to consist of low-sodium inward-directed features to be included in each design review. A1 landscaping along all major street frontages, B2 landscaping along minor street frontages, A2 landscaping buffer adjacent to existing residential development, master studies to address the entire 91 acres development prior to the issue of any permits, or subdivision mapping, whichever occurs first. Traffic study to evaluate the surrounding roadway network, including potential railroad, rail spur, roadway conflicts, the possible realignment of Jones Boulevard, and highway crossing participation, 30 feet for Ford Avenue west of Edmund Street and a portion of a knuckle of Edmund Street. Design review for a retail center with a convenience store, service station, and auto repair facility on 3.4 acres, and an MD design manufacturing zone in the Mud 3 Overlay District, generally located on the north side of Blue Diamond Road and the west side of Edmund Street within Enterprise. Item 22, ET 19400018, VS 55216, holdover of vacate and abandon second extension of time for easements of interest to Clark County, located between Blue Diamond Road and Ford Avenue and between Mohawk Street and Edmund Street in an MD design manufacturing zone. Item 23, ET 19400019, UC 18437, holdover use permit, first extension of time for the following: a daycare facility and a restaurant. Waivers of development standards for the following: alternative street landscaping and uses not within an enclosed building, retail kiosks. Design review for a retail center with a daycare facility and a restaurant. Item 24, WC 19400016, UC 18437, holdover waivers of conditions of a use permit requiring the following: landscaping per plans on file, retail kiosks be located per plans in conjunction with an approved retail center, daycare facility, and restaurant. Item 25, WS 1997, holdover waiver of development standards to allow modified driveway design standards, design review for a retail center and a daycare center, and an automobile maintenance on 3.4 acres.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Liz Delk, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here again on behalf of the applicant. This property is located along Blue Diamond, just west of Edmond. We were before you just last year for a design review for a retail and daycare center on the property, which was approved. The applicant is now coming back to reintroduce the auto use on the property, which was approved back in 2016 and is still active per our extension of times that we had. The requests for the extensions are merely just to line up with the current application, so we do not miss any deadlines. We appreciate planning and Enterprise's Town Board recommendation of approval, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to open up the public hearing, so anybody wishing to speak on item 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, please come forward now. Seeing no one, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Dell, can you address the interest of the applicant in the conditions that were placed by the Enterprise Town Board?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you say that again.
Sorry. The Enterprise Town Board imposed 3 additional conditions on agenda items 21 and 23. Can you address those?
You know what? Tony handled Enterprise. I'm sorry.
That's okay. He's up there.
He's right behind you.
Increased fenestration on the north side of the buildings 1 and 2. Rear exits on buildings 1 and 2 to be emergency exit only.
Oh, yes. That's
okay, so you're good with
absolutely, yes.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Then
And sorry, I missed one thing. I did meet with the neighbor to the west of us who requested that we do an 8-foot wall. Our plans are showing 6-foot wall. We're more than happy to do that if you'd like us to do that.
Okay. Then I would move for approval subject to Enterprise Town Board's conditions with the additional condition proposed today of an 8-foot wall on the west side of the property.
Okay, you've heard the motion from Commissioner Jones. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, items 28, 29, and 30 can be heard together. Item 28, VS 19204, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Alexander Road and Hickam Avenue alignment and between Grand Canyon Drive alignment and Jensen Street alignment within Lone Mountain. Item 29, WS 19172, waivers of development standards for the following. Allow single-family residential lots to access a collector street, Grand Canyon Drive. Allow single-family residential lots to access a collector street without a circular drive or on-site turnaround. Increase wall height, off-site improvements to curb gutters, sidewalk, streetlight, and partial paving. Design reviews for the following. A proposed single-family residential development, increase finished grade on 5 acres in an RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 zone. Generally located on the west side of Grand Canyon Drive, alignment 647 feet north of Alexander Road within Lone Mountain. Item 30, TM 195-00060, tentative map consisting of 6 single-family residential lots on 5 acres in an RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 zone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Robert Cunningham, 6030 South Jones Boulevard. We're here today representing the Templetons on the next phase of their development in this area. Today we have a 5-acre, what we're calling Area 8, 5-acre site with 6 lots on it, all approximately 30,000 square feet in size. Staff's recommending approval of our vacation associated with this and denial of our waiver. So I'd like to go over the waivers that we've requested in a little more detail. Specifically, the waiver to allow non-circular driveways and access to Grand Canyon, which is an 80-foot street. This area is in the RMP area, and there's right now currently just a 32-foot or less paved street running down Grand Canyon. We have 6 lots we're proposing to have direct access out to it. All of the lots in this assemblage of property here are all planned for high-end custom homes. Here's a plot plan showing a concept of what the driveway would look like. You would have a driveway in theory that would be 16 feet wide or so, and then it would lead back about 40 feet or more on the property to an area where there would be a garage or a series of garages, and then there's the ability to turn around a vehicle here and then come back out. My understanding is the issue is that it's preferred vehicles not back out onto Grand Canyon. Currently, it's a 32-foot paved street, so the traffic volume is very low, but in the future, my understanding is it could get widened, and with it being widened, there's a possible danger for vehicles backing out. We believe this provides a solution acceptable to be able to turn vehicles around. We understand that staff is maybe not in support of this option or this solution. What we'd like to offer is to work with staff to come to some sort of a determination where we can get something that's acceptable to them to be able to turn around a vehicle on site without providing circular driveways on these lots. With that, I can go over in detail any of the other requests we have, but that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. I'm going to open up the public hearing on items 28, 29, and 30. Anybody wishing to speak on any of these items, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to take this for Commissioner Brown. So what I'm going to do is make a motion to approve all the items and a condition that on the waiver that you continue to work with staff to ensure that we have a proper turnaround. So I don't know what that looks like today, but I don't believe it can be nothing. That way Commissioner Brown and Public Works and yourself can figure out what that proper turnaround is for folks. All right, are you okay with that?
Yes, that's acceptable. Thank you.
Okay. So I have a motion I made. Okay, Commissioner Jones. Made the motion to approve items 28, 29, and 30 with the conditions as listed. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next are items 35, 6, 7, and 8, which can be all heard together. Item 35, WC 19400021 NZC 58317, holdover waivers of conditions of a zone change for the following. Per revised plans, limited to 39 lots, minimum lot size to be 5,200 square feet, full off-site improvements, right-of-way dedication to include 35 feet to back of curb for Wigwam Avenue, 30 feet for Montessori Street, 30 feet for Camaro Avenue, and associated spandrels for an improved single-family residential development on 7.2 acres in an R2 medium-density residential zone, generally located between Wigwam Avenue and Camaro Avenue in the east side of Montessori Street, alignment within Enterprise. Item 36, ZC 19101, amended holdover zone change to reclassify 15.2 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to R2 medium density residential zone, waivers of development standards for the following: alternative yards, landscaping and screening, offsite improvements, curb gutters, streetlights, sidewalks, and partial paving, which is no longer needed, and street intersection offset. Design review for single family residential development on 22.2 acres in an R2 medium density residential zone. Item 37, VS 19102, holdover, vacate, and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Shelburne Avenue and Wigwam Avenue and between Rainbow Boulevard and Belcastro Street, alignment within Enterprise. And item 38, TM 1950031, holdover tentative map consisting of 136 single-family residential lots and common lots on 22.2 acres in an R2 medium-density residential zone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Commissioners, my name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant and property owner, America West Development. You can see from the overhead and the aerial, the property is approximately 22.5 acres, bounded generally on the south side of Wigwam, north side of Shelburne, and we're just west of Rainbow. Before I get into the application itself, I just want to withdraw a couple of items here. First, on item number 35, conditions or waivers of condition 4 and 5 are no longer needed, so we'd withdraw that without prejudice. And with respect to item number 36, waivers 2C and 3 are no longer needed as well, so we would also request to withdraw those without prejudice. So when I get into the site plan, you'll see why we no longer need those respective waivers. So first, I'm going to break the presentation up into a couple different parts. First, with respect to our zone change and a little history that led us to this zone change, and then the second part will be the actual site plan and design review itself. So the site is 22.5 acres. The bottom 7.5, call it, which is this L-shaped parcel, is between Camaro and Wigwam. That is actually currently zoned R2. It's zoned R2 under a non-conforming zone change approved about a year and a half ago. America West Development recently purchased that property with that R2 entitlements. You can see there were some conditions of approval attached to that, namely lot size of 5,200 square feet and total lots of 39. Now with America West having the top 15 acres, I'll call it, which is located between Camaro and Shelburne, they are coming in with now one development over the 22.5 acres. So we're now asking for a conforming zone change to R2 on the top 15. You can see this is the master plan right here, residential suburban. R2 is an allowable zoning district. R2 would be compatible to what's immediately to the south, which is ours, and then would allow us to do that comprehensive and complete zoning. With respect to the design itself, again, this is the bottom 7.5 acres that is currently zoned R2. One of the conditions was to require a minimum of 5,200 square feet, and it had a total lots of 39. What we're proposing, I think, because of the overall nature and the 22.5 acres, now that it can become uniform, we're requesting 6 additional lots on the bottom 7.5. So we're going from 39 to 45. We are asking for some of those lots to be under 5,200 square feet now, But again, this is zoned R2, substantially greater than the minimum threshold of an R2 square footage. But most importantly, I think, is that you can see highlighted in yellow, which is adjacent to this property right here, which is RE. All of those lots remain 5,200 square foot or greater. And that was essentially the biggest thing about that original non-conforming zone change, was to provide that appropriate buffer to the RE, and then across the street, which is zoned RE and RMP, which is actually where the Legacy Charter School is going in. So we have those appropriate buffers through that area. This is now the top 15 acres up here. Again, we're proposing over 4,000 square foot lots. Some of them range between 58 to 6,000 square foot lots. So those lots are certainly, again, above the threshold of an R2 zoning. A couple other technical things that we have I want to point out. You can see right here, I've highlighted in blue, we have two areas where our throat separation our distance between streets is reduced. So in this area, it is 108 feet, where 125 is required, and in this area, it's 117 to 118 feet, where 125 feet is required. Again, this is about only a third of a car length reduced, and right here is also about a half a car length. So town board did not have any issues with the way this was designed, and you can see, because it's kind of an internal right here, there won't be much traffic going into there, and then this provides a large street here, so we think that that would be appropriate. Also noted on this, very important, because I withdrew some of those waivers, is that we are providing our full dedication of Montessori and Camaro. There was originally a plan in that we showed Camaro either being portions of it being vacated and or going privatized. That was really driven by a lot of the neighbors in a neighborhood meeting. However, after extensive discussions with Public Works, it was made very clear that Montessori and Camaro must go in, so we are providing our full dedications through there and street improvements, which is why we no longer need those waivers. Finally, we have lot 119 right here. You can see in your backup, it is for an alternative lot design. So right here we have one of our private streets. This is the front yard, so this is actually a side-loaded lot. So this lot, its front yard is technically under Title 30, located right here, but as the lot lays, as a homeowner would think, it would be their side yard lot. Their backyard would then be technically what the county considers the side yard, and then the side yard would be what the technically considers the backyard. So essentially, it does meet all the setbacks if it were to, if the nomenclature was a little bit different, but that is why you see this alternative design. So the driveway actually comes in this way, and the front of the house faces to the east. But importantly, we are providing street landscaping, so we will have a wall there, but it will have landscaping on the front, so when you are driving down the street, it will be landscaped through that area. We appreciate Town Board's recommendation of approval. We agree to all of the conditions, except I would like to make one clarification. I think it's the fifth bullet point. It says 5,200 square foot minimum lots for all lots abutting the RMP1 area. We would like to just limit it to as presented. Right here is RMP, over here is the RMP. So we are providing all of these are minimum 5,200. Right here, a couple of these lots are less than 5,000. America West Development does own this property here, so we would be kind of self-buffering ourselves at anyway. So that would be the only condition under the if approved that we would seek modification of. With that, more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, that completes your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on items 35, 36, 37, and 38. Anybody wishing to speak on these items, please come forward. Seeing none, I am going to close the public hearing and turn it over to Commissioner Jones.
All right, I would move to move for approval for the Enterprise Town Board's recommendations. With regard, except for the condition with regards to the lots along Camaro and Montessori.
So Commissioner Jones has moved for approval of items 35, 36, 37, 38 with the withdrawal of waivers 4 and 5 without prejudice on 35 and the withdrawal of waivers 2C and 3 without prejudice on 36. Is that correct? Okay, any other discussion or comment? I just have one, Mr. Celeste.
Yes.
Is there a 20-foot landscape buffer as you drive into the neighborhood? Or is that just where the houses are? Just curious.
I'm sorry, where the 20-foot?
So is there, I just don't see any landscaping, so I'm just curious, is there any landscaping as you go through this main drag?
Yes, so we do, along Wigwam here, we're providing our full off-site improvements here, which would include landscaping. Again, Montessori and Camaro will be fully improved, so that includes curb, gutter, sidewalk, landscaping as well, adjacent.
Okay.
So, yes.
Just so the general public that doesn't see it on the map, that we have that. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you.
The next item is item 39, WS 1948, waiver of development standards to allow non-commercial driveways, design reviews for the following: convert an existing single-family residence to an office building, alternative parking lot landscaping on 0.2 acres in a CRT commercial residential transition zone, generally located on the west side of Eastern Avenue, 200 feet north of Viking Road within Paradise.
Is the applicant here? Commissioner Sagerbloom, do you know who the applicant is?
I don't. Can we?
So let's trail this item to the end, and then we can determine.
I think this is the sex dungeon.
What? Okay, going on. I don't know what you said, but I'm going on.
Next is item 41, WS 19-110, waivers of development standards for the following: eliminate street landscaping, eliminating parking lot landscaping, allow non-decorative fencing, waive on-site paving and parking lot striping, pedestrian crossing, reduce throat depth. Design review for a temporary parking lot on 0.8 acres in a C2 general commercial AE 65 zone in the CMA Design Overlay District, generally located on the southwest corner of Decatur Boulevard and Saab Avenue within Spring Valley.
Good morning.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Tony Sless, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant and property owner. So the site is currently undeveloped parcel located on Rainbow and Saab, highlighted in yellow. Directly across the street is Johnny Legends, which is a car dealership. That dealership right now is going under some renovations, and as a result needs some excess parking. Parking, as you can imagine, for a car dealership is one of the most important elements of it, to display cars. So as a result of some of the renovations and construction on the site, they are losing parking. They fortunately have a site directly across the street where they would like to temporarily park and display those vehicles. So this is the site plan right here. What we have: proposed 69 parking spaces, access off of Saab. There is shared access on Decatur immediately to the south of us. Right here is PT's Pub. Again, this would be very temporary in nature, and that is generally the genesis behind the requests of the various waivers you see. As you see, these would all be things that you would see that would be standard with any type of development coming in, especially a permanent type use. That's why we're asking at this point in time to delay the landscaping, delay the parking lot. Importantly, though, we are required to do some crushed asphalt per the Department of Air Quality, which has approved this for a parking lot, or at least it'll meet their air quality standards. In fact, to demonstrate how temporary in nature this is, we have already submitted our permanent use for the property, and I'm just showing this just so that you know that, but it is in the system. We actually go to Spring Valley Town Board on April 30th. You will see this, I believe, either May 22nd or June 5th. I got my dates confused on when I come to before you with our permanent use. It'll be an auto repair and kind of a more sales, vehicle sales for Johnny Legend, so an expansion jumping on the other side of Saab. So this is the permanent use that is already in the queue that you will see here shortly. So I just wanted to emphasize truly how temporary it is, because I do know and understand that sometimes people come in asking for temporary uses, and temporary can kind of expand. Importantly, to note, staff has some conditions in there. No more than a year, no more extensions. Town board recommended approval with that. So with that, I have nothing further to say and just request your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on item 41. Anyone wishing to speak on item 41, please come forward. Seeing no one, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to Commissioner Naft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation and for emphasizing the temporary nature of this. I know you appreciate you realizing how important that was to me. I'm unwilling to do the full year, but I would be willing to move for approval through December 31st of 2019. Would that satisfy your needs?
We will take what we can get, Commissioner, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. So that being said, I'll move to approve the temporary use through December 31, 2019.
And Commissioner, just so with the real application coming up on it, we don't agree with the parking spots as close to the driveway as they are for the temporary. If it's allowed, we just want our objection on record, because we're going to hit them with the same thing when the permanent comes through.
Okay, I appreciate you putting that on record, and I'll make clear to the applicant that just because this temporary nature has been approved, we start all over again with any permanent project.
Absolutely understood, and I will get with Public Works prior to certainly getting to you to make sure we can resolve as many of those issues as possible.
Please do. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Naft has moved for approval. Public Works has stated their objection. Mr. Celeste is going to work with Public Works. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Oh, did I open the public hearing? I'm sorry.
I think so.
Let me go back and open the public hearing. I did open it. Okay, and close it. Whew, I'm on my game, I think. So there's a motion on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next is item 42, ZC 18905, holdover zone change to reclassify 1.4 acres from UV Urban Village Mixed Use AE60 zone to C1 Local Business AE60 zone. Use permit for proposed mini warehouse facility. Waivers of development standards for the following: increased height, waive the requirement for sidewalks or a buffer around the building footprint, design review for proposed mini warehouse facility in the Mud 2 Overlay and Midtown Maryland Parkway districts, generally located on the east side of Swenson Street, 1,160 feet north of Flamingo Road within Paradise.
Good morning.
Good morning. Liz Delk, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. This property is 1.4 acres located along Swenson, just north of Flamingo. We're currently zoned mixed use and surrounded by R5 developments. Unfortunately, the property is just too small to do any type of mixed use or multifamily, so we are proposing a conforming zone change to C1 to allow for a mini storage facility to help with the neighborhood, especially with the multifamily that surrounds us. We are requesting a 2-foot increase in our height. However, we are surrounded by a 4-story multifamily and a 9-story to our south. Town board did recommend approval with a condition that we add some tinting to the windows to prevent lights from the inside shining onto the neighbors, which we're more than happy to do so. And we will also be coming back with a signage application for the property as well. And happy to answer any questions.
Kate, does that complete your presentation?
Yes.
It does? Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on item 42? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn it over to Commissioner Sagerblum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've looked at this, and the reality is this is about the only thing you can put there, so I support it, but particularly with the design review so we can see what it looks like before they build it.
Okay, Commissioner.
Make a motion to approve.
Commissioner Sagerblum has made a motion to approve. Can I just get clarification, and then they're going to come back with a design review, or?
For signage.
For signage.
Well, I think it was going to be also just to be able to look at it also, right?
So this application is for the design review as well.
Oh.
So Liz, do you have a rendering of what it's going to look like?
Yes, I do.
Which is what you need to do right now.
Oh, okay. All right, looks pretty innocuous, so that's good. We don't want it to stand out.
But I think the big issue is they will come back for a design review for all their signs and for their lighting. So that'll be something you can also weigh in as well.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sagerblum has made a motion for approval with the understanding that the signs will come back for review.
Yes.
Okay, any further comments or discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next is item 43, ZC 1927, amended zone change to reclassify 7.6 acres from R3 multiple family residential zone to H1 limited resort and apartment zone. Use permit for a multiple family residential development. Waivers of development standards for the following. Allow non-standard improvements within the right-of-way and allow modified driveway design standards. A design review for multiple family residential development on 7.6 acre portion of a 25.1 acre site in an H1 limited resort and apartment zone in the MUD 1 overlay district, generally located on the west side of Las Vegas Boulevard South and the south side of Pebble Road within Enterprise.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Madam Chairman. George Rogers, architect, 6325 South Jones, representing the applicant. We appreciate the town board's recommendation for approval. They made one stipulation I'll explain in a second. The project is generally at the corner of Pebble and Las Vegas Boulevard South. The actual application we've submitted is off of the frontage of Las Vegas Boulevard and off the frontage of Pebble Road, south of Pebble Road. There are some driveways that extend to Pebble, as there is a driveway that extends to Las Vegas Boulevard South. It's a 5-story apartment project with a parking garage. The parking garage can't be seen. It's in the center of the apartment. They call it a wrap apartment, so it's not an aesthetic element that can be seen. In fact, the apartment dwellers would actually use one of the driveways from Pebble or Las Vegas Boulevard and enter the garage internal to the site. And in fact, staff recommended approval of all of our items except for the throat depth of these two driveways at Pebble. We requested 50 feet, where it's hard to tell whether 75 feet or 100 feet was required. The RTC plate is kind of vague in that respect, but nevertheless, we discussed it with the town board and they recommended 75 feet, and we agree to the 75 feet, and we would hope that if you were inclined to approve this, you'd approve it with their stipulation of 75-foot throat depths on Pebble Road. That's my presentation.
Okay, that completes your presentation. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on item number 43. Anybody wishing to speak on item 43? You guys are awful quiet out there in that audience. I know you're coming. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to Commissioner Naft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could just ask Public Works to speak a little bit to the 75-foot distance, if that works for you all as a compromise.
We would accept the 75 feet he is correct that the RTC drawing only addresses a singular driveway since they are splitting it between two driveways and the standard is 150. We would accept splitting it between two driveways at 75.
Okay, thank you. That being said, I'd move for approval of item 43 with a waiver of development standards for 75-foot throat depth.
Okay, you've heard the motion from Commissioner Naft. Anybody have any comments or questions? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Commissioners, next item is item 44, ZC 1944. And instead of reading everything in, I just received a request by the applicant to withdraw without prejudice. That is an item that, if you will agree to let it be withdrawn, your determination would be with or without prejudice, and it would be per the board.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd move to approve the request to withdraw without prejudice.
So can we see first, though, if we have anybody that is here to speak? Rob?
You can, but the only issue is whether to withdraw it with or without prejudice.
Okay. I just don't want someone that might have came. Anybody here wishing to speak on item 44? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, and Commissioner Jones has made a motion to allow a withdrawal without prejudice. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Next are items 45, 46, and 47, which can be heard together. Item 45, NZC 181028, holdover zone change to reclassify 15 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to R1 Single Family Residential Zone. Waivers of development standards for the following: increased wall height, increased street length. Design review for proposed single family residential development generally located on the north side of Star Avenue and the west side of Fairfield Avenue alignment within Enterprise. Item 46, VS 181029, holdover vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Star Avenue and Terrell Avenue and between La Cienega Street and Fairfield Avenue alignment, and portions of a right-of-way being Terrell Avenue located between La Cienega Street and Fairfield Avenue alignment, and Fairfield Avenue located between Terrell Avenue and Star Avenue within Enterprise. Item 47, tentative map TM 185000243, holdover tentative map consisting of 75 residential lots and common lots on 15 acres in an R1 single-family residential zone.
Good morning.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Tony Sless, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant and property owner, America West Development. First, this site is approximately 15 acres located along Star, just west of Bermuda, outlined here in red. First, I'd like to just kind of go over some of the uses in the area and some of the exciting development that is currently going on in this area. First, Star Boulevard is a 120-foot right-of-way. Here's Las Vegas Boulevard and part of the commercial tourist corridor. Located just west of that is Interstate 15. This has been a long waited, anticipated interchange, and as you can see right now, from this recent photo, that interchange is actually well on its way. You can see they're starting to dig underneath, and that interchange is coming along right now. You can see the pavement in the area going in, and then at Las Vegas Boulevard and Star, you can see the foundation and footings for the signalization that's going to happen in this area right here. So that's just about a half mile or so from the site. So it is a very busy, active corridor. What you have through this area, as I mentioned, is commercial tourist uses. You have commercial, you have R1 zoning, you have RD. We have our request for R1. This is our currently approved R2 development. We have model homes up right now. On the hard corner is C1. Across the street is Warmington Homes Development, approved at R4 development. That is actually also currently under construction. You have a school. You have properties in here that under the recent land use plan update went to residential suburban. You have some more R2 development located here. As you jump across Bermuda, that's generally City of Henderson, and Star wraps into Executive Airport. as it crosses over onto St. Rose Highway. As you can see there at the very bottom, we have the Raiders practice facility and headquarters going in. Amazon was approved for several 100,000 square foot distribution center. You have Lennar Homes, you have Nevada West, all going in at densities between 16 to 24 units to the acre. Generally, what I'm getting at here is that this is a busy corridor. It was anticipated to be such, as with Star being 120-foot right-of-way, with the interchange going in now. So there's large volumes of traffic, and most importantly, I think, is this whole area right here is really the feeder or the drain for Inspirada, which is a little bit farther to the south and west, that is also located in the city of Henderson, a large master plan community. So that's just kind of generally what's going on in the area. With respect to our request, I first need to start off with a little bit of history on what was originally requested and then how we got to where we are today. We originally requested a design or a site plan design review and zone change to R2 with about 86 units on the property. So this was the original site plan submitted well over a year ago that we ultimately withdrew, but it's important background information as I get into what we have before you today. You can see right here we're providing all minimum 4,000 square foot lots. What we were going to do was right through here provide a 50-foot wide buffer, and it was going to serve two purposes. One, it was going to be a buffer and landscape, but number two, it was also going to serve for our drainage through this area. Right here is the Placid alignment. We were not planning on dedicating that alignment. We were planning on taking drainage through this area, which was, as I said, was going to serve as a dual purpose, not only for drainage, but provide a larger setback than what you would get under even an RD or RE setback, with 50-foot setback before you got to the first single-family home. This was this plan, as I mentioned, ultimately was withdrawn. The neighbors did not want to see R2 development. So we went back to the drawing board and now have submitted now our request to R1. As you can see, I've labeled it the new plan. So right here is now our new plan. It is 75 lots, so it is 5 units to the acre, and it is at the R1 standard. So we went down from R2 to R1, up along the northern property line, all minimum 10,000 square foot lots. So generally your kind of RD type lots, your buffer lots you would expect next to the RMP, all internally through here, all over 5,200 square feet, some lots 6,000, 7,000 square feet. Important to note, though, I know staff made a mention that this would be kind of an isolated development. I disagree with that a little bit because, as I mentioned right here, see on this aerial, right here is America West currently developing R2 development. These neighborhoods would actually have access to each other through Terrell Avenue. So Terrell leads out to Bermuda. So you would have, this community would actually be able to exit out onto Bermuda and exit out of Star. It would be one community. It would be under one HOA. If this were to get approved, it would be consumed with the R2 development there. So it would not, our position, it would not be necessarily standalone development. It would be integrated with the other single-family development there. But I think the most important thing to me is the Placid alignment. To me, this is really the linchpin to the whole thing. If we were to put in Placid, we would then, this community would have access to the north and into the RMP. RMP neighbors do not want the ability for us or anyone to basically have cut-through traffic through there. So we think that by not providing Placid actually helps protect the RMP. Placid, though, is generally where we would have used Placid to accommodate a lot of those flows through here. So not putting Placid in is a major expense downstream for us. There is a large water that we're going to be having to collect on our property. So not putting Placid in means we have to make other arrangements infrastructurally, which will be well over $1 million to make that work. So that's why the R1 zoning is important to us. We do benefit obviously by not putting in Placid, because we do pick up a couple of extra units for sure, but we do need that to help displace some of those costs. What you can see now is essentially our drainage will come through this area. As a result of the drainage study, we may even lose a lot or two here so that we can connect up here and in Terrell there. Just from an overall land use standpoint, we think the R1 is very compatible and makes sense. You do have R1 on Star Boulevard located here closer to Las Vegas Boulevard, adjacent to commercial use and adjacent to an RD. Our situation right here, 15 acres, adjacent to R2, commercial use on the corner as well. We think it's a nice transition, and with that, I believe I've covered most of it, and I appreciate your support today. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, so anybody, and I know I have some cards for 45, 46, and 47. Please come forward and state your name for the record. And we have 2 microphones, so you could line up at the 2 microphones, either one. That way. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Martin Gavin. I live at 11170 La Cienega, and I represent myself, my wife, and my family, and we represent the property owners in this area that have signed this petition, 10 pages of protest against this zone change, and we just want to mention, and we all know right now it's a non-conforming R1 zone change request, and it's not compatible with the area. Let's be clear. It's all about density and invasion. Now, when you're talking about the section that is south of Star, that was given up long ago when America West got in and put in Terra Linda, and since then it's been a Pac-Man eating up all the R&P properties, and it looks like that section is lost. We don't want to lose the section north of Star. That should be retained as a RE/RNP area, which we've been promised in the past. This property borders my property directly to the north and to the west. The RNP 1 overlay district was established to protect us, to protect the existing rural community to the north, which is this property here, and to the west. The density and the intensity of this proposed R1 development is not compatible with the existing planned land use. No matter what they say, it's not compatible. Also, this proposed project is not compatible with the existing RE/RNP1 area to the northwest of this site, which allows a maximum of 2 dwelling units per acre, which is what D.R. Horton is building right now. The residential, and we're satisfied with it, the residential low designation for this site is intended to provide a gradual transition between the existing rural development to the north and the more intense developments to the south of Star. Other builders have come into this area and developed next to us on the west and on the north. They built RL. They built RL, they built RE, and they are conforming zoning. And we are happy with it. We're happy with these guys. And the builders are happy with us. And they were happy with the profit they made. Apparently, America West wants to make more profit by cramming them in. Why can't America West do the same? Well, I'm told they don't. They don't want to do it. This is what they do. They don't do single-family homes anymore. These are all single-family homes. America West is trying to cram in houses on the smallest lots possible with the smallest space possible in order to make the most money possible without any regard for the neighbors or the homeowners. They are building 3-story houses. I'd like you to look at that. And I'd like you to look at what the other builders are building These are single-story, quarter-acre lots, and that's what should be going in. And we're okay with this. We are not okay with this. Three-story with a deck on the roof of the three-story makes it a four-story. And they're looking down at us. We've been out there 45 years, 40 years, 30 years, 20 years, all have horses, and it's an invasion. The proposed density of the site would create an increase in the number also of students for the schools in the area. And the majority of schools within the enterprise planning area are at and over capacity right now as we speak. So there's no room for any more kids. And less density would alleviate that. The R1 zoning district does not comply with the urban specific policy 4 of the comprehensive master plan. To preserve, to preserve the existing residential neighborhoods by encouraging vacant lots, which we have a few in here, within these areas to develop at similar densities as the existing area. That's what we want. We want this. We don't want this. It's not compatible. This project does not conform to the applicable goals and policies of the comprehensive master plan. Therefore, staff finds that the applicant has not provided a compelling justification for the proposed zone change, and they cannot support it. The neighbors reject this application. The town board rejects this application. Staff rejects this application. Commissioners, please, we are asking you to please deny this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gavin. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. My name is Biagio Guerra, 11165 Plaza Street. I'm here against this non-conforming zone change, R1, and not for me, just for hundreds and hundreds of homeowners in this neighborhood. This used to be RMP, now it's RE, and we have welcomed every single developer. They came over here and developed RE and RL. This first time we find a developer that comes with R2 in, then of course was withdraw the application at the time a year ago, and now we started with a similar thing with a similar one, is R1. This is the site over here. We made this map over here to show you the density of the RE that we have here at the RL. The one in orange here, they are all the new developers that came in to build these homes, building RL. Is all RL. Only we have R2 over here, which is already America West by Bermuda and Star, and then another R1 at the edge of the RE area. So those are the very far edge. This doesn't mean they got to keep growing and penetrating the RE. I was hearing before the civil engineer saying about Placid. Placid stops right here on Chartan, and then it's a wash after that. So they got it's to their own interest to close Placid off here. They don't get anything opening Placid because they're going to be losing land. So the other thing is they try to do leverage on the fact that there is a drainage issue here. The same drainage issue was for D.R. Horton. D.R. Horton just left open wash here, gave back to nature the wash. So they lost land, leaving the open wash there, and they built the RE all the way around. We realize we cannot have RE here, but we do request to have at least RL, like they built over here too, RL right on Star. RL the way to go here. It's low density, it doesn't create any problem to anybody. We're not objecting to RL, so we request to deny this R1 application. The last thing I'd like to say is we would like to have the opportunity to review the drainage study they're going to be submitting, up and submitted by America West. So, because we're working with, we have some engineer, we're looking at this thing too, so we want to make sure this thing is going to be done properly. So we have this request here.
Thank you, Mr. Rivero.
Thank you.
Appreciate. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item?
Hi, my name is Anuja Darwoko. I live 11165 Plaza Street. I'm here because we are all against this non-conforming R1 zone change, but we are all in favor of RL zoning. Thank you so much for your patience and your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Karen McCormick. I live at 11185 La Cienega Street, and I've lived there 10 years. The development next to me, they built a 8-foot wall, and I have horses and animals, and the traffic on La Cienega now is so terrible. I can't even walk my dog, let alone take my horse out there. It's only 1 block long, and people sail down the street at 55, 60 miles an hour with no regard to the 25-mile-an-hour sign. When school gets out, all the people who have had to go 15 miles an hour speed up. The density is horrible. And I can only think that when this project gets done, there will be no stopping it, and I will be a prisoner in my own yard because I can't go out and enjoy the neighborhood. I've had people breaking into my property, and the new properties aren't even done yet, and it's the first time in 10 years that someone cut a hole in my fence and took my animals. And I can't see it getting better. I could only see it getting worse. And it's not, my dog was infected with desert fungal infection from all of the construction. Nobody's ever addressed any of that. People are subject to it. Animals are subject to it. And when it becomes intolerable to live in your own neighborhood, it's a sad state. And I'm totally against the change of zone. Thank you.
Thank you. And after you're finished, you can go ahead and take a seat. We'll have the applicant come back up and address your concerns. Unless you're just tired of sitting, you can stand too. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Jean Gavin, 11170 La Cienega Street. I've lived there for 45 years. And of course, we've seen so many changes. And we do not want this mass density in our neighborhood. So we ask you to reject this, please.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mike Brown, 10745 Gillespie Street. I am also in opposition to this application for the R1. I think an RL would be a good transition or a good buffer towards the RE. I think that the R1 certainly would not be. The applicant paints a slightly different picture to the actual reality. It is a little bit more busy to the south side, but to the north it's quite quiet. But there are a lot of houses here. There's a lot going in, as he said, up towards St. Rose. But we don't need more density. More density is going to create more problems, more traffic, and more issues with the schools being full. So I'm against this application. Please, staff recommended denial. Town board did recommend denial. We ask that possibly you consider an RL, but not the R1. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming out. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Anna Brown. Sorry, better? Okay. 10745 Gillespie. I'm here to deny against this applicant, so please support and help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on items 45, 46, or 47? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Mr. Celeste, would you like to address any of their concerns?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just real brief in response. First, I failed to, in my opening presentation, list some of the conditions that were approved by Planning Commission, which we do accept. First, the first conditions are with respect to lots 19 through 31. That condition was that all lot sizes must be a minimum of 10,000 square feet. We agree to that. Our site plan shows that. In addition, there was mention about we are providing a 3-story product, but we agreed that no 3-story products would be on those same lots, 19 through 31. And then there was a condition not to have the 3-story product on lot 13. We would agree with those. We agree to those conditions and agree to those conditions today. So I just wanted to make sure that was on the record, that we are limiting the no 3 stories to those properties. Actually, I want to use Mr. Guerra's aerial right here, because I actually think this map is very telling. It paints, I think, a picture of what we're saying here. You have RMP located to the north here. You have existing R2 adjacent to RMP, existing R1 adjacent to RMP. You have RD. So what you have, again, on the corner, commercial, R1. On this corner, commercial, actually have R2, then the R1 serving as the buffer. Right here, then, RD lots. As far as there being any type of setting type of precedence, again, this is the hard demarcation line for the RMP. You would not expect anything greater than 2 units to the acre north of this. So the fact that they're talking about the densities and what D.R. Horton and everyone did in here is not the same as what's going on Star Boulevard. And finally, with respect to that kind of that precedent setting theme, you only have really one undeveloped parcel in this corridor that could even reasonably go to something that would be at the most an R1 zoning district if this, based on this, and if this were to get approved. So that is really the only outstanding parcel in that corridor. And with that, I appreciate you allowing me to make some responses, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And Nancy, before we go too much farther, could you kind of, for everybody's clarification, give us the delineation on RD, R1, RL, so that we have an idea?
So
I
think
like that other map, actually. Could you put that back up? Whose map was that?
In fact, I was going to ask to jump in because there's kind of a mixture of nomenclature here. RL is a land use category. So RL is residential low, and it allows up to 3.5 units per acre. So it could be an RE, it could be an RD, it could be different land uses, but no more than 3.5 units per acre. The zoning districts on the map that's being shown, the RL it's residential low, and that's what this one is, but the zoning district is RD. So staff had noted that if this were to be rezoned conforming, it would go to an RD, which is up to 3.5 units per acre. So I think that's what the mix-up is. We're talking land use and zoning. So the RL is a land use. If it were to be zoned conforming, it would go to an RD, which is a suburban estates, or it would go to an RE, or it would stay in RE, which is something less. So that's the difference. So they're asking to go to R1, which is a higher density, which is up to 5, and that's why it's non-conforming, because it's a greater density than would be allowed in the residential low land use category. Does this make sense?
Okay. That's very helpful, and I think it's helpful for the general public. And with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Naft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Amundson, for clarifying that for everybody. First, let me, I've spent a lot of time working with neighbors and constituents in my career, and I have to thank and congratulate the folks who border this community for being so wonderful in their explanation and so generous in their time. I know what an impact this has had on your community long before I ever got to Clark County. You've been working on this issue, and I appreciate that through the, I know, dozen or so neighborhood meetings you've had and the thousands of conversations you've had about this with the developer. I thank you for that, and I appreciate it. And I share a lot of your concerns. I can't allow such high density throughout most of this project. I just don't think it's appropriate. And I'll also share, since we have a crowd here, I have made it clear how I feel about these 3-story homes. However, I'm limited in how I can regulate that. So I do appreciate some of the developers' willingness to cooperate, particularly on that I will be denying the majority of the request here. However, I'm not blind to, and I can't just ignore the growth that has already occurred in this neighborhood. You are very close to an interchange off the I-15 at Star. The realities on the other side of the street are that we do have a high-density project already there. And so much more is happening, as was made clear by both parties, and I just can't ignore what's already occurred in that neighborhood. But I can and will be asking for respect to the abutting RMP that's already there. So what I've got quite a few things that I'd like to request from the applicant. One is in response to the gentleman who requested that they view the drainage study. I'd like to ask that you share that with them when that time comes.
Okay.
I will be limiting or maintaining the status of all the homes with the exception of the lots that are to the east and the south. Thank you. I will be changing the zoning of those, but with the rest of the community, particularly those that I feel have the greatest impact on the neighbors who are already there, and like the woman said, has been there for 40 years, we'll be maintaining those at 10,000 square foot lots. I'd also like to ask that the lots that do face Star and the pre-existing R2s, that you stagger those. We've seen throughout our communities a lot of these big walls and almost looks like a canyon. So I'm going to be requiring that moving forward, that you do have some staggering setbacks. And then also I'd like to ask if you'd be willing to put in some enhanced fenestrations on those units. Do you have any questions?
Yes, if I may just a couple of clarifications.
Sure.
I think you actually clarified you meant with respect to the ability to do the minimum lot size on R1 on the south and east property line, that it was staggering setbacks,
Correct.
not the lot sizes, not the lots themselves being staggered.
Yes,
The
thank
setback.
you.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And then just with respect to the I guess I'll call it the interior. You said
Yes.
10,000, so that would be essentially more like an RD style. We just want to make sure 10,000 gross square feet.
Yeah. Well, basically, I'm changing the zoning on the lots that abut Star and abut the R2, pre-existing R2. Everything else will stay as is.
Okay, so we could. I'm just trying to. Sorry, just.
So here's what I'm going to do, because I think even we're confused on this end.
Okay.
So let's point to the map that you have on the overhead. So Commissioner, if you could help identify some lots that will help
Right,
us
so
at
is
this
that-
end. So
Yeah, right where he's pointing, exactly all the way down and all the way to the left.
So
Those abut Star and the pre-existing R2 community. So those are what I will be moving to change the zoning of.
Commissioner, so
To R1.
to R1. So what we're going to have to do when we're having to do a description of it, especially for our ordinance, what then we are going to do is go to the center line of these streets that are shown, and we're going to say whatever that footage is how much it's going to be R1. And then the rest of it, I would recommend that we rezone it to RD, which is a conforming zone change, because if it's RE, it can't be 10,000 square foot lots.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Celeste.
And I appreciate what Ms. Amundsen said, and we understand that. Or maybe in the alternative, R1 across it with the lot restrictions being on the perimeter there. But just as an alternative to consider.
Okay, I think we'll take Ms.
Okay,
Amundsen's
no, I
recommendation. I
appreciate
appreciate
it.
it, though.
Thank you.
All right, and then since this was sort of a complicated issue, I don't know if any of my colleagues here have any comments on it.
No, I'm just seeking some clarification,
Sure.
at least so I understand. So everything east of Twisty Rock Street, is that what you're saying, Nancy? East?
Everything from the center line of Twisty Rock Street east will be rezoned to R1, and then everything south of
Wakefield.
of Wakefield will be rezoned to R1. The remainder of the parcel will be rezoned to RD.
Okay. So basically, you're doing the outside as R1 and everything else RD. Got it. That's easy for me to understand.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your help.
Is that easy for the residents to understand? Yes? Okay. Anybody else have any comments or questions?
Madam Chair, I have a couple of clarifications.
Yes.
I think I understand it.
Excuse me, sir. Mr. Gavin, you're, unless the commissioner calls you back up, but let's try and get a clarification with our staff first. Okay?
The staggering setbacks, is that in the R1 area?
Correct.
Okay. And then the enhanced fenestrations, are they on the front or the back along Star, or where are they?
All around.
All around?
Mhm.
Okay.
And then, Mr. Gavin, sure, if you want to speak on behalf of the neighbors, if you all have any questions.
Mr. Gavin, and he's asking you to speak on behalf of all of the neighbors, so you're the one spokesperson, okay?
Okay, I think I understand it. You're saying these lots along the east, next to the R2, and the lots on Star are going to be R1.
Yes, sir.
And all the inside development will be 10,000 square foot lots.
Yes,
RD, 10,000 square foot lots. I would like to ask where he's putting the 3-story houses. Can they put them in the front and not back here? That's one question. The other is, they presented a wash to us years ago that they weren't going to spend $1 million on coverting everything, and they were going to let that wash go along the side and fill out on Placid or whatever, and the same with this. This one would go where it goes naturally. So that would be a buffer. They use it as a buffer. Can we throw that in too? I don't know.
So I think, Mr. Gavin, that they've agreed, Commissioner Knapp has agreed that you guys will see the drainage study, and I think all of that will be sorted out at that time.
Correct.
So it's
Yes.
premature now.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And just, if I may, Commissioner, I would just add, obviously, the way I think this is going, the design review element would not, probably not going to be approved.
Yes.
So
We'll
we
be
would
denying
come
that.
back with a new design review, and we would then show those specifics, 2 stories, 3 stories, things of that nature. So, and with the understanding of what you've already laid out with respect to staggering setbacks and fenestrations and.
Correct,
so we
thank
would-
you. And just, Mr. Gavin, just so everybody understands, just to repeat what he said, we will be denying the design review, so they will have to come back again and explain all of the design elements, and that would encompass the 3-story, 2-story.
Okay. Will we be notified?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. How long does that take? How long?
Well, here's what I'll tell you. Tiffany is pretty amazing at making sure constituents get involved. So if you talk with Tiffany over there, she will make sure that you're notified as soon as we know when that is. Because I think, honestly, Mr. Celeste is going to have to go back and do some redesign as a whole. So I can't give you a date. I don't think, and I don't want to put him on the record to give you a date, because if he fails, then we'll all be mad at him, including you, right? So.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, any other clarifications, Mr. Celeste?
No, thanks.
Anything else from the board? Okay, Commissioner Naft, you ready?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Starting with item 45, we'll be denying the waiver and denying the design review. That's in the form of a motion.
So we're going to take them individually?
Yes.
Yeah, and we're going to approve the zone change pursuant to the discussion.
Okay, so Commissioner Naft has moved to deny the waiver on item number 45. And what else did you do? That's it?
Can I do say,
Sure, go ahead.
reinterpret his motion? On item 45, the zone change is going to be per stated previously. The waivers and the design review will be denied. That
Correct.
is Commissioner Knapp's motion.
Okay, Commissioner Naft, with the help of Ms. Sampson, has made a motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes. Item 46.
Item 46, I move to approve.
Commissioner Naft has made a motion to approve item 46. Is there any conditions on that? Oh, that's just the vacation? Okay.
Yep.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes. Item 47.
I move for denial.
Item 47 has moved for approval. Oh, denial. Item 47 is moved for denial. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. And motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And we'll try to come back in a reasonable time frame and with a new design.
Thank you. And,
Thank
and
you.
just to state again for my neighbors that came today, if you have any questions, we can talk after this meeting. You can talk to Tiffany now. We will continue to stay in regular contact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now go on to item 48.
Items 48, 49, and 50 can be heard together. Item 48, NZC 1975 zone change to reclassify 29.1 acres from RE Real Estates Residential AE 60 zone and AE 65, CP Office and Professional AE 60 and 65, and H2 General Highway Frontage AE 60 and 65 zone to MD Design Manufacturing AE 60 and 65 zone. Waivers of development standards for the following: waive offsite improvements and reduce throat depth. Design reviews for the following: increased finish grade office warehouse complex in the MUD 2 overlay district, generally located on the southeast corner of Valley View Boulevard and Mesa Verde Lane within Enterprise. Item 49, VS 1983, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Valley View Boulevard and Dean Martin Drive and between Mesa Verde Lane and Blue Diamond Road, a portion of the right-of-way being Valley View Boulevard located between Mesa Verde Lane and Blue Diamond Road, and a portion of the right-of-way being Dean Martin Drive located between Mesa Verde Lane and Blue Diamond Road within Enterprise. Item 50, TM 19500023, tentative map for a commercial subdivision on 29.1 acres in the MD Design Manufacturing Zone. The Enterprise Town Board recommended approval of these items. They denied the waiver of standards number 2 for the throat depth, subject to a design review for public hearing for lighting and signage.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. John Stewart, Juliet Companies, 8375 West Flamingo Road, Suite 200, on behalf of the applicant. Appreciate the opportunity to briefly share with you our proposed project, what we call Blue Diamond Interchange Center. It consists of 3 office warehouse buildings in a master plan business park. And to first start out, I'd like to present to you that this plan that is before you, that has been heard by the Town Board and Planning Commission, is really the result of many hours of community outreach and input, as well as working with Clark County staff. And we very much appreciate all the time and interest that has been put in by all parties, and would like to briefly share with you a little about the project. The project is located at Valley View, between Valley View and Dean Martin Drive. And the residents, which I refer to as part of our community outreach, are primarily located north of Mesa Verde. The current land use plan, as you can see here, is primarily business park and business and design research park, approximately 24 acres, with a small portion as office professional. By way of brief history, when we began our initial design back in August, September, we started with a conforming plan that we shared with neighboring residents, and both we and the neighboring residents felt like there were better alternatives. So the plan, which I would like to share with you, is representative of the various comments that we have incorporated, comments such as traffic circulation and building locations, building orientation, landscaping, and the like. So the 3 buildings that you can see here, Building 1, which is 174,312 square feet. Building 2, 55,000 square feet. And Building 3, 920,000 square feet, represents the 3 proposed office warehouse buildings. These renderings give an idea as to what these buildings would look like. This is a view looking from the south, looking south to west. And this rendering shows the view of the buildings looking from Valley View at Mesa Verde to the southeast. And then this rendering shows the project looking from the south north. You'll note that we have designed the project with all office storefronts facing north and all of the loading docks facing south. Additionally, as part of our efforts to come up with the best alternative, we were able to push buildings as far south as possible, and that allowed us to create what we call a linear park, approximately 60 feet of landscaping, which runs from Valley View all the way down to the entrance shown just east of Dean Martin. And this landscape area will be professionally managed by the applicant, just as the balance of the park will. It consists of a meandering sidewalk, and at the request of the residents, we will also install streetlights for safety purposes. As far as circulation is concerned, there are 2 drives located on Valley View. There are 2 drive entrances located on Dean Martin, and there is 1 entrance located on Mesa Verde. Now, of note, the residents requested, instead of reaching, I'm going to move this closer. The residents requested that Mesa Verde have no access, and furthermore, that it be constructed as a rural roadway street section, which we are happy to support, and as such, we requested a waiver of Clark County to allow that. At Planning Commission, one of the planning commissioners recommended that we look into constructing a cul-de-sac at this entrance, which would permanently prevent traffic from traveling from Dean Martin through Mesa Verde Lane. And after several meetings with Public Works, we believe that this meets with their understanding. There are some clarifying conditions that I'd like to read into as I understand, and I'll do that in a few minutes. And then other things that we have done in working with the residents is a proposed 6-foot-high decorative wall that would run the length of Mesa Verde Lane, where we have homes to the north, and that will be installed on somewhat of a mounded landscape area to increase the screening effect. And then from a grading perspective, there's approximately 30 feet of fall from Valley View to Dean Martin. We have a waiver requesting that allow us to lower these ends of the buildings and then have a greater amount of fill on these ends of buildings to balance the site. That grading also minimizes the impact of the building heights with respect to the neighbors. Those are just a few of the items which we've worked on in collaboration with the residents and Clark County. And with respect to clarifying conditions, we concur with all of staff's conditions and recommendations, but I would like to clarify a few points that have come out of recent meetings with the neighborhood and Clark County Public Works. In order for Mesa Verde Lane to remain with rural roadway improvements, as well as the proposed cul-de-sac, the applicant, we will be required to vacate this portion of Mesa Verde, and then we will also be required to construct a 32-foot pavement section which runs from Mesa Verde on the Polaris right-of-way to Moberly. And as a side note, as requested by some of the residents, once the vacation is approved, the residents have asked that we then install decorative landscape boulders on the back of sidewalk at that location to prevent off-road vehicles, which we are fine with. The second clarifying condition is we've met with Public Works regarding the redesign of the driveways and adjacent parking areas. So when I mentioned the driveways, we've requested waivers of throat depths for various drive entrances. We believe that the plan presented in each of these is acceptable to Public Works. Of note, we have been requested to provide a right turn lane and an acceleration lane at this driveway, and to also install a median which prevents traffic turning left onto Dean Martin. Additionally, we've been requested by Public Works to install a right turn lane here, which coincides with an RTC request that we construct a proposed bus shelter pad here. In providing this right turn lane, the original design showed a 13-foot throat depth, but when we install the right turn lane, that decreases that throat depth to 0 feet. But when you look at the lack of parking stalls in this area, we feel that this mitigates that concern. And then third clarifying condition is that we install no trucks right turn signs at this driveway and at this driveway on Valley View. And lastly, there are 2 Petro lines that are owned and maintained by Kinder Morgan that run in the Valley View right-of-way. They, in this location, are not deep. They conflict with the proposed right-of-way improvements and the drainage. And in working with Public Works, we have resolved that we have already submitted the proposed Valley View improvement plans to Kinder Morgan and informed them that they will need to lower those Petro lines. And so we are beginning and working through that process with them. So those 4 clarifying conditions, I believe, are the most recent from our related conversations. I'll stand corrected by Public Works or anybody else who can say it better than I can. And with that, happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing, so I will open up the public hearing on items 49 and 50 and 48, 49, and 50. Good afternoon.
Good morning. My name is John Hyatt. I live at 8180 Placid Street. This project does not exist in isolation. It's important to keep in mind that across the street is a Blue Diamond truck stop. So we already have a lot of trucks at this location. And I would suggest that at a minimum, along this stretch of Dean Martin, right in there, that there be no parking allowed, because right now on this section of Dean Martin, the overflow from the truck stop, they park all along there. So if they're allowed to park there, this driveway, which will be the major driveway here, will be invisible to cars and trucks coming south on Dean Martin. So there needs to be no parking on that side. And I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen at the intersection of Dean Martin and Blue Diamond Road, but right now we already have a problem that you have multiple trucks lined up to get from Dean Martin to go eastbound on Blue Diamond. And just the time frame that it takes all those trucks to move through that intersection really bogs things down. So I think we need to consider the traffic implications here of a major warehouse effort, a project, and what all those trucks will do to the traffic in that area. We're really getting to a problem with Blue Diamond Road there at Dean Martin just because of the huge amount of traffic, particularly truck traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on 48, 49, or 50? Good morning.
My name's Dan Anderson, 29 Beasley Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada. And I'm going to have to agree with that guy. It's just the trucks out there, it is a mess. So how the county and everybody's going to deal with it is to be seen, but that's something that really is going to be affected, with all the street traffic. On the other hand, I have a couple of half-acre home sites on the north side of this development, so I'm directly across the street. And so I like the idea of the linear park. I like the idea of the fact that Mr. John Stewart here has reached out to the neighbors, and we've had some good meetings with John, so that's pretty cool. I just found out recently about the cul-de-sac, so that's going to restrict traffic from Mesa Verde, which we're all going to like, So it remains to be seen what the decorative landscape is going to look like on the cul-de-sac. But anyway, thanks so much.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming out. Anybody else wishing to speak? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to Commissioner Naft.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hyatt, and the other gentleman who spoke. You are absolutely right. That is a big problem with the volume of trucks that are just parking in that area and leaving them there. I know the chairwoman, myself, and Commissioner Jones, whose district is our borders right there. We've been working closely together with Public Works, and we'll continue to. We and NDOT, we clearly know that it's a problem and it needs to be addressed. So we're working on it, and we will come back at you with some information about how, hopefully, what kind of successful plan we're going to put in place. I appreciate the applicant's presentation. The vast majority of this application is a conforming zone change, and I know clearly on that rendition here, you went through great lengths to protect the RMP, and I appreciate that. What is the depth of that linear park?
So it's approximately 60 feet from the edge of right-of-way to here, with the block wall being located 10 feet north of that portion. So
that's
50
substantial.
feet.
Yeah. Well, thank you for doing that, and I know the neighbors appreciate it, and also for working with us to block access to Mesa Verde. I also appreciate the no left turn signage that you'll be installing. I'm wondering, Public Works, if it's possible to increase. I know we have no truck parking signs, no trucks signs already out there. What can we do to improve that or increase it, if anything?
I think with the improvements that he's going to install along Blue Diamond, this is going to help dramatically. Along Dean Martin. Thank you. What's happened historically is we've put up the no parking signs, but because there was no curb and gutter to protect it, they simply got removed and or ran over. So I think the improvements will go a long way to keeping those signs up for the long term, and then with Metro's partnership, hopefully we can enforce that.
Great.
Commissioner, if I could add a couple things that we discussed, I just want to make part of the record. They did the driveway entering and exiting onto Dean Martin. They did agree to an expanded site visibility zone because it is in a curve. So we just put on record that there'll be no landscaping above 2 feet in that area, so no trees. And correct. And then also on the park where he just said that the neighbors want street lights, if we could just broaden that condition to say that we'll work with them on the lighting, because street lights are meant to illuminate the street. I don't know if they're going to properly illuminate the green belt or the linear park. So that way he's not stuck to just one standard of our street lights as they go through that.
Great. Thank you very much. You're aware of all that, and that's acceptable?
Yes, that's fantastic. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate every side and everybody's input on this. That being said, I'll move for approval of items 48, 49, and 50.
Okay, Commissioner Naft has made a motion to approve items 48, 49, and 50, subject to staff's recommendations. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes. I just would be remiss, and I miss Commissioner Brager. I feel like it's Alumni Day at the County Commission, so hopefully we're doing a good job. But Commissioner Bingham is in the audience, as well as Commissioner Giuliani. So I hope we're living up to what you thought 10 years ago was going to happen. So we're going to go back to item 39. Commissioner Sager-Bloom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is anyone here on 39? I'm not sure. They haven't reached out to me, and so I'd like to just continue to the next meeting. I'll try to find them and get them in here.
Okay, Commissioner Sager-Bloom has made a motion to continue item 39 until the next meeting, which is May 8th, correct? Okay. Any other further comments or questions? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Okay, Commissioners, the next items are major projects. However, item 51 is, depending on what occurs on item 51, we will or will not hear items 52 and 53. So item 51, WC 184000232 MP 31311, holdover waivers of conditions of a concept plan requiring the following: no access onto Highway 159, right-of-way approval from the Bureau of Land Management, BLM, for primary access is required prior to approval of a specific plan in conjunction with a mixed-use comprehensive master plan community gypsum reclamation on approximately 2,010 acres in an RU rural open land zone generally located on the north side of State Highway 159, approximately 1.5 miles west of the intersection of State Highway 160 Blue Diamond Road and State Highway 159 within Red Rock.
Okay, is the applicant here? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Ron Crater, and I represent Gypsum Resources. And I'm a community planner, and I've been involved with the project for about 10 years now. Gypsum Resources continues to invest in a comprehensive public outreach analysis and planning process in an attempt to define a viable, appropriate, and contextual plan for the future of the Blue Diamond Hill property beyond its life as a gypsum mine. As most of you know in the audience and the Commission, currently the 2,000 acres functions as an operable gypsum mine. It's been in operation since the early 1920s. Following the settlement agreement executed on April 21st, 2010 between Clark County and Gypsum Resources, the team began developing a comprehensive analysis and formulating a master plan for the property. As the first step in the major projects process for projects larger than 300 acres, Gypsum Resources prepared and submitted a concept plan to Clark County on June 30th, 2011. The concept plan was reviewed and approved with several conditions by the Board of County Commissioners on August 17th, 2011. Directly following this approval, as per the major projects process, as defined in Title 30, a specific plan and PFNA, Public Facilities Needs Assessment, was submitted to Clark County Comprehensive Planning September of 2011. This specific plan and the PFNA attached to it addressed all of the conditions defined in the Notice of Final Action, as well as many other concerns and suggestions brought forward through the public outreach process and from the community. Two of the conditions of approval, however, have proved to be in conflict with either the stipulations of the 2010 settlement agreement and/or the Title 30 major projects process. The first being no access onto Highway 159, and I'll describe our points related to that and the stipulation and settlement agreement. And the second condition was right-of-way approval from the BLM for primary access, is required prior to approval of the specific plan. And that second one, we believe, is also out of sequence and places a significant burden on the applicant. So today we're here before you in an attempt to address these concerns through a proposed modification of the language for those conditions. I want to be perfectly clear. The applicant is not proposing to waive either of those two conditions or any of the other conditions that were brought up in the approval of the original concept plan. We would like to modify the language in terms of fulfilling the obligations of all of those conditions. The landowner applicant is still very much committed to that. The first waiver of condition or modification is no access onto Highway 159, was stipulated in the NOFA following the approval of the concept plan, and it relates to the requirement in the settlement agreement and concept plan to construct a new primary access road connecting to State Route 160 that will serve the proposed community development. The approved concept plan, as well as the submitted specific plan and PFNA, clearly define the relationship between the new primary access road and the proposed development. The stipulation and settlement agreement entered into on the 21st of April 2010 between Gypsum Resources and Clark County defines in the terms of the agreement transportation, the new primary access road, and access to State Route 159. The applicant, today, we propose that the modification of condition language mirror that of the stipulation and settlement agreement. Effectively, transportation and access section of that stipulation and settlement agreement recognizes that there are significant issues dealing with access to the property. From the beginning, Gypsum Resources and all parties involved have agreed that any major project application that seeks increased density, residential or intensity, non-residential, must propose a primary access to and from the east. The county recognizes the challenges faced by the topography of a road to the east, and further recognizes that requests for certain adjustments, considerations, and deviations will be included as part of the major project application. Although the exact location of the primary access to the east will be determined during the major project's process, the parties agree that the primary access shall not connect to State Route 159. The applicant is committed to any and all of those stipulations. The parties agree that Gypsum may only take permanent secondary access from State Route 159 for life safety purposes. For the purposes of this agreement, life safety purposes means access that is closed to daily vehicular traffic, but that may be utilized by police, fire, or emergency services, or by the general public in the event of an emergency. Subject to approvals and conditions that may be required by any government entity having jurisdiction over such access issues and roadways, the parties also agree that Gypsum may utilize access from State Route 159 for temporary purposes during construction of the initial phase of development of any approved major project in accordance with conditions established by the county during the major project's process. Gypsum acknowledges that the county is not obligated under this agreement to acquire and pay for property so as to allow for or facilitate access to the property. So again, it's our proposal in the waiver of condition number 1 that we would mirror the language in the stipulation and settlement agreement from 2010. The second waiver deals with a sequence issue, and the idea that in that condition is that Gypsum Resources could not have the specific plan heard by this commission in advance of obtaining a right-of-way grant from the BLM for the new roadway. It's been our belief from the beginning that, again, this condition is out of sequence. And if we look into Title 30, Major Projects Process, and we review historically how that code has been applied to other major projects, we can't find another example of a condition like that being applied to a project. We do not in any way, shape, or form want to suggest that we are going to not obligate to getting the right-of-way from the BLM. It's just a sequence issue. The Title 30 specific plan and PF&A process defines in more detail the requirements for roadways and infrastructure. This process, which includes a significant public outreach component, defines the overall project land uses, densities, infrastructure requirements, and the design of the primary access roadway. The specific plan and public facilities needs assessment and the design of the roadway are concurrent. Gypsum Resources currently has an active right-of-way application with the BLM and is preparing an environmental assessment for that roadway. We currently have on file an environmental assessment, an EA, and all of the subsequent environmental documentation that is being reviewed by the BLM. We've made significant progress over the last couple of months. All relevant resource analysis has been performed for the project area, and the environmental assessment is in the first phase of draft review. The Gypsum Reclamation Specific Plan and Public Facilities Needs Assessment application, as per Clark County Code, and the major projects process are the documents and associated studies that define the project. Requiring the right-of-way grant from the BLM prior to the review, debate, refinement, and possible approval of the specific plan PF&A would be contrary to that defined process. Additionally, the requirement for the applicant to secure a right-of-way grant from the BLM prior to hearing the specific plan and PF&A is unprecedented in Clark County major projects process. The ordinance lacks any reference to a requirement to secure a right-of-way for public road in advance of a specific plan PF&A approval. So again, our request today before the commission is that we modify the language in that condition to suggest that no building permit No tentative map will be approved, issued. Nothing will be constructed prior to that roadway, that right-of-way being granted by the BLM. In review, a couple of the final points. The applicant is not seeking to waive the condition of approval. We seek to modify the language of the condition such that it is in alignment with the defined Title 30 major projects process and allows us to continue to move forward with the detailed planning and design of that roadway. The applicant has spent over 4 years and in excess of $500,000 in design, environmental documentation, and associated studies required for the new access road, the right-of-way application, and the environmental analysis of that right-of-way application. The right-of-way application has been submitted. All the documentation is on file with the BLM and is currently under draft review. Thank you very much. If you have any questions or comments, I'd be pleased to answer them.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have several questions, but before we get to that, some folks, including the applicant, have suggested that I recuse myself from this matter because I previously served as an advocate for Red Rock and as pro bono counsel for the Save Red Rock organization. Out of an abundance of caution, I requested an opinion from the Nevada Ethics Commission regarding the matter. In an opinion dated January 22nd, 2019, the Nevada Ethics Commission found that I was not required to abstain from voting on matters pertaining to Gypsum's application, but that I should disclose my prior representation. Accordingly, I hereby disclose that I represented Save Red Rock as counsel in misguided litigation that was brought by Clark County in December 2016 and associated counterclaims and cross-claims against Clark County and Gypsum Resources, LLC. The litigation was dismissed by all parties in November of 2018. My prior representation of Save Red Rock will not affect my ability to exercise my duties as a county commissioner in carefully and fairly considering the matters before us. Despite the Ethics Commission opinion, some have said it would be easier for me to abstain from today's vote. That may be true, but the voters in District F did not elect me to shy from my voting on issues that matter to them, and especially not this issue.
So if you guys could help me out and not do that, thank you. Okay.
So I do have a lot of questions. I don't know if you want to have public comment first or...
Well, I actually think we should do our questions first and then do public comment. So you want to start?
I have several questions. Mr. Crater, I appreciate your presentation. I really appreciate that you did limit it to the waivers first, because that is what we asked you to do. In 2012, subsequent to the 2010 settlement agreement and the August 2011 conditional approval of Gypsum's concept plan, so settlement agreement 2010, August 2011 conditional approval of the concept plan, the BLM accepted a relinquishment of the right-of-way on the west side for the Mine Hall Road onto 159. Gypsum appealed that decision to an administrative law judge and lost, effectively terminating the right-of-way on that road. So I guess, can you clarify under what right-of-way you are currently, or Gypsum is currently operating its mining operations?
Commissioner Jones, members of the commission, I'm not authorized to speak on any issues today other than the 3 items that are currently on the agenda. So if you have any questions related to the waiver of condition, the specific plan of the PFNA, I'd be more than happy to answer those questions. But I'm not at the liberty or the ability to answer questions related to the existing functions or business of the gypsum mine.
May I ask you for a waiver of the conditions on the right-of-way on 2 different, condition number 1 with regards to the right-of-way on the BLM Mine Hall Road. And so I'm trying to understand under what current right-of-way you're operating.
The only point that we're making relative to waiver number 1, the first condition, is that the condition of approval of the concept plan stated no access on State Route 159. That was related to any major project's application or subsequent approval of a major project's. We're here today to clarify that language and go back to the original language stipulated in the settlement agreement, which defined in great detail how that road could be used if ultimately there was a project approved as part of it.
But I guess then for purposes of clarification, there were actions that occurred after the 2010 settlement agreement. The parties to the settlement agreement had a certain understanding of what gypsum's rights were at the time, and that changed. And so I'm trying to clarify that. With regards to, I guess since the ALJ decision in 2015, has Gypsum made any new application for a right-of-way on the Mine Hall Road?
Currently, Gypsum Resources has one active application with the BLM for a new right-of-way connecting the property to the east to State Route 160.
So then the answer to the question is no, you have not made any application with regards to the current Mine Hall Road that's in operation?
The BLM and Gypsum Resources currently have an application or a process underway for joint use and right-of-way sharing for those areas, along with other areas within the property and within BLM properties as associated with the mining plan of operations.
Okay. And I want to make sure, I know you said in your presentation, at least I understood you to say that you understand that any action here today is subject to any rights or changes by the BLM. So with regards to the right-of-way on the access road onto 159, even if we were to grant the waiver or the clarification to conform it to Section 6 of the settlement agreement, can you confirm that you understand that it is still subject to the BLM granting any rights to that property?
Most certainly.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
we assume that any approval of waiver number 1 today would be subject to any and all agreements, stipulations made through a specific plan, a PFNA, and any other agency review and agreements that would be made subsequent to the development of a project.
Okay, and so just to be clear, under Section 6 of the settlement agreement, it allows for temporary access during the initial phase of development for that parcel. However, that does not give Gypsum any more rights than the BLM might grant to the property.
I don't have an opinion on that, but I heard your comment. I think I take that into consideration.
Okay. With regards to waiver number 2, you mentioned the existing waiver, the existing application for a right-of-way, which was made in December of 2015. That application was accompanied by a letter that you drafted, and both the letter and the application only reference that the road would be used for mining purposes. Has there been any amendment to the application or change to the application to clarify that the intended use is for a large-scale residential development?
I would state it slightly different. The application was revised in 2017. As part of the application process, the applicant is required to submit what's called a plan of development, a POD. Mm-hmm. The POD suggests and identifies other aspects of the property that might influence the design or construction of the road, existing use of the land, existing zoning of the property, which would allow for residential development, and any anticipated connected actions. And right now, the only anticipated possible connected action would be something associated with the major projects application currently under file. And so the POD acknowledges that, the application acknowledges that, and the EA acknowledges that.
Okay. From the way I read the POD, it simply states that it may become an access road to proposed housing development, that is not the primary purpose of the application.
It's the landowner and applicant's intention to proceed with a right-of-way and secure a right-of-way grant regardless of the major projects process. We're hopeful that we'll be able to develop a specific plan in PFNA that would form some consensus in the community and with this commission and with the landowner. But we are moving forward with a right-of-way application with the BLM under the existing use of gypsum mining and existing zoning, which is RU.
Okay. I know you had mentioned that in terms of sequencing, you don't believe that it is appropriate for the county to require that the applicant receive approval from the BLM prior to approval of the specific plan in PFNA.
Yes.
Do you acknowledge that during the 2011, August 2011 hearing that it was Gypsum's representative at the time, Mr. Kempfer, that agreed to that condition?
Commissioner Jones, yes, I do recall that. I was there at the time, and we the landowner agreed to that condition. Upon analysis of the condition, and as we dove deeper into the specific plan PFNA process, it became very clear to us after analyzing previous specific plan and PFNA approvals and the code itself, which is very well defined, very well written, very clear in its defining what steps to go through as you develop a specific plan PFNA. It became abundantly clear to us that that condition would place an undue burden to the applicant and require a design of the roadway, require environmental analysis and study in advance of defining the project.
Okay.
And that the specific plan in PFNA goes a long way to defining the project, the number of units, the types of land uses,
So,
the
but today,
circulation
though, I
systems.
just want to keep the record kind of clear, though. Today, though, we're just talking about the waiver, so I don't want to digress back into the full history because I think you already did that for us. So, just on the waivers in particular, so I in my mind, it was a pretty simple answer, yes or no. And go ahead, Commissioner
Sure.
Jones. I just want to remind everybody because I'm going to be the bad guy and have to ask the public to stick to the waivers as well. So we got to do our part to do
Sure.
that.
And I guess in clarification, you mentioned that you compared it to other major projects. Were there other major projects that you looked at and compared it to that required a BLM right-of-way? I, for example, live in Mountain's Edge, which was a major project. I'm not aware of any requirement that it have gone through a BLM right-of-way process.
There have been historic examples of a BLM right-of-way needed in advance of a major project.
In Clark County that went through the major project process?
I don't know the exact sequence of that, but yes, there are projects where BLM right-of-way was required.
Okay. Nancy, do you have any comment on whether there's been any other major projects that required a BLM right-of-way access prior to approval of a specific plan?
Not specifically, no, I can't speak to that.
Okay. You also made mention, Mr. Crater, that you believe that the requirement was in violation of Title 30. Mr. Warhola, you were obviously present and active in the 2011 hearing. Is it your opinion that the requirement to require BLM right-of-way access prior to approval of the specific plan is in violation of Title 30?
No, it was not in violation of Title 30.
Okay. Those are my questions for now. I've obviously reserved the right to ask additional questions.
Absolutely. Anybody else have any questions? So my only question is, and then we'll go ahead and open it up to public hearing and probably come back. My only question is, when we started this conversation, this was on the agenda last year, and your group came to us in a briefing and said that because the BLM was closed, we couldn't get a letter stating that they needed, it was a chicken and an egg kind of deal. So has that letter, have we gotten anything from the BLM since they've reopened to determine that they need us to give them something before you can move forward?
The answer to that is no, we do not have a letter that we've been given. We've not requested a letter. I'm not exactly sure that it's our position that the BLM will not grant a right-of-way in advance of the specific plan. Our point is that it's a much more effective process. It's in keeping with the intent of the major projects process in defining that roadway and other circulation patterns and infrastructure. And so to require a landowner applicant to go through that process with a federal agency in advance of defining with any level of detail the actual project that road might be serving seems counterintuitive to us, and we felt that it was appropriate for us to come forward to the commission with a modification of that language, which would require that condition to be made in advance of a building permit or a tentative map and as part of the development agreement process.
Okay, I'm a little perplexed because I'm confused because I thought that was the whole purpose of the waiver, is that the BLM said that you had to have this, so we needed to clarify the waiver. So I'm got it. I was misguided, I think, on what actually happened. So anybody else have any questions? So seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. And I know I have a lot of passionate people out there, and I have 5 daughters, so I'm good at being the bad guy. But if you could help me out and keep it to the discussion on the waivers, that would be great. So come on forward. And you could just go ahead and line up at the podium. And remember, you don't have to take the full 3 minutes. You could go to 2 minutes and let the next person have more time. All right, perfect.
Good afternoon. For the record, Anne Marie Filer. I live at 10543 Everhart Bay Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada 89135. It's complex sitting here listening to the dialogue that just was exchanged between the commission and the applicant. But it does appear that it's a relatively simple request, that there's been a process, a sequencing challenge around some of the occurrences that have gone on with regards to this particular request. And it's not about, it doesn't have to get complex and into who wants a facility there, who doesn't, who wants housing there, who doesn't. Really, the simple request for today is to have this waiver approved so that the language can be modified so that we can continue this process in a way that's fair to all of the community, both the community that does want this project to go forward and the community that doesn't. Because as it stands right now, with this sequencing issue and what appears to be more of bureaucracy in the way, we can't get to the real challenge that's going on. So I would request that the commission go ahead and approve item 51 and go forward with the waiver. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. John Hyatt, 8180 Placid Street, representing Red Rock Audubon here this morning. I will be brief and just address the waiver here. The applicant has stated that it's unprecedented to require a grant of the right-of-way prior to approving the plan. I would say that what's really unprecedented here is the incredible challenges and difficulties of building this road. And because of the unique challenges here, it's entirely appropriate that the county require an actual right-of-way so that we know, so that everybody knows that we can have a proper facilities need assessment and that they'll actually be able to get to that project to do it. This is, if anybody's ever been out there, and I assume you all have been to Blue Diamond Hill at some point in time, building a big road up a cliff is a challenge, a major engineering challenge. And so therefore, I would just say, follow the rules, deny the waiver, and let's go ahead and see what they can get in terms of a right-of-way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Sheila Billingsley, 1 Lawson Street. I'd like to talk about waiver number 1, access on 159. So the access, and I will address a little bit what Commissioner Jones was speaking to. 159 is a scenic highway that goes to, it's called 831T, which is the Mine Haul Road that goes up the side of the mountain. That Mine Haul Road is 100% in the NCA. Some history on 831T that Mr. Jones doesn't know about, and I'd like everyone else to know about. James Hardy Gypsum Mine had a right-of-way to that road that they did relinquish in 2005. They had that right-of-way before the NCA was formulated, so they actually had really open use of that road. Once the NCA came in, there became very different rules about an NCA. Now, what happened was James Hardy relinquished the right-of-way, the BLM accepted that relinquishment, and Gypsum Resources sued the BLM. And what Justin Jones was referring to is that in 2015, Gypsum Resources appealed the relinquishment in a case decided in federal court by Judge Calla Rauder Notice. And in her decision, Judge Kay affirmed the relinquishment, saying, "We find no error in the BLM's decision to accept the relinquishment and the closure of the right-of-way." Now, what's interesting after that is then the Clark County, as well as Gypsum, had been told by the then field manager of the Las Vegas BLM office, he wrote that Gypsum Resources is operating under a plan of operations. The right of access allowed to Gypsum Resources under this plan of operations is only for the purpose of mining and reclamation. Now, some of us were back here in 2011 when we were going through the whole concept plan. And one of the parts of the concept plan that were really unconceptual to me was Gypsum said, "Oh, no, we plan to concurrently mine and build homes. We're going to do it together." And we're all like, what? Well, you know why they're concurrently mining and building it? Because that's the only use they have to that back road. So in waiver number 1, I do go, we need to know what, so they're going to bring construction vehicles and we don't know where they're going to go. I think, again, the cart's before the horse. As far as waiver number 2 goes, I do go the fact that this is abutting and within the NCA, that getting BLM approvals first, and the BLM does write letters, we've seen it done before, would really help the county commission make good decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Trent Billingsley, number 1 Lawson as well. After lots of research on this, it's my understanding that the mine haul road up Blue Diamond Hill, 831T, is currently to be used only for mine. Sheila was saying here. Can we get this on the overhead? This is a note from Bob Ross, who is the Las Vegas field manager at the time, just restating that the right of access still allowed to Gypsum Resources under this plan of operations is only for the purposes of mining and reclamation. They don't have any other rights to that road. Not only is that Bob Ross's opinion, but that's also in the enabling legislation that I gave to Ms. Admonson after our last meeting out in Blue Diamond. Recently, Save Red Rock received these photos that are here of additional activity that's going on top of the hill. Save Red Rocks is a grassroots organization that has opposed development in the Red Rock Canyon National Conservation Area for the last 15 years. These photos show that the developer is prematurely transitioning out of mining and reclamation to development, or as you can see. We believe it is vitally important for the BCC to enforce the law in current conditions requiring no access for any purpose other than for mining and reclamation. Prior approval from the BLM for access on the mine haul road should be required before there is a waiver of no access onto 159. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you by chance have the date on that quote that you put up there?
You know, it's on another piece of paper, but it was February 24th, 2012.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Pauline Van Betten, 17 Matarango. I would like to also address the waivers, particularly with reference to the settlement agreement, and we've talked about that quite a bit. And part of the language that talks about the access, I won't read through it because it's been read through twice. Once was for the primary access and for the secondary access. All of that says subject to approvals and conditions that may be required by any government entity having jurisdiction over such access issues and roadways. That's our settlement agreement between Clark County and Gypsum Resources. none of these roads, it says clearly in here, these access issues are subject to approvals and conditions that may be required by any government entity having jurisdiction over such access issues and roadways. We don't have those approvals. We do not have approval for a primary access. We do not have approval to use construction vehicles on 159. We do not have approval for resurfacing and realignment of 159, which would be required if it was a secondary life access. That road can't have this and have grade like this to be that secondary access. It's going to be realigned and resurfaced. We don't have BLM approval for that. We don't have approval from the governing entities of the fire department and Metro Police to use that 159 as a secondary access road. Again, look at that grade. Look at the condition of that road. I highly doubt they would approve it. Why are we here again wasting your time, your brain power, citizens' time, staff time? We're going to put this back on staff's desk and ask them to spend untold hours processing a specific plan when they don't have what is stated in our settlement agreement, the government approvals. We don't have those. We can't approve it based on our own settlement agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Thank you. Christian Kiliani speaking as an individual, and because we have a one-year cooling off period, I want to make it very clear that I'm here speaking on my behalf. I opposed this project before I got on the commission. I opposed it during the commission, and I oppose it as a citizen now. So I wanted to make it very clear, and I think everybody's being this is specifically to the waiver 1 and 2. What is the purpose and what is the rationale? It is not an unprecedented piece, number one. Number two, it's not a hardship on us. We, in good faith as the county, when you accepted the settlement agreement, made sure that you would approve or accept a proposal, but you don't have to approve it if you don't believe that it complies with your requirements. Now, the issue here comes down to, and I just saw Commissioner Brager in the hallway, and she said, please reiterate, no access to 159. So I'm reiterating that on her behalf. But that's not what this waiver really does. What this waiver does is allow them to move forward with items 52 and 53 before they have the approval from BLM. And so if I go back to the actual tapes, and I have them here. This is my box of Red Rock, if anybody wants to look through it. On the tapes, at 4 minutes and 26 seconds, Chris Kempfer was speaking and said the settlement agreement states no access to 159. DA Warhola said at 4:45 that they must get permission from the BLM in order to access it. I asked a question about how are they even doing secondary access provisions for initial construction. And again, the DA said later in the process, they could come up with what they wanted to do to fix or mitigate their problems under the development agreement, which they still don't have. Then you go to 5 minutes and 11 seconds in. The DA also said there will need to be a written commitment from BLM before they can move to the next step, the PF&A, and says they will need to submit documentation to Ms. Adamson said to verify ownership and control of the land. And then back at 5 minutes and 49 seconds, Mr. Warhola says the right-of-way access for approval has to be before the specific plan. So item 52 is the specific plan. If you grant them the waiver that lets them put their proverbial camel's nose under the tent. Therefore, I'm asking personally as an individual that believes that your job is so hard and you're trying to balance. We're not trying to tell them that they can't develop. They can develop. But they bought this piece of garbage without a road access directly to what they needed to do. That's not our problem. That's theirs to pay for and design properly so that their life safety can be dealt with. I think they also need to be looked at and taken to task for using a road that BLM has not issued them approval on. As of 19 months ago, they have not even done the actual application. So I would ask that you deny both waivers, and then you can deny 52 and 53, as the commissioner from the area said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know, love your passion. Got to keep the record straight.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Keith Caceres. I live at 8216 Arch Bay Lane. I'm the current vice president of the Las Vegas Astronomical Society. Primarily our concern is light pollution related to this project, but I'll restrict my comments to the waivers. Their own representative was fine with this condition in 2011. I don't understand why they would need to modify it now. They were fine with it then. They've had 8 years to examine this and come to this conclusion. I don't understand that. Please maintain the conditions placed upon them previously. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Hi, my name is Carol McKenzie. My address is 8920 Litchfield Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. I've lived in Las Vegas 67 years. I was born here. And whoever made this decision back in 2001, whatever board was on there, they made a bad decision. That doesn't mean it has to go from A to B to D to C and keep going on. All I'm going to say is use the wisdom of Solomon. Don't cut the baby in half. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Heather Fisher, 29 Cerrito Street. I'm the president of Save Red Rock, and I'm here on numbers 51 and 52 because what's important, we only have one scenic byway, and this is talking about, Susan Brager said, keep the condition, no access onto 159. Yes, that's important. It's important to 50,000 people who I have in the boxes back there on the petition. It's important to 1,480 people who yesterday also signed on. It's still going. And believe it or not, this is not our only problem. It's not our biggest problem even. When this development started, Red Rock only had 1 million visitors. Red Rock has now 3 million visitors. And if you take their traffic study that says 45,000 cars a day, and you times that by 365 days a year, that's 16 million car trips a year added to the 3 million. And let's say that's an overstatement. Let's say, forget 15 million of that 16 million. Let's say there's only 1 more million extra car trips a year. That's 25% more visitation. We have 3 million people there, visitors there right now. If we add another million, it's not going to fit, let alone 16 million. We have one scenic loop drive, and we're saying no access onto it. We have onto the scenic byway. We have one scenic loop drive, and that closes by 10:30 in the morning sometimes because it's already full. We need to start looking forward to solutions, not adding to the problem. We are, I believe, in a climate today where we can look forward to solutions. We have a Red Rock-friendly federal delegation. We have a Red Rock-friendly commission. We have a Red Rock-friendly city and thousands of people who really want to see Red Rock preserved and protected. I think we can work together to use your brain power and the intelligence and the smart design of the developer and come up with a development somewhere else that's not going to impact the canyon and free up that mountain to give Red Rock some breathing room. It's already so compacted and so crowded. Let's give it some more space. Maybe another scenic byway or another scenic loop or a mining museum or something that's not going to add to the problem but help relieve it. Finally, the last number one reason is number one. It's you and it's me and it's how much we love Red Rock Canyon. It's our family and our friends. The friend of mine whose fire started Save Red Rock is Don Alberts. He was a Ironman triathlete, and he was riding his bike on the scenic byway when a construction traffic truck was taking Red Rock as a shortcut and hit into the back of him. Nobody should ever have to go through that phone call. Nobody should ever have to watch his kids while his wife holds her dying husband in her arms. We need to make Red Rock safer for our family. I was here. Come here, Sequoia. I was here.
So, Ms. Fisher, I bet them girls are going to get to speak on their own. So if you could wrap up so they could speak, that would be great.
When she was 4 days old, I was here at this hearing with her because this is so important to the people who love Red Rock. And we will not stop fighting for the ones we love, for the canyon, for Red Rock. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you're not going to speak, young lady? Got to say at least hello at this point.
I love Red Rock.
Rob, can you help her?
Hi, my name is Riley and my address is Sunlit Glade Avenue 2900. I think we should save Red Rock because there are living animals there and we shouldn't hurt their homes.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And thanks for spending your spring break with us.
And I'm her grandmother, Karen Haggerty, 16 Allegro, Blue Diamond, Nevada. I was a school teacher, retired school teacher. I've taken lots of children on field trips. Just preserving all that you can do to preserve the beauty that it now exists, I would appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item? Okay. You don't have to run. We're not going anywhere. We got some time.
To somebody's argument about the waste of time and money. So, really quick. So, my name is AJ Pagano. I live 5730 South Tioga Way. I moved out to Las Vegas in '99 to go to UNLV. Got done with UNLV, started up a software company. Vegas has been awesome. Nevada's been awesome. This is home. And getting away from New Jersey and appreciating open space and getting away from and all that. What I'd really like to state, and everybody on the Save Red Rock side has made all the points, as a business owner and somebody, capitalist and whatnot, I could appreciate this argument, but I recognize it also as a strategy to erode a decision that we've already made, you guys have already made, as well as the community. So, yeah, it's just another thing just to chip away and put houses where we don't want them. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else wishing to speak on this item, please come forward now. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ann Charbonneau, 8452 Wissahick Drive. I just want to share my love of Red Rock. It's like many people. It's my soul. It's where I don't have kids, and I feel a deep responsibility in my heart to maintain this place as pristine as possible. I take care of it. I volunteer weekly, keeping it clean, keeping it safe. And just want to share my love of it. I'm a musician in town. I'm in the entertainment community. This place means a lot to us and to many people. And I just want to share, I don't know how it can be conceived that houses can be, built in a place like that. I feel a deep responsibility to preserve it. And I just want to share, I love this place. It's my life. It's my second home. And if any further development would happen from there, first of all, you don't need to hike very far in Red Rock. Can I just put this here?
Sure, you'll have to put it on the center, but remember we're staying to the waivers, so put it right there on the center.
Okay. But waiver means development. I just want to say, this is the top of Turtlehead Peak.
But good try.
It was about 55 miles an hour that day, so that's why I was like, if I get up there, I gotta hug the mountain. Okay, so I did. I just want to share that to me, I know it's the waiver, but the waiver is to build houses. And if houses gets built there, Red Rock will never be Red Rock. The Red Rock we love, it will be gone forever.
Okay.
Just want to share that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to add, this will be my last time. Otherwise, you're going to be my last speaker. So come on forward.
Hi, my name is Angela Lee, living at 1005 Elliott Park Avenue. I am a native-born Las Vegan. I've supported Red Rock my entire life. Discovered Save Red Rock 7 years ago, and now I have the courage to speak up here. I understand the condition that we're talking about the right-of-way for it. We're also setting a precedent. Your team has set a precedent for it, for the development of this area. Growth is not going to stop in Las Vegas. We know that. But the precedent that you're setting here for gypsum resources will also set the precedent for Bonnie Springs as well. This Red Rock is our sanctuary, our locals, our love for it. Everything that we can do, we must protect our sanctuary. We do not want to set the model like New York has with their Park City that they have. Let's do what we can to protect our sanctuary as much as possible. That's all I can say.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Okay, for real now, right? Okay, so the guy in the green, you're my last one unless somebody stands up right now and starts walking down them stairs. Okay, come on. And you are my last one, no matter what.
Okay. Sorry, I had to work up the courage to come up here and speak.
I'm actually the last one. Oh, you want to be the last one?
No, go ahead.
Somebody.
I'll be second to last. Jared Fisher, 29 Cerrito. I'm standing here. My wife was going to put me in the doghouse unless I came down, Heather. So, I just kind of want to reiterate what Pauline had said about the waiver 159, the access. Many of you guys know I was a candidate for a political office, and one of the things I did is ride around the state, 100 miles a day, saw the whole state at a pace that was pretty cool to take in the whole state. And as I wrapped around, came back on day 13 into Red Rock, I realized we have something very special here. It's really important that I'm getting to a point here, by the way. It's really important that we preserve that from not only from a spiritual level, but from an economic level as well. We have a lot of economy built on that beautiful canyon. And what this developer is proposing to do is completely unacceptable to what this state needs as a resource from an economical standpoint. I am a protector of land rights. I promote that. I am every bit 100% behind that. However, there are circumstances that come into play where you have to look at that as a board and decide what's more important at this point. Now, no one's taking away this person's land rights at all. He has those land rights, but buyer beware. You purchase something, you need to be responsible for what you purchased. And I look at it as a business owner, and I invest as well in property. I'm very well responsible for what I take in and what I purchase. And you win some, you lose some. This developer has lost it for 15 years. We're here again. I've watched all my kids grow up to this whole thing. It's just endless. It keeps going on and on. Number two is 159 access. I rode around the state, and I can't ride my bike up that hill. It's so steep, and Pauline was right. There is nothing in play, no plans at all for realigning that road. It is not in the plans. This should be denied. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, wrap us up.
Okay. My name is Brian Friesen. I'm here with the Southern Nevada's Climbers Coalition, and we are also in support of denying this waiver. We do a lot of volunteer work out at Red Rock to keep the climbing accessible and safe, and climbing can be an inherently dangerous sport, so we make sure that we replace bolts and anchors, and we spend countless man-hours out there trying to improve the quality of Red Rock. And we hope that by denying this waiver, it will also improve the quality of Red Rock as well.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And thank you to the public for being respectful through the process. And I believe that everybody got an opportunity to speak. So seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Jones. And
thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to everyone who came out today, but not just today. So many of you have been coming out like Sequoia since they were born. So I appreciate your commitment to this cause for years and years now. I have reviewed the information. I've listened to the presentations here today, and so I'm ready to go forward. With regards to waiver number 1, I would move for approval of the waiver only to the extent necessary to conform with the language in Section 6 of the 2010 Settlement Agreement, which very clearly states that any approvals are subject to approvals and conditions. They may be required by any government entity, including the BLM, having jurisdiction over such access issues and rights of way. We are not granting any more rights than Gypsum currently has, nor are we restoring any rights that they may have lost under the 2015 ALJ decision. That's on Gypsum. So that would be my motion with regards to waiver number 1. With regards to waiver number 2, Gypsum has failed to demonstrate any compelling justification for waiving a condition to which it consented in 2011. They have not presented any evidence that has submitted an application for a right-of-way for residential and mixed-use development identified in its 2011 concept plan. The current application merely identifies mining and only briefly references the possibility that it may pursue some other type of use up there. Accordingly, I would move to deny waiver number 2 with prejudice.
Okay, you've heard the motion by Commissioner Johnson. Thank you for laying that out so succinct. I appreciate that. Any further discussion or comments? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes. Thank you.
Commissioners, based on that decision, items 52 and 53 will be deleted from the agenda.
Okay, so listen, I know you all want to hurry and leave because you've been good, but we still have some other items. So if you could quietly help us out, we can continue to move forward in case anybody wants to leave. So we're going to go to item 55 on the ordinances.
Item 55 is an introduction of ordinance. Ordinance 19-900116 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners introduce an ordinance to consider adoption of development agreement with Lewis Investments of Nevada, LLC for a single-family residential development, Oleta Wallapai. We request this be set for public hearing May 8th, 2019.
Okay, I'm setting the public hearing for May 8th, 2019.
Item 56 is an ordinance for introduction. Ordinance 19-900121 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners introduce an ordinance to consider adoption of a development agreement with Kushro Rouhani for a convenience store, gas station, and vehicle wash, Eagle Promenade. We request this be set for public hearing for May 8th, 2019.
I'll set the public hearing for May 8th, 2019.
Item 57 is an ordinance for public hearing. Ordinance 19-900149 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners conduct a public hearing to consider an ordinance to amend the official zoning map reclassifying certain properties as approved by the Board of County Commissioners through various zone change applications on August 22nd, 2018, January 9th, 2019, January 23rd, 2019, and February 6th, 2019.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on item 57, please come forward, state your name for the record. Seeing no one, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Let's see, whose district? Commissioner Naft, is this who? Commissioner Naft has moved for approval. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes. This is the second time set aside for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on public comment, please come forward. State your name for the record. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment period, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes. And equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk county issues and District F issues with a man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Justin Jones. Good morning, Commissioner.
Thanks, Randy. Appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Excellent. We're here at the Chinatown Plaza on Spring Mountain Road in District F. District F is one of the largest commission districts, stretching from the central part of the valley west to Red Rock and Blue Diamond. Other rural communities in District F include Sandy Valley, Good Springs, and Jean. Here's a quick look in your neighborhood, District F. District F is home to the newest downtown in Clark County, Downtown Summerlin. The county's largest master plan community has developed a couple million square feet for dining, shopping, entertainment, and more in a mixed-use, fully walkable marketplace. Other major game-changing private businesses choosing to slide into District F include the swimmingly successful Wet n Wild Water Park. And expect furniture fans to flock to the iconic blue and yellow behemoth IKEA store near the 215 Beltway in Durango, a Swedish-designed retailer that is the world's largest. And another master-planned neighborhood, Mountain's Edge, continues to rise in District F. thousands of residents now enjoy recreating at Phase 1 of the newly opened Mountains Edge Regional Park, with some of the coolest facilities in town. Desert Breeze Regional Park continues to be one of the best, with an indoor-outdoor aquatic center and hundreds of acres of green space and more. And the rural portions of District F include Sandy Valley, Blue Diamond, Good Springs, and Jean, lending a slice of the slower lifestyle compared to the fast-paced urban growth for residents and businesses in District F. Commissioner, this is the Las Vegas Chinatown Plaza. This is basically the epicenter of Chinatown. About 25 years this place has been here, and part of District F. Why did you bring us out here today for District F?
Well, I think it's an exciting time of year. We're celebrating the Year of the Pig. It's a Chinese New Year, so I figured what better time to be down in Chinatown Plaza than right now.
And again, everyone seems to know this place with the pagodas and roof tiles and everything like that. And what the county has had a good relationship with Chinatown and with the people here in this area.
Well, I think Spring Mountain right now is just booming. You've seen Lotus down the street as the first true residential high-rise development down here in the Spring Mountain corridor. We've worked very closely with the folks here along the Spring Mountain corridor to continue the development down here. It's just hot. This is a place to be right now.
I'm not sure how much you know about this, Commissioner, but the county entered into the Chinatown Overlay District in 2005. So what does that mean to the folks that live here and as well as this district?
Well, you know, look, our Asian American community is vital to the vibrancy of Southern Nevada. And I think this is really a meeting place for the community, but also a place where folks can come and have a great meal, try a new cuisine, and do fun things on the weekend.
It's a little bit different in some ways, as the owners here have been telling us. This is also the Asian Pacific American Cultural Center, so you will see some sorts of businesses that will never be here. And what does that mean as far as, just as far as that goes?
Well, I think it's an opportunity for people in the community to participate in cultural activities. You'll see, obviously, during the month of February, a lot of activities surrounding the Chinese New Year, but there are activities that go on all year long, and it's an opportunity for learning in our community.
We keep saying Chinatown, but obviously the Asian population in our community is burgeoning. In fact, one of three, our ballot is in Tagalog, which appeals to the Filipino community. And how big is our Asian community? How important is it?
Well, I'm fortunate. I have in District F, we have the largest Asian American community in Southern Nevada. And it is critical to our community here to have that kind of diversity. One of the difference between the Asian American community and the Hispanic community is that language is really, I would say, a barrier when first generation folks come here. And that's why we're trying to do a better job in terms of outreach to make sure that we have resources that are in multiple languages. Obviously, there are a variety of languages in the Asian American community, and making sure we have the resource. One of the things that I wanted to note is we haven't had very good diversity and representation at the elected and appointed level from the Asian American community. So one of the things that I had set out as a goal when I joined the commission was to make sure we had that representation. And so my planning commissioner is Vietnamese, and I have appointed members of the AAPI community to both the Spring Valley and the Enterprise Town Board.
What needs to be done, or what needs to continue to be done in this area to promote good growth?
Well, I think it's making sure that we provide those resources. I know one of the things that Commissioner Segalum and I are going to be working on in the very near future, there was a commission a while back that was sort of the outreach between the county commission and the AAPI community. And so that sort of went by the wayside, and so we're going to try and bring that commission back, make sure that we get that input from the community. And I know one thing that the Asian American community has really been asking for and looking for is a true cultural center where people can come, maybe if they have a language barrier, to learn how they interface with different government agencies. And so we're looking at opportunities to do that here along the Spring Mountain corridor.
Commissioner, let's shift gears a little bit. I know that the homeless population is obviously always on the burner, and some legislative bills coming on. Sure. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but I know you've recently suggested that, of course, the city of Las Vegas and Clark County really needs to roll up their sleeves and work together to combat this problem. Talk a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So I know historically there's been some personality conflicts between the city and county at times, and I think we need to set that aside. If you're on the streets, you don't really care whether there's a personality conflict between an elected commissioner and an elected city council person. You're just trying to find somewhere to sleep. It was below freezing here yesterday, and I feel for the folks that are out there on the street and don't have a place to stay. And so we need to put those differences aside. We need to make sure that we're working collaboratively towards a solution.
Let's move into some of the legislative things. I know that the city is looking at some of those bills to address that. And what does the county need to do to follow those, or what are we doing to follow those, the bills?
Sure. So Clark County has a team that's up in Carson City right now. They are tracking the bills. We have a few bills of our own that are up at the legislative session that are critical to moving the county forward. But we have folks who are working on our behalf up the legislature to make sure that we're tracking those important issues.
Let's talk specifically about Assembly Bill 79, which will allow us quicker recourse to address abandoned buildings and delinquent property. What does that mean, Commissioner?
Well, I think that we have some areas of town that are a bit dilapidated, and there are some barriers right now to be able to address those issues. And so passing a bill like that will allow us to get in there and make those changes so it's not a blight on the whole community.
One that I was surprised to see that you talked about was Senate Bill 127 that could possibly expand the county commission from 7 people to 9 people. Obviously, that isn't going to happen overnight, but what are your thoughts on that one?
I think that it would have to be a sort of a long-term study. I think that there would be some growing pains. There are only 7 county commission offices in the current building, and so we would have to figure out how that would happen, and we have to see what the real need is. Again, there's this interesting dynamic here in Clark County. In most places, it's an incorporated city that is the sort of the primary interface between people in the community. Here, you have